From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps. And modern, intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, Incorrect Username or Password. Let's select a browser and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test authoring AI assistant to generate tests. Let's generate a test to log into Netflix and change password. Sweet! Once I've set up the test, I can schedule it to run anytime, any day, even when I'm asleep or on vacation. I can also set up notifications to alert my team when the test has failed. Now, with automated tests, I can know for sure if my new changes are good to go into the hands of my users. Try UILicious for free today.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up. No time to take the stairs? Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps. And modern, intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, Incorrect Username or Password. Let's select a browser and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test authoring AI assistant to generate tests. Let's generate a test to log into Netflix and change password. Sweet! Once I've set up the test, I can schedule it to run anytime, any day, even when I'm asleep or on vacation. I can also set up notifications to alert my team when the test has failed. Now, with automated tests, I can know for sure if my new changes are good to go into the hands of my users. Try UILicious for free today.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps. And modern, intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, Incorrect Username or Password. Let's select a browser and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test.
Yeah, but it's tested before we start.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What can you
Yeah, sweet.
Are we starting 6 minutes? Yeah, so we're going to finish today. Cool. Ah, okay. We started everything. Let's start. Okay, ready?
Everyone's ready? No. I don't get no for an answer. So, hello everyone. So here's gonna start now. So, this is the third time I'm coming here. I live in London, but I don't know what happened 3 years ago. I was probably crazy. And I came to Singapore. People, they ask me, why did you come to Singapore? And so my name is Aris. You cannot pronounce my surname because it's Greek, but if you do, after the conference, it will be good. Marco Giannakis. So I'm the founder, the organizer of Cityjs globally. And I'm a senior front-end developer. So this conference is by developers and for developers. There's no company behind it. I teach in universities in London, and I work as a developer. And my hobby is to organize conferences. So it's a community conference, which means that we don't sell tickets too expensive. We try to give back to the community. We help unrepresented groups, people that cannot afford to get the tickets. We give scholarships. So that's the main kind of point. It started in London. Sorry, here's Medellin, but that's the new place. So it started in London like 7 years ago. And then during pandemic, it sort of expanded. It went across every other place in the world. Last year, I did 8 events. This year, I'm doing 6. Can you recognize a place that is happening twice this year? Athens. So somebody came to me and said, I'm giving you this free space. Can you do a conference? I said, are you asking me? Of course. So this time I'm doing 2 in Athens. I'm doing 1 in November. And the next one we're doing in Medellin, which you cannot see it, but you're gonna see it. It's in Colombia. So, so we cover a lot of other places. So after that we do in New Delhi. And yeah, so it's amazing. I can travel around and meet other developers that love the same thing I love, JavaScript. So yeah, we support communities around the world. We have been doing events in Brazil, in Greece, in Singapore, and now we are going to go in Colombia. We have a code of conduct, so no harassment. If I find someone, I'm going to kick them out. We don't tolerate that. If you have a problem, you come directly to me. We want to kill it straight. We don't want to have this happening in the conference. If you want to find information about the code of conduct, that's the URL, COC, just after our website. It's a code of conduct that we took from the JSConf. So we follow the principles. Okay, fire exit. It's very easy. Exit. Can you see it? Good. This is the Wi-Fi. Okay? And that's it for me now. I'm going to introduce you to our MC, Anne. Anne was a volunteer last year. She did MC the meetup.
Hi everyone, my name's Anne. I'm a software engineer as well, front-end developer. I work in Shopee. If you happen to work in Singapore as well, we can always grab a lunch or dinner together. just feel free to reach out. Yeah.
So it's all yours.
Okay.
The
thank
lady
you.
of the day.
First of all, thank you everyone for attending my 18th birthday party. No, I'm not 18. But you know, like last time I joke about like when people ask me, how old are you? I always say, you never ask a girl, how old are you? They are always 18. So I'm always 18. Last year, I was 18. This year, I am 18. So thanks for those sponsors. We thanks Ahrefs and Ahrefs. Yeah, okay, I pronounced it right. And Cloudinary, thank you all for making this conference happen. Interledger, okay, Mars Code, you, and Azure Cosmos DB. It's okay. I know if you were in the meetup, we experienced like a Copilot with Cosmos DB, and thanks to Microsoft, thanks to Vantage, I saw they have very cool bag there in the meeting room, so you can talk to Vantage later. And thanks to this dot, thanks to Superbase, and thanks to Ulysses, she will give a talk later as well. Thanks to your community partners, JavaScript, Singapore JS, GraphQL Singapore. I helped with GraphQL Singapore as well for the event. Thanks to AngularJS. Thanks. Those are like social medias about Cityjs Conf. You can follow if you use Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram. All those, like, you can type in Cityjs Conf and find the account. You would know like what is going on about the conference and where the conference is. This is the last. Okay. That's all. Thanks to all those sponsors. And we're gonna welcome our very first speaker, Sor, to give us in AI in Power work.
Sorry, what am I doing?
What are you doing today?
I didn't read the schedule, but we'll look at AI in the browser and on the edge. I think that's right.
Okay. Let's welcome.
I have the.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Is that okay in the back? All right, I see some thumbs up, some okay. Very nice. How's everyone doing? Thanks for coming out so early. That's well, 9:30. It's not that early. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, I think that's me. You can recognize me with the cap. I actually made that cap. I paid someone in Bali to make it. It's quite nice. It's like a black on black Superbase logo. And sometimes if you follow Superbase, you can win a Superbase cap. This is me. You can find me Thor Web Dev, kind of across socials. I do developer experience, developer relations at Superbase. Maybe a quick show of hands. Who has heard of Superbase? Okay, good amount of folks. That's nice. So we built backend infrastructure, kind of backend as a service, powered by Postgres. Yeah, please come in. No worries. We only just started. What you can do is, there's a tweet as well about my talk with a link to, well, the live stream. Actually, don't need to look at that. But if you want to kind of get a link to all sort of the demos and the resources kind of from this talk, you can scan this to get the page, and then you can look at that. And so actually, I only put this together yesterday. So I think if we reload this, yeah, okay. So we'll do a little kind of live demo participation piece, and we'll see how that goes. So it is a live demo with like Hugging Face, Transformer.js, and Superbase real-time. So we'll see if I made some offerings to the demo gods this morning, and we'll see how this goes. But I have a Superbase t-shirt with me. It is size XL, so if you like oversized shirts, you can participate here in the audience to win that. And so later on, you'll just need to open the demo, like during the live demo, open it on your laptop. It doesn't work so well on the phone because it actually pulls down a pretty large model, which I only realized is like 1.5 gigabytes, I think. So maybe don't do it on your phone. But then, or you can just kind of take a video while the live demo is going on. But you know, it's always more impressive if you show like it's working on your machine. So yeah, if you want to do that, open the demo. We'll have a look at it later, and then you can just take a screen recording or a screenshot or like a recording with your phone, and you just tweet it and you tag me, and then you can win a t-shirt if you want. Okay, so what will we be talking about today? So that's kind of in the lower part here. Did everyone get a chance to scan the QR code? All good? Thumbs up. Okay, sweet. So what we'll be looking at is you know, AI in the browser. And I mean, you know, there's been things around like TensorFlow for ages and things like that, but only recently kind of a lot of that open source AI model, you know, movement has been happening. And are you familiar with Hugging Face? Are people familiar with that? Yeah. So like Hugging Face in a way kind of becoming sort of the GitHub of like open source large language models. And what is really cool is, so Hugging Face is actually developing this library called transformers.js. So if you're familiar with kind of, you know, Python and sort of working with large language models in Python, you know, that's kind of where you're using transformers. So that's the idea of like using kind of the same transformers workflows, but in JavaScript. And so transformers.js, pretty neat. There's Xenova, if you want to follow him on Twitter. He always puts out some really cool demos. So I think if yeah, we'll take a look at that in a second. But you can find him, I think, on Twitter. It's just Xenova. This guy, Xenova. If I remembered correctly, no, maybe not. Okay. We'll find it later, or you can check on my Twitter. I generally retweet his posts. But so Transformers.js, there's a bunch of stuff, a bunch of demos that we can look at. And specifically, like what I've been obsessed with is sort of OpenAI Whisper. If you heard of Whisper, right, it's sort of the you know, is it called like Chinese Whisper? Is sort of the game of like you whisper to someone else, right, and then you see what comes out at the end. It's similar to that, but just the machine. You're basically whispering to the machine, and then you see what the machine understands. And so I just want to show you this demo. You can find the source code there as well. But so the demo here is running kind of fully in the browser. And basically what you're doing is you're pulling down this open source Whisper-based model. And it's been transformed for the ONNX runtime. So ONNX runtime is interesting. I think it's an open source project by Microsoft, actually. So thanks for that. And so it is a runtime that actually allows you to run large language models via WASM in the browser. So that's actually what we're doing here. And so if you're looking at this now, we can load the model. So we're loading the model here from Hugging Face. And so this is something that you need to do the first time around. You're basically you're pulling down the model. It's kind of like a git pull, if you think about it. And then once the model is loaded, it is locally available on your machine and running in the browser. And so actually, maybe we can go, I kind of pre-pulled this here, and I hooked this up to Superbase real-time, and we're going to have a bit of fun. So if we say npm run def, I'm just going to run this locally on my machine. Hopefully it loads a bit quicker then. Yeah, so here I have it pre-fetched. And now you can see as I'm talking, so in real time, I'm getting transcription, live transcription here. And now you're saying, okay, hey, we had this for ages, right? Like Google Translate, been doing that in my browser for many, many years. But what's really cool now, if I just go and I turn off my Wi-Fi, it still works. So here we're actually doing the transcription using the OpenAI Whisper model, kind of pre-trained and running on this ONNX runtime in WASM in your browser. And so it's running fully locally on your machine. And so even if you turn off the Wi-Fi, this will keep working because it's a pre-trained model. But now if you turn the Wi-Fi back on, what we can do is we can use this as an input for the live demo with Superbase real-time. And so if you go back here, and you go now on your machine, you open this receiver piece, and I'm just going to do this here side by side. So basically what we're doing is we're taking the transcription from our OpenAI Whisper, and we're basically using Superbase real-time, which is kind of a WebSocket infrastructure, to stream that as the input into another website that is running a Facebook model. I think it's the I forgot the name. You can check it in the source code. But it's running, and I didn't realize, so that model is pre-trained for 200 languages. So it's basically text-to-text translation for 200 different languages. And so it's actually quite big. So if you're running it, if you have like a powerful MacBook, then you can follow along, do this now. Okay, but so now comes the interesting part. So if we actually change the language, vielleicht ein bisschen Deutsch. Gibt es Leute hier, die Deutsch sprechen? Kein einzigen. Und jetzt könnt ihr sehen, hier kommt unsere deutsche Transkription. Und da auf der rechten Seite kommt unsere Übersetzung. All right, yeah, that's great. Thanks. Maybe German is not the most popular language. Maybe that's why the applause wasn't that big. What we can also try, and unfortunately, 大家好，我的中文还不好。对对。我是住在新加坡的德国人。Well, so yeah, unfortunately, okay, wait, let me. So unfortunately, this it's not that great in Chinese. So the Latin languages, in terms of the speech recognition, work a lot better. What I actually said is, like, I'm a German who lives in Singapore, yeah. So the Mandarin recognition not that great, but also you got to realize that we're using kind of a model that is very small, because we're pulling it down on our machine. But what I kind of want to convey here is that, if you're looking at this, so this is like a 3-year-old MacBook Air, right? Like M1 chip, barely any RAM. You can't find a GPU in here. And yet you can run some of these models locally on your machine, which is really, really neat. But now the thing is actually that when you're doing this real time, so I'm transcribing, I'm streaming it, I'm broadcasting it in real time via Superbase, did anyone actually manage to pull it up on their machine? Yeah. Is it working for you? Do you speak any non-English languages? Very good. So you can now go and you can set the target language to Spanish, right? And do you get the translation?
Yeah, I actually did before. So
Fantastic.
yeah, it was working.
Um,
I'll put it in Spanish right now. So
That's great. So really that's the idea where it's like, okay, you know, obviously I can't on my machine, you know, like if I have a lot of servers, I can go, I can take all this, and I can just translate it into all languages. But rather than doing that, I'm just transcribing, I'm sending it to you, and then I'm letting your machine do the translation on your side. And so actually there's, you know, if you have a fairly beefy machine, you can run a good amount of these larger language models locally on your machine as well. Cool, yeah, so much for the demo. Maybe let's have a quick look. We can just kind of take a look at sort of what that looks like in Transformers.js. So again, the source code is linked from the page. But what's really neat is we're just using a web worker here, so we're kind of putting it onto an additional thread. We're sort of putting together our speech recognition pipeline. So here you can see, so this is the ONX Community Whisper base model. So that's the model that you can see when you're initially loading the page. We're pulling this down from Hugging Face. This is just some configuration, kind of the pre-trained. You know, I'm not an expert in that, but I just kind of copy this out from Xenova. And basically, we're just processing the audio, and then this is kind of, you know, where it happens. You're basically just generating from the audio inputs, specifying sort of a max token window, the language, and the streamer, and then in the end, we get our output text, and that's what we're seeing back kind of on the page. And so here, I just kind of, you know, just maybe to show you how easy it is to sort of real-time broadcast with Supabase. So you set up your Supabase.js client. You create a channel here. So the channel is called Cityjs Singapore. I just have, you know, sort of a little matcher that just kind of gets out, you know, as we're streaming in the transcription, kind of gets out the last full sentence. And then, you know, what we're doing is actually, so the problem is with Mandarin, actually, we don't really have a punctuation here in this transcription. So in Mandarin, I was just sending kind of anything that's being transcribed off to the broadcast. Otherwise, I'm just basically broadcasting the last full sentence. But then how the broadcast works is basically you just say the channel you created earlier, you send a broadcast, you specify a certain event type, and then you just send the payload, and then we get that on our other site, and we feed that into the translation model. Cool. So that is sort of the browser side of things. So again, Transformers.js, a really, really cool project. There's a lot of stuff. If you check out kind of the Hugging Face, Xenova, a lot of cool demos there. He's doing like transcription with like timestamps and things like that. So there's really, really exciting stuff happening here. Now, on the edge, so if you're familiar with Supabase, we have Supabase edge functions. And so edge functions are interesting because they are, again, you know, just kind of little JavaScript isolates. So they are just kind of sort of spec down versions of, you know, maybe like an AWS Lambda function. And so what you can do is we basically baked into the Supabase edge functions runtime. We've bundled it with this ONNX runtime from Microsoft to get kind of the same sort of experience where you can run inference models and large language models in your Supabase edge functions. Pretty easy API here, just model run, sort of specify kind of the model name. And so one demo I want to show you here, we were lucky, you know, apparently my offerings to the demo gods worked out pretty well. We'll see if it works out a second time. So what we have here is an edge function that uses the GTE small model. So the GTE small model is specifically for text inference. So we're taking text and we're translating it into an embedding vector, which we can have a look. So Supabase status, we can run kind of the entire Supabase stack locally, which is quite nice, including actually the Supabase dashboard. So you can see here on localhost, I'm running my Supabase dashboard. And so here we can see we generated embedding vectors for kind of this text. Are people familiar with sort of RAG embeddings, vectors? Okay, I see less hands. I don't have enough time to kind of fully go into this, but basically what we're doing is we're taking something that is kind of human context. So in this case, a bed, for example, is, a piece of furniture, potentially made out of wood or kind of things like that. And so we know this, if you tell a human there's a bed, the human knows, okay, it's furniture, you sleep on it. So there's a lot of context kind of within that. And so what we're doing is we're taking sort of that human context and we're translating it into kind of machine context. And so basically this big vector is literally just a long array of numbers. So depending on your embedding dimensions, so if you have more dimensions, you can kind of encode more context into that. But then what you can do is, by basically translating that into the vector space, you can now perform simple math on it, where you can do what you would call kind of semantic search or proximity search, where you can say, okay, give me all the furniture. And it will return you kind of all the furniture, because it's basically just looking, okay, semantically, what is the closest to furniture? And then it's just doing math, kind of proximity search on these items, and it's giving you back that furniture. So what we can see here, so the way this works is basically we take a search query, like furniture, for example. We're then generating an embedding vector for that furniture. So we're translating that into kind of this number, array of numbers. And then what we can do is we can query our embeddings, where we then look for, okay, what is semantically, context-wise the closest to my search query. And so maybe we can do a quick demo on that. So we can run kind of our Supabase edge functions locally here. And then, actually, can you read that in the back? Yeah. So now we're just making a search, and our search term is vehicles, right? And so if we fire this off, we now see, okay, we're getting back our car, our boat, our train, right? And there's no other context within this data set. So we haven't labeled these with categories or any kind of metadata or anything. So all the context is actually encapsulated within that model. So the model is pre-trained. The model knows kind of all that context. And we're telling them, okay, so the bed, translate that into kind of some semantic context, and then we're doing a query on that. So maybe what we can do is, anything else you want to search for? Wood? So one thing that's interesting, okay, let's look for wood. Yeah, so a boat might be made out of wood, a bed as well. A dog, okay. Eaten wood? Oh, yes. Yeah, that could be the case. Now, another thing that's right, like an apple. So an apple could be food, but what else could an apple be? Exactly, right? So if we, for example, search for electronics, we get an apple. We get a car. Yes, there's a lot of electronics in a car. Desk, our apple is on the desk. That could be both a laptop or, yeah. So obviously our data set here is very, very limited. But that's really what we can do. How am I on time? Do I have? No more time. So the other thing I wanted to show you is kind of running large language models locally. But maybe you just dig into that yourself. There's actually another talk later from Jan.ai, who will be talking, Nicole will be talking about running large language models locally on your machine. Mozilla has a great project called Llama File, and then Ollama as well is a great one. And you can then hook that into your Superbase Edge functions as well. Very, very much appreciate you coming out this early in the morning. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I'm gonna get my personal interpretation assistant by Source Superbase API. Maybe you can try yourself as well, since you travel a lot and you go different countries. And how many of you tried end-to-end test? Yay, half? Not half? Okay. What end-to-end test framework you used before?
Playwright and Cypress.
Okay. How about you? Same? Oh, okay. Okay. I personally do this as well. Which one you like more, like Playwright or Cypress? Which one?
Playwright, I think.
Oh, why though?
It's a long story.
Okay, okay. That's long to short later. I can learn from you because in my work I do some end-to-end tests as well, and I tried Cypress and Playwright myself as well, but I never tried a AI-powered end-to-end test tool. So today, Daniel gonna share us like AI-powered end-to-end UI testing, right?
Yeah. Hold
Okay.
on, just let me connect myself.
Sure.
We didn't make end-to-end testing for this.
Oh.
We didn't make end-to-end testing for this before.
Oh.
Yeah. 3, 4. Yeah, okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Cool.
Perfect.
Okay, let's connected. Let's start. Hold on. And okay. Thank you.
Some years.
Thank you. Cool. Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Daniel. Okay, and we're going to talk today about the end-to-end testing with AI. It's not so easy, and we will see why. We'll start about myself, of course, and my clicker doesn't work. Okay, so we'll be here. Okay. So I'm Daniel Ostrovsky. I'm software senior principal engineer at Dell. I work for the project that named Edge. If you want to have your own big, huge machine in your site on premise with AI on it, with a lot of GPUs, come to me, talk about it. I'm a developer of more than 25 years, more than quarter of century. Okay, I'm old, yes. I'm a full cycle evangelist. Basically, my belief is all engineers, if you want to be an engineer in our age, in our time, in our technologies, you have to be aware of all aspects of the development, starting from the infrastructure all the way to the development, delivery, CI/CD, testing, monitoring, and everything. You can be spets or professional in specific area, but to understand and to be able to manage and maintain or kind of to understand what's going on in all aspects. Okay, so that's my belief. I'm a public speaker and public writer on 4 languages: English, Hebrew, Russian, and Ukrainian. So if I'm going to jump from one language to another, sorry, I was born in Ukraine. I lived for the last 30 years in Israel, and now I'm in Singapore speaking English. That's a little bit over. I'm open source contributor, volunteer, meetup runner. And this is pictures of my hobbies. So what we're up to do? We're going to talk about generative AI ecosystem. I know that there's a lot of talks about it, a lot of articles about it, but just I want us to be kind of aligned before we go into actual AI testing. Okay, just going to make some alignment. Prompt engineering, unit testing with AI, a little bit. and UI end-to-end testing with AI, and why it's cool and why it's not obvious. So what are the common tasks of generative AI? Software programming and code generation, okay? AI or large language models such as OpenAI, Codex, GitHub Copilot, Llama, many others, okay? They are basically changing how we develop, how we write our software, right? So these tools provide the code completion, help us in debugging, and can generate code, and many other cool things. Test case generation can automate the creation of tests and test cases, okay, based on the product, for example, to craft test case for QA, for automation. Documentation. How many of you like to write the documents and documentations and comments? How many of you? 1, 2, 3, that's it? Okay, everyone else, get out. So basically, AI really can help you with this, okay, based on if you write, at least I hope you write the meaningful code with meaningful function names and variable names. Basically, AI can help you to write the good documentation for this and make it automatically for you, and that's really good. We really like it, especially if you work on the shareable code. Bug fixing and troubleshooting. One of the most useful things that I use in AI is to take the minimized, the minified code, JavaScript code, okay, on one line, something not working, and it's very difficult to understand what's going on, where is the bug. Just copy paste, throw it to AI, ask him to beautify and set the meaningful names, and it will do it. It's great. Instead of A equal to A, U, R, all these just little letters, okay, it's become like meaningful function names with the meaningful variable names, and it actually helps you to understand what's going on in the function and how to fix and where is the bug, okay? What else? Code refactoring. Also very helpful with the best practices. It shows where things can be changed, okay? And many other things. Automated programming assistance. Okay. So what are this? Basically, the entire technology. Okay, we have the open source, community-based, and commercial one. Okay. Some of the commercial ones. There's a Safe Coder. It's for enterprise by Hugging Face, GitHub Copilot. Who have tried GitHub Copilot? Who have it? Okay. Who have it more than 2 years? Okay. Codium, also one of the dedicated for the development codes. Okay, 70 different languages. Replit and some others. Open source. Now the open source, that's interesting. Okay, I believe that open source ecosystem for the AI model generation, data sets, etc., like the entire ecosystem is something that basically will move the AI and the AI generation forward. Okay. So there are many code generation models. Okay. Let's focus on the ecosystem that's called Big Code. Is a community project joined by Hugging Face and ServiceNow, focused on the open source code generation systems. The recent excellent family of models are StarCode, a kind of weird name, and trade on the stack. Okay, the stack, it's kind of set of data that a lot of models was trained. Llama is one of the models that was trained on the stack. So what is the stack? The stack is actually the dataset collection that they went to the GitHub, took a lot of, did git clone, okay, for more than 200 million of repo. There's some kind of data processing, okay, it's become 102 terabytes of data. Some of them, cleaning some kind of file extensions, licensing, because if license does not allow you to reuse this code, if it's not MIT license or not Apache, so you're not able to reuse it. So licensing is also, was one of the filters. And then it's the duplication and stuff, and then it's become a 2.9 terabyte of data. Okay, that was the stack version 1. The stack version 2, it was way more repo names, etc., etc. We have sources of code, not only the GitHub, there's others too, and it's become 32 terabytes of data. This is what Llama 2 was trained on. And Llama 3, by the way, I just didn't update the slide, sorry. It's not saved. Okay, but Llama 3 is, like, by the way, V1 was trained on 200 billion tokens, V2 is 900 billion tokens, and Llama 3.1, the last one that was just went out a few days ago, was released a few days ago, it's about 2 trillion tokens, okay? It's 1 petabyte of data. That's what the Llama 3.1 was trained on with this huge model that they have 405 billion of tokens, etc. So that's kind of huge. I even have no idea what the machine can run this model, okay? So it's kind of... but if you want such machine, come to us, and there we have it. Okay, so what are the mostly used methods of training and inference? Prompt engineering. Okay, prompt engineering is a process of iteration, a generative AI prompts to improve our results. It's funny, but the technology changes the way how we behave. Okay, like the simple example is our phone. It's used to be when it's become first and polyphonic, we was hearing the phones ringing all the way, right? It was this polyphonical sound, it was cool. Okay, and now we're trying to keep it safe, keep it quiet, and nobody needs to hear it, and they don't want to hear my sound, etc. It should be like very, very, very quiet because we don't want to disturb anyone. So technology changed the way we behave. Same with the generative AI. We need to train ourselves. It's not training for the model, it's training for ourselves how to communicate with generative AI, how to ask the questions. Okay, what are the best way to ask the question of the AI? Okay, to get the best results, because I want to get the best results. Similar like with the employer. Okay, if we have someone in our team, the new person was hired, we need to start learn how to communicate with this person. Okay, how we get best of it. Okay, to make him work and perform as best as developer can. Oh shit. A few shots, meaning give a few examples to the model in the prompt and accept the model to learn from it and to generalize. Does it mean that we kind of provide fake communication? And based on this fake communication, we want the model to respond similar. Okay, we'll show it later. RAG, Thor talked about RAG before, okay, the great explanation. Basically, in simple sentence, just to provide extra context to AI, to the model, you want to communicate based on. Okay, I have a Harry Potter book, the new book, okay, wasn't released before. AI model have no idea about it, never trained it on it, but I can give this book as a RAG, as additional context, and actually ask questions about it. And fine-tuning, that's actually fine-tuning, working on the model itself, changing the model, changing the weights inside of the model. That needs a lot of compute time. Even for the small models in GPU, you need many, many, many other things. That's less for us. Okay, it's more like for the companies, big computers, a lot of compute, etc. So prompt engineering, okay, this is one of the examples of the structure, how we communicate. Instead of, hey, give me something, create something, okay, that's kind of a structure that you need to invest a little bit more into it. To provide a specific task, given the context, information, additional context that can steer the model to the better responses. Input data, the input of the question, what we're talking about, and actually the output indicator, the format we want to see it. Okay, so if you want a specific format, give it, tell it, say it. Okay, I want it in JSON, I want it XML, I want it comma separated, I don't want any punctuation, I want everything lowercase, I want everything camel case, so it's have to be provided. In that case, you will get the best response that you need. The few shots, as I said, is similar to, it's it's like you create a conversation, okay? Question, answer, question, answer that you like. Okay, you just create this conversation by yourself, including the answers, and then you provide it to the model, and you ask him the one more question, okay, to continue. And then basically, the model should be able to continue this conversation from the point where you stopped. This is simple way of explanation of what is a few shots. Okay? Like for example, system test. Okay, please write the test case that generates a user creation, and actually you provide the test case that you like. Okay, then you write again. Please write the test case for MFA enablement, and this is the test case that you like. Another test, another request, another test code that you like, and then you just ask the question and you leave the response empty, hoping from AI to fill it up based on the previous conversation. Okay, this is actually the easiest way to provide, if you're talking about the coding, writing the code, either it's a testing code or regular code, this is the way how we can explain to AI, to model, the style of our code, okay? How do I like to write it, okay? What the indentation I like, how I want to be, it's functional, class-based, etc. So when I'm providing the examples of the specific code, model will learn will respond based on this provided my answers on my questions, okay? And will actually provide the same similar response, okay? And the RAG. Something that we'll have talked about it. This is an example of the PDF and Llama. To simplify again, we're taking the context. We need to change it to the kind of vector database. Okay, there is several out there. Vector storage, and then there's this system. It's a lot of to read about it, but basically it's pretty simple to create it on your local machines. There is predefined already if you're using Dockers. So there is a Docker, you can find a lot of Docker compose YAMLs that just can bring the entire system for you with all the UI on it. Just upload the data that you want, and it will be everything synced, and you can communicate it with based on your context that you want to provide. And context can be anything, books, PDFs, what actually a lot of companies does right now, they take in all the Confluence, right, all the documentation, all the product requirements, and put it into the RAG, into the vector storage, and then everyone can communicate, all developers, product, PDMs, and anyone else, and actually communicate and see and get the entire information about the entire company, okay, in one place, and not just go and look everywhere and trying to find the correct Confluence page. Who uses Confluence, or is it just only me? Confluence? Nobody? No one? Jira? Atlassian? Oh, okay. Okay. Everyone hates it. That's okay. So everyone hates it. But I remember when it was a meme when Musk purchased Twitter. There was a lot of memes about Musk, please purchase Atlassian and change UX. Okay, and just update the UX. Make the Atlassian better. Don't make the Twitter better. Make the Atlassian better. Make the Jira better. Yeah. So available open source extensions. Extensions is very important. We're going to talk about two. There's the Chat UI, VS Code. The one I prefer to use in my development is Continue. Okay, it's very robust, supports almost all models, all type of models, everything that you need, everything that you have out there. Llama, local running, API-based, I don't know, on-premise-based, whatever. It just supports so many things and very configurable, very robust, and very mature. Have everything that we need. Okay, chat, auto-completion, suggestion, many cool functionality, and it's open source and supports both IDEs, both main IDEs, VS Code and JetBrains. And it's really cool. And another one, this is the browser extension. It's by danduch.me, so it's by me. This is the extension that I built especially for the to help with the end-to-end testing. It started as a very private project, and now if I have 70 users, okay, so if it's going to be a few more, that'll be great. But that's not about it. But I will use it and I will show why I'm using it, but basically it's not necessary. But if someone wants to try it and help, contribute, it's open source, it will be great. Demo, this specific demo, we will skip. Okay, let's talk about the UI test challenges. Before, who writes unit tests? Cool. Okay, who use AI to write unit tests? Okay, a little bit less, but still. And it's very easy, right? You take the code, you throw it to AI, and you say, give me the test. You don't need to invest a lot of time in it, okay? You just throw in it. All you need to do is just to verify that it works, that it's running. Basically for AI, for Gen AI, for MML, for LLM, it's pretty simple to generate unit tests because it sees the code, it understands the code. All it's needed is just to cover it with the unit tests, okay? The same with the API tests. API tests, we have Swagger, usually, right? YAML, JSON, whatever, some kind of representation of our API endpoint. And all we need is just to provide it to AI, and the AI will absolutely understand how to test it, okay? It's become a little bit more complicated when we're talking about the flows, when we want to have kind of integration test and to use several endpoints, okay? Go to this endpoint, create user, on this endpoint, update user, and on this point, go and check that user have been updated and data is updated. But it's still doable and manageable by AI. It's not so complicated. So what we have with UI? UI is a little bit different. UI have, so there is a lot of process from the source code to the render UI that we have. If we will take the code base and we'll throw to AI, it's not going to understand, okay? Because we have our code. Our code usually use third-party libraries, and it's usually like thousands of libraries, okay? Just open your node modules. It uses UI components, that some of these UI components, UI libraries, uses other UI components, okay? It having dependency on dependency on dependency. And that's kind of everything, all these dependencies and all our code, the way it comes from our code all the way to actually what we see on the UI, because that's what we want to test. We want to test the UI, the final, the end-to-end test. It have a lot of steps, okay? So we have the source code composition is an application is usually, sorry, it's our application, local one. So it's usually used using a combination of HTML, CSS, programming languages like TypeScript, okay? Then compilation and transpiling. The TypeScript code is transpiled into JavaScript, making it understandable by web browser. Bundling and transformation. Tools like Webpack, Vite, and some others are used to bundle the JavaScript along with the HTML and CSS into smaller number of files. And this process may include minification to reduce the file size, and transpilation to convert the modern JavaScript, okay, the old syntax sugar, into the compatible for the older browsers. And this bundled code is what's actually will be served to the browser, okay? Now this code is already have been changed a lot and looks absolutely different from what we see in our code base, okay? Now the framework-specific rendering, also one of the issues, okay? The UI built with React, it can be built with Angular, it can be built with Vue.js, it can be built with the native, with the lead components, it can be built with different technologies, and the JavaScript bundle includes the framework runtime, which basically usually takes over the rendering processes in the browser, okay? So we ship the code to the browser, okay? But before browser start working on this code, there is some kind of runtime, okay, or renderer, React renderer, Angular renderer, Vue renderer who actually start playing with this way before it actually touches the browser interpreter. And then the browser rendering. Okay, finally the browser interprets the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to render the visual elements on the UI. Okay, so all these steps from our code that it's readable for us, all the way that browser can understand it and actually render it. That's what makes the change. So there is no way we can take our code base and throw it into the model and ask, write me end-to-end test. Okay, write me the UI test, because it's absolutely different. So what are the solutions? We have many options. One of them is the visual testing. Okay, take the print screen of my page, show it to AI. Okay, I want to show it to AI and explain him, her, him or her? Them? Okay. Explain them. What actually should be tested. Okay? But even then, if I will take the HTML as is, like rendered HTML, okay, like scraping of the web pages, and I will throw into the AI, in 80% of the times, that will be okay. Why? Because 80% of the applications AI familiar with. It's blogs, e-commerce, news, and some others, right? We have like we have a lot of websites that look similar, right? And that's easy. But when we're talking about the configuration tools, when we're talking about the closed projects, when we're talking about the on-premise applications, when we're talking about the applications that are not accessible from outside, or they're not accessible without actual authorization, authentication, or even really like on-premise, they're running on-premise. There's no way, the code is not open, it's not open source, there is no articles about it, there is no information for the AI to be trained on to understand how actually and what is this application is about, okay? Because if you will throw like to AI and say, hey, this is the e-commerce, it's going to understand, it's going to look for the, I don't know, buy now, put into the basket, checkout process, etc. That's filter of the products. That's something like functionality that everyone knows. The same with the blogs, okay? Read blog, next blog, previous blog, like, unlike, etc. Comment, that's something basic functionality. But when we're talking about the configuration tools, let's say like Amazon console, okay, like AWS, where we're playing with the environments, or some configuration for the spaceship. I don't know, I hope the spaceship don't have the configuration on the web, but anyway. So, or stuff like this, okay, something that is not, or configuration, web application for the oil machine somewhere in the middle of the ocean, okay? So these applications, they are not accessible from outside. There is no way AI will ever get the information about it and be trained and to understand how to test it, okay? So our task is actually to provide to AI possibility to understand what's going on, and that's our solution. So basically the main solution is to use pretty old best practices in end-to-end testing. One of them, use data attributes, okay? Don't use XPath, don't use CSS selector, ID selector, or anything like this. Use your own data attribute that will be dedicated for end-to-end testing. In our case, we will use data test ID. On the example, on code example, is going to be data CY. Never mind which one, just need to select one and update all actionable elements in your application with this attribute and give valuable or meaningful name for this, okay, as much as you can. For example, for each button or for each navigation, we have data test ID, sidebar, in this case, for example, side navigation, and the name will be endpoints or dashboard or something like this, okay? these data attributes will help to AI to understand this element and create the selector for this specific element. And the meaningful name will explain and help to understand what it does, and it will combine then later with the test cases. Hold on. Sorry. Okay. And the second practice is using of page objects. Who familiar with the page objects? Not many of you. Okay. Page objects, it's actually when you create an object, class, or something similar, for specific view, not necessarily the page, but for specific view that holds this functionality, all buttons on this view, some kind of helper functions, okay, to search if there is a lot of elements with the same attribute ID, ability to search by, etc. So it's kind of mini framework, testing framework for yourself, for your tests, okay? And now in this specific example, it's called sidebar page object, right? The sidebar, it's the navigation on the side, and have selectors and also the helping functions that then I can use it in my tests, okay? And page objects, they are not always changeable. They can change if I'm adding or removing the element, but usually they are pretty static ones, okay? And it's great to have them because basically this is kind of mapping for AI from the UI element, from the UI page to something more closer to machine, okay? Something that AI better to understand, okay? To the code, right? Like in unit test, we will take the code and throw it to the AI and ask for the tests, similar to this. So we will create, this code representation of the page that AI will easier to understand. So what we're going to do now do we have time? No? Okay, so I'm going to skip this step and let's jump into the demo, okay? Can I close it? Yes, okay. So in my demo, here's the Pokemon application, okay? Who likes Pokemons? Cool, okay. So the Pokemon application is a Pokemon API. It's public and it's easy to use. It's really great. Okay, so the idea is following. I'm using the extension that I showed before, okay? Okay, so basically this extension, here I'm defining the attribute name that I will use. In our case, it's going to be data CY. Okay, I can select which type of the AI, API key if it's a public AI like OpenAI or something like this, and the model name that I want to use. Okay, also I have here the prompts, the system message. If I want to add the prompt specifically, okay, I can add, this is the system, I can add more, and then I can reuse the system message more and more in different tests. The idea, it's actually to select all the elements with the data ID, with the data attribute. Okay, this is all elements that have data attribute. I also can see the values of this data attribute. Okay, so all I'm doing is actually I will scan. I can see the HTML that I will send to. I will ask, please create the list page. Okay, this is the name of the page object that I want to be created. I'm selecting the system message, and I will ask from the AI to generate the page. To generate the page object based on this. And let's hope the internet works well. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Okay, so here's the response from the AI. Okay, basically what it does, it has created the entire page object with all the help and function and all the stuff that is I need for this page object. Then I will copy paste it into my code. Okay, and for example here, list page object. Okay, this is the page object. So I have it in my code base now. So I have predefined details page. I have the list page object. That's what I have. Now I want to write the test. Now my test is pretty simple. As a test case, like regular test case based on the PDM, on product requirements, right? As a user, I want to go to the Pokemon list page URL. On the Pokemon list page, I will use the input for searching Pokemon by name, Pokemon, la 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 la. Okay? And here's the extension. The extension continue that I showed before, right? This is the extension. All I'm asking for the extension is, hey, end-to-end test. And for the end-to-end test, please use files, list page object. I also need details page object because I'm jumping into the details. And don't forget the test case, okay? That's all I'm sending all this data, okay? The extension will take all these files and will send it to AI, okay? And so I don't have extra time to show some cool things, but there's multiple models can be generated here, can be configured, okay?
For me in the future.
Okay, and that's it basically. So all I need is just copy paste into my code base, run.
Is it free?
Huh?
And it's free.
This free.
Oh, nice.
So 5 of them.
Nice. My AI
The extension is
assistant in
free,
the
absolutely,
future.
and you can configure this /end-to-end is actually the custom, something that you can configure. You press right there the prompt that you want. Okay, it looks like this. Just I really want to show a second. Okay, here you can define, for example, models. Okay, you are an expert in creating Cypress tests. This is the system message will be sent to the model each time, and also there is custom commands. For example, this one. Okay. End-to-end with the prompt, create end-to-end Cypress test based on the data and the data that context that was provided, all the files, page objects, and test case. And basically, as you can understand, you can automate it fully. Okay, all this process is just step by step.
Now you know what do you find to be your assistant. What is the extension name again?
The extension name for the IDE is it's continue. And for the browser is end-to-end helper.
Okay. Okay, you know what to search on Chrome extension. Also follow Daniel on Twitter. If you happen to have Twitter, everyone have Twitter. They will follow you and me.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very nice. How do you find? Do you still have take ready end-to-end test?
Still what? What's the question again?
How do you find? Do you still feel headache when writing end-to-end tests after this?
Maybe a bit, but it will save a lot of effort.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can talk to Daniel later for easier for your future work. Hi, Nico. Yeah. How many of you have ever? It's a bit off topic. Like, how many of you know autonomy? Yeah, autonomy, like human body. No? No, because we're all you. Oh, okay. Because, I mean, I majored in computer science and never learned autonomy, but recently I'm learning yoga. But surprisingly, the teacher teach me the human body, the autonomy as well. So I know a bit of human body, but I don't know too much about thinking machine or any model. So today, Nicole gonna share us about the autonomy of a thinking machine, which is something I don't know. So maybe it will bring some new, inspire you to think about thinking machine as well. Also, there's a thing like Sor was gonna share Gen AI, right? You didn't have time, and Nicole is founder of Gen AI. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's well, Nico, to share with us about autonomy of thinking machine. Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Is it okay?
Maybe I turned it off.
How you?
Hello? All the way to the left.
Oh.
Hello?
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 It's okay, you can always use this.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, we'll use the mic. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for making the time. So if you saw Daniel's awesome Pokemon demo and you want to run it completely locally without paying for your OpenAI API endpoint, that's this talk. Okay, cool. So hi, yeah, so I'm Nicole. I'm the co-founder of Homebrew. We've built several products, which we'll share shortly, but I'll let my colleague also introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle, and I'm also a core team member at Homebrew.
Yeah, so what is Homebrew? Well, we're an AI research lab. Our goal is to build human augmenting AI that runs on energy efficient hardware, mostly GPUs. But most people know us for Jan, which is a on-device co-pilot that's been downloaded over 1 million times. And then we recently also launched a preview for Cortex, which is what we're talking about today. You can think of it as an OpenAI compatible engine that also powers Jan. We also spend a lot of our time doing foundational model research. So at the moment, a lot of our LLM researchers are working on Llama 3 Speech, a small native speech and text model, and some other experiments. And we run all of that actually on underlying hardware that we own and operate. So we have what we call Xanadu, which is our regional clusters, our regional GPU clusters that we actually run and operate. Okay, so why local AI? Why should we as JavaScript developers care about local AI? Well, the trend is that we're seeing some really powerful open source models being released, starting from last year with Llama and now this week with Llama 3.0, which is solidly outperforming GPT-4o on every benchmark. And the overall trend we expect is that users will shift towards local model usage, right? Because when you quantize it in 8B, 70B quantizations, it can actually fit on your computer. And we'll see devs start to build private self-hosted AI across a lot of different hardware formats. And we're also seeing people exploring different runtimes, so beyond just Llama CPP, but also Onyx and TensorRT LLM. Okay, and a lot of these models are small, but they're rapidly improving. So the y-axis is one of the most popular performance perfs for evaluating the intelligence of AI models. And then the x-axis is how many parameters a model has, how big a model is. The takeaway from this slide is that the intelligence of a previous 30 billion parameter model now fits within 4 gigabytes. So it'll definitely run on not just your computer, but your cell phones as well. And keep in mind, ChatGPT still needs to run GPT-4 on a server in a data center. Whereas your laptop is able to run a lot of these smaller models. Your phones with less than 6 GB of RAM can run Tiny Llama, and your basic home workstations can run bigger models at higher accuracy and speed. Cool, next, thanks. Our prediction for application developers is that more customers will want to self-host their AI, either on device or on edge or on-prem, and for various reasons, right? We don't always want to share the conversations that we're having with our AIs. And for cost, my OpenAI bill last year at this point was about a couple $100s per month, so it's nice to move off of OpenAI billing. And for a strategic reason, because going forward, when you build these applications and your users are using it, retaining your own data means that you can eventually train your own models and retain your own IP, right? Okay, so as the line between the JavaScript layer and the underlying models blur, what we're trying to do with all of the different projects that we've built is just push people to train their own models, because training your own models is the ultimate goal here. We've run a lot of internal experiments, exploring different AI tooling and across the stack. From one of our experiments, we're seeing that RAG gets you to 62% of the way in terms of accuracy, but it's really the fine-tuning, the continuous training, and then even in the pre-training, coupled with RAG, that gets you almost all of the way. Okay, so we built Cortex to help developers, in particular JavaScript developers, to build AI applications, but also retain all the control and give your users the privacy that they deserve. And we built it to be a full replacement for the OpenAI platform. So the API endpoints are completely one-to-one and fully mapping. But the idea is that you can deploy a full OpenAI platform on your own hardware, on your own workstations, or in your own data centers. And you can make it work with your existing OpenAI implementation by just changing one line of code. Right, so yeah, we see that a lot of you guys have your laptops. So if you wanted to install and follow along, Gabrielle is gonna take you through a live demo, interleaved throughout the slides. Okay, are we here? Yeah, so why use Cortex? Well, we help you scale from local development to prod. The idea is that you build once, but you can deploy it to any hardware for your users using any device on-prem or on edge. And it doesn't run just, or it doesn't just run Llama CPP, it also runs TensorRT LLM, so it hyper accelerates for NVIDIA GPUs and Onyx runtime as well, so it scales really well across multi-GPU or multi-node infrastructure. And it integrates with Hugging Face Model Hub, so you can expand your model offerings to the tens of thousands of models that are currently on Hugging Face. Okay, so Cortex is currently in preview. Expect it to be kind of unstable. We're rapidly improving the syntax. We'd really appreciate any feedback you guys would have. Oh, right, and it's fully open source. I think it's under Apache 2.0 license at the moment. Okay, okay, cool. So now we'll do the demo. I'll hold the mic. Right, and as Gabrielle does the demonstration, I'll talk about what's happening at the hardware level.
Yeah, so if you were following along, hopefully your NPM installation is done. Otherwise, just I'll demo it. So yeah, what we're gonna do is to just run, I've already installed it, so if I run Cortex SO, sorry, Cortex, my bad. The NPM package is Cortex SO, but the command is Cortex. So you see our very helpful help page here. And what we're going to do is to pull a model. So I'll run Cortex pull Mistral, for example. And I already have this model, but if you are following along, this would pull the model files from Hugging Face. So now I'm going to just show the models that I have on my computer. And fun fact, the only reason why I'm using Windows today, while I always use Mac, is just cause so that we can show the different engines that are running, such as Onyx, TensorRT LLM, and the GGUF, Llama CPP. So these, I do have all three engines here. And what is happening under the hood? Go ahead, Nicole.
Sure. Well, this is a quick screen grab to show you just how small and compact these models are and the variety of devices that you can potentially cram your AI engines into. Right, and at the hardware level, we'll be stepping through kind of the life cycle as we demo Cortex and explain what's happening at the hardware level, but at this step is quite straightforward. Your model is pulled from some internet LFS and it's stored on disk.
So probably this is the deep dive that no one really asked for when you run a model like command, what is actually happening on the GPU level. But we're going to dive into that. So back to our CLI, we're going to run a model. Cortex run Mistral. So live demos, demo gods, be with us.
Okay, so as that's going, maybe we flip over to the model loaded. That didn't take too long. Oh, later. Let's go back to the slides. Okay, cool. Oh, no, that's for the next step. I have to explain what's happening at the hardware level. Okay, next slide. Cool, so Gabrielle just loaded a model. So what's happening at the hardware level? So conceptually, the first thing that happens is the CPU makes a function call to get the model weights from disk, be it HDD or SSD. And those weights are transferred through the bus interface, likely via SATA, and it's loaded into the RAM attached to your CPU. Quite straightforward. Next slide. And often, and at the API level for Cortex, you can actually choose how many layers to offload to the GPU. And then the CPU either takes on the computation by itself or it starts to offload model layers to be computed in parallel by a GPU if it's attached. Okay, and then, okay, we're a bit out of sync. Yeah, and then in the GPU, the model is initially stored in the HBM, high bandwidth memory, or typically we refer to it as the VRAM. And then zooming into the GPU memory architecture a little bit more, this is a really good visual to have in the back of your mind. The VRAM is really the highest tier of memory, right? The data there, stored there, is still very far away from your end compute registers that's doing all of the AI computing. And so a lot of optimization techniques that we know, like flash attention, they actually push more and more of this data to be stored closer to the registers. And it turns out that it's actually still faster to do more compute further down than it is to do a lot of I/O from the further up VRAM, HBM layer.
Okay, so now that we've loaded the model, just gonna run about cats and JavaScript. Shout out to cats and JavaScript.
Okay, so this is running Llama CPP engine, right? So it's probably using just your CPU. Yeah, okay, cool. We'll show you guys the other engines and you guys can kind of cross-compare the speedups that we get across the different engine alternatives. Let's go back. Yep, cool. And as we shared in the beginning, we built this to be fully compatible with OpenAI platform. So on the left, you'll see that the curl request is the same. And on the right, it's equivalent to OpenAI-node, which is the JavaScript client, and you can replace it with just one line of code without changing any other lines. Okay, cool. So next slide. Yeah, so Gabrielle just sent an inference request to the GPU, right? So what is actually happening, or sorry, to the CPU, GPU. What's actually happening at the hardware level? Well, first, next slide. The GPU tokenizes the words into embeddings, and then it executes the transformer layers, which is usually done in parallel, and it makes an array of predictions. Okay. The final prediction, i.e. the next word that your LLM spits out, is done by the CPU. A response is then generated for the user, and yeah, here I tell a joke. Decimals have a point. Okay.
Yeah, so that was using Llama CPP. Now we're going to run it on TensorRT LLM, which is specifically for NVIDIA GPUs. So Cortex run, Mistral, TensorRT LLM. So it's gonna find the model, and just a fun fact, all the models are stored in this data folder that you can specify. So for example, for me, it's in just user Cortex models. And yeah, you can, all the models that you download will be locally in your computer. On that point, actually, let me just turn off Wi-Fi just to show it is running locally. Okay. Yes, perfect. Oh man, okay, let's try Onyx then. Cortex run, Mistral. And if you do want to go down the debugging route, I'm not going to do that, but you do have all the logs also in this folder. So yeah, feel free to ping us on Discord. Okay, tell me. Docs. Okay, typically it's a lot faster. I'm not sure why. Oh, no.
Okay, maybe we'll give it a second, and then we can wrap up the slides in the meantime. Okay, cool. So we usually really, so why are we doing it on TensorRT LLM and Onyx, right? TensorRT LLM, if you guys know, it's built by NVIDIA. It compiles models into an NVIDIA GPU-specific execution graph, the CUDA execution graph, which just highly optimizes computation for their tensor cores, their CUDA cores, and how they manage the memory latency. And then just very quickly, we typically love to show these cheat sheets that we made of the entire inference ecosystem. I think typically when we operate at the application level, it feels very black box and there are so many options. So we kind of mapped out what is happening at every layer in the options that you have across inference runtime, hardware SDKs, and the underlying machines. And of course, we started off working with Llama CPP, and now we've expanded to Onyx Runtime and TensorRT LLM. And we chose that because those tend to scale a bit better across setups where you have multiple GPUs or even multiple server nodes. Okay, yeah, we can skip this. Yeah, and this is the Qualcomm ecosystem, the Intel stack, which is also really cool, and then finally the AMD stack. Cool, nice. Yeah, so again, Cortex is in preview. As you can see, sometimes it's a little bit flaky, and there's a lot of hardware level troubleshooting that we typically do. So yeah, if you guys are interested, the docs are at cortex.so, or you can just type cortex-h. And then finally, thank you guys for taking the time. No? Okay. Demo gods are not happy with us today. Go to the last slide. Cool, yeah, thank you guys. Feel free to DM us. Feel free to DM us at our new Twitter if you guys would like an onboarding or if you encounter any issues.
Thank you very much for the sharing. Thank you very much. How many of you are managers? Okay, so other people, you know, you are a manager now because you can manage Cortex, you know. Cortex can be a very nice employee for you. Okay, we have a very short break, and then we will get back soon. So you can go, you know, go restroom or grab a drink or something. Yeah, there's tea over the other room as well. So we'll be back in 5 minutes, okay? See you in 5 minutes.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps. And modern, intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, incorrect username or password. Let's select a browser, and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test authoring AI assistant to generate tests. Let's generate a test to log into Netflix and change password. Sweet! Once I've set up the test, I can schedule it to run anytime, any day, even when I'm asleep or on vacation. I can also set up notifications to alert my team when the test has failed. Now, with automated tests, I can know for sure if my new changes are good to go into the hands of my users. Try UILicious for free today.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps. And modern, intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion.
Okay, you will get your food after the session. Don't worry, we will feed you. Okay, how many of you write about WebAssembly? Wow, other people, you're nice at all. You have to take care of those people. They need help, you know. You know, one of the things I like about Singapore is they really care about disabled people. So if I'm disabled, I can go out myself. I don't see this much in other countries. So, you know, for those people who cannot see, the web assembly thing is very, very helpful. So let's welcome. Your name?
Raihan.
Wow. Okay. Let's welcome Ran to give a sharing about embark your journey into WebAssembly.
Right. Okay, can you guys hear me? Yes. All right, cool. So yeah, once again, welcome to the conference. So yeah, as you know, we're going to talk about the accessibility. But before we jump into the topic, I would like to thank you to the organizer giving me the opportunity to be here. And also, not forget to mention, thanks to all amazing attendees in here. Can we make some noise and give applause? Woo! All right, so let's make it quick. So yeah, bear with me to embark your journey into web accessibility. Make website accessible for everyone. So yeah, as you know, my name is Raihan Ismara. You can just call me Raihan. I work as a front-end developer under Telkom Group Indonesia. So obviously, I'm from Indonesia. Has anyone here been before? Okay. Okay, nice. Yeah, if you haven't, like, you should come and visit so many great things you can explore there. So yeah, help my country, go visit Indonesia. So yeah, actually you can connect with me, follow anything. Like you can also listen to my podcast as well, Codevcast. So yeah, I think that's about me. So let's keep moving. So sorry. So wait. Okay, so yeah, here's the list main topics that we're going to cover up for 20 minutes. So the first thing, like what is accessibility, how user navigate, and principle, and etc. And also the bonus is the unit testing. I will check to you how to unit test your components as well, for make it in-out how it's not only the outside but also inside the application is also tested for facet in accessibility. All right, so first thing first, what is web accessibility? Okay, and what is the accessibility itself? I mean, when you're saying about the accessibility, you can also like pronounce like LE or A11Y. So basically, it's numernim. So it's number-based word. If you count it, like 11 letter. Like if you type lazy, you can just LA something. And the accessibility itself is the meaning has meaning of the quality of being able to access or be entered by everyone, including people with disability. So when it meets web, it has the same concept. So basically, the web accessibility is when you developing, when you're designing, when you're tooling your website so that everyone can use, can access, including disables. More specifically, they can like perceive, interact, and navigate, contribute to the web itself. There's some quotes from Mary Pat Radewell. She was like one director IBM back then. For people without disability, technologies make things easier. For people with disability, technology make things possible. If you take a look on the real life example, there's like we never thought it was like gonna happen, but right now, if you see in real life example. For example, like, you know, the curb cut, the behind the story of the curb cut and the sidewalk. So the story began after the American veteran back to the country. Long story short, some of them lost their legs, arms, so they are not in wheelchairs. And then they wanted the fairness when they go out. So some architect designed the curb in the middle. So when it was designed for disabilities, it also makes things better for everyone else. If you have like bike or stroller with you, you can just lift your weights easily. And also, these things, you know, the navigating apps. In the past, we never thought that we can driving while your phone's navigating your lead way to some place. But actually, this concept was the text-to-speech and text-to-voice, which also was implemented earlier back in the touchscreen calculator was meant for visual disabilities. What else? You name it, like closed captions, also really possible. You know, you can just easily understand in the middle of your meeting or work, you know, listening your contents while you turn on the closed caption as well. So how are we going to get involved in this community? I mean, what is our part to do it? We can make website accessible, but we need to know how actually user with special needs navigating the website. The answer is two. One is the assistive technology and the adaptive strategy. When you're saying about the strategy, adaptive strategy is more to the technique or how your software is offers. Like you offers for the user can change the contents, like font size settings, font color settings. So that's the adaptive strategy. How like your software technique, your software offers to the adaptable changes. And when you're saying about the assistive technology, it's more the combination between the hardware and the software itself, like keyboard, SIP and POP device, screen reader, and etc. And obviously, some user may have kind of different ways to navigating the website. For instance, like people with physical disabilities, the convenience, the easiest way for them, which is the keyboard. But in fact, in the wild, in the field of the reality, many website is not fully support of the keyboard accessibility, which is the kind of problem, and lack of visible focus and focus order. And also the physical and visual disabilities have kind of same problem. For example, this one is device is the SIP and POP device. This is kind of not cheap, you know. It's the kind of works this thing is like this SIP and POP device. It's generate the electrical from the breathe in and then it output to the how the user got a like computer, you know, assistance. And then physical and visual abilities. Also, like the current problem they face is like unclear links and lack of the keyboard access, and also poor visual focus, and also miss of alternative contents. The other users like completely blind, the alternative same alternatives and lack of keyboard accessible. So and the same like unclear structure as well. Also, the physical disability and low vision may kind of like have poor contrast in the website and relying on colors. This kind of also a problem. And hearing disabled. So the kind of problem they face is like there's no closed caption in the contents that we put in our website, or there's no subtitles, or in the level of your category, maybe there's no sign language of it. Also, for the cognitive and learning disability, is also kind of same like previous. So how do we to solve kind of this problem? Let's more to talk more technical way. We can solve this with several things. For the problems that we saw earlier, the lack of the keyboard accessible, we can add some tab index, you know, tab index. Yeah, but you need to be careful in here. Tab index is not always the right answer. Okay, so like for example, if you want to make some, you know, tab index can focus on the like model or dialogue. Tab index minus is really great for that. And yeah, something like this. So it will be good for the model, something, the dialogue. And the other thing is the natural tab order is the tab index. So it's the common way. The common one is using the tab index 0. You can add it to your div or something. And also if you add some tab index, the multiple tab index, it's kind of the first thing that we see in the DOM, it will be in the tab index 1, and so on and so on and so forth. And for the problem that we faced earlier is like lack of focus, we can add some CSS, you know, to the VS Code, like focus, hover, and how actually the button is when on focus, on hover as well. And yeah, something like this. So the user will exactly see the difference between when it's focused, when it's hover, etc. And the other thing is using the right way, or the semantic way, the element. If you want to make some link, use the proper element to do that, like anchor, element tag, not using the span, and then you make up this to like a link or something. Because why? A-Link is really good for the website. It's work with keyboard, and also it can be bookmarked in the browser as well. And the other things that we see is the unclear structure. So basically, the website is based have like header, navigation, main, and article and side section. So you need to stick with this structure. And what's exactly under the hood of these of the accessibility things? So when you try to load some components, it's actually transformed to a DOM like this. And then what is actually see in the screen reader, especially for user with visual disabilities, they transform into the accessibility tree. So accessibility tree is like something like this. So we have kind of like form and something like this, and then the accessibility will transform the DOM into something like this: main, form, combo box, button, something like this. It looks like in here, if you see on your Chrome or a browser, it's like this is the DOM, and this is the accessibility tree. And you can play along if you like want to debug yourself. So it's like kind of simple website in the retro ages. So how user screen readers see the website. So this only like simple images, bunch of text, and yeah, white spaces, something like this. And the other thing is like if you made some checkbox, and you need to be careful because if you want to add some text within your input, you also need to wrap it in the label things. So in the in the user with the special needs in screen readers, they will have like input something like this, not check, right? They didn't see the text in here, but you can like wrap it with label things. You can also like wrap it or reference for the ID as well. And if you want to build like custom input, custom elements, custom components, there's like a way to solve it using the way area or the accessibility accessible rich internet application. Let's say you want made some custom components like checkbox like this, or switch alerts, or toggle button like this. What we can do is using the div and then add some raw or semantic ways. That's why the way area exists, to make it look like a real semantic component for the toggle or your component, your custom component. Under the hood of this is also the same. Like they gonna render if there's some way area, then it will be acting as the component, and then they add the area to the accessibility tree. Also, there's area labeled by. You can also if you want to make your solving wizard, etc. Also, described by is also good for the hints for your forms, anything. There's a bunch of the more area that you can learn, but this is so messed up, so I make it easier for you. You can also scan after this talk, maybe this in this end slide. So we move on to the accessibility principle. We need to know about how actually if our website already meet this principle, like perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust, then your website can be, let's say your website can be accessible enough based on WCAG guideline. So perceivable means your website can be represented in different ways, like in braille or different text, like to speech, etc. Then also you need to provide text alternative, so important in here. For media, you can also like adding some time-based media, like adding transcript or closed caption, something like this. And also for adaptable content, you need to fix with the structure your web pages, like header in the head and the top, and the bottom is the footer. Also, making distinguished content, don't rely on color alone, and then you can add some icon for the changes states of your components as well. Yeah, also operable, meaning your website can be accessible by any of input devices like keyboard, mouse, etc. So, and also enough time for user to read your contents. And don't to made some cheesy animation, too many animation in the website. It's kind of avoiding messages and physical reaction to user. Also individual content, it's kind of quick in here. So input modalities as well. Yeah, and also understandable. A website is using the simple language, on the point. And yeah, also predictable content, and yeah. And also the last one is the robust. I mean, your website, it can be, it can be accessed by the different screen sites, like on phone, tablets, iPads, anything. As also there's WCAG guidelines that you can check, just the standard of your website for the accessibility. And how actually we auditing the accessibility. We can use the manual and automated, use Lighthouse and Wave. If you using the manual testing, you can bring some real user with physical disabilities to check your website, then add some this testing with the extension like screen reader, and also accessibility inside for web. Also, DevTools, this is kind of famous one. Yeah, something like this. And also, if you in your code, you can X linter. And if you don't have enough resources or teams, let's say budget, you can use the leverage the component libraries that exist, like Chakra UI in the green one, Material and Bootstrap, and Spectrum from Adobe, Radix UI, which is good. You can just focus on your business logic, not forgetting about the way area and etc. So this is sample, the demo that I made. Maybe you can check React to Do's Omega Persol in here. So everything is worked for finally, but I think it's not time. So yeah, the retesting is you can check is if you want to test your component, so you can check by the get role, not by the class or ID anymore. So when your class or ID changes, it is still gonna facet to the testing as well. If you have bunch of buttons, you can also by using the get roles, something like this. And you can also if you have heading something, yeah, this one. You can also combining with the linter, like xlinter. If you so there's no skipping accessibility in your component anymore. So also using the testing Cypress, you can also using the Cypress as well. It's also good, contains in here. So we can inject with the Cypress, something in here. Yeah, this is testing with my Cypress. And so what benefits all of this? I mean, we can increase our website to increasing the audience by making more inclusive, obviously, a better user experience, and also is improve the search engine optimization. And it's morally right thing to do. And we don't want some user to, reporting our website is not accessible enough to avoiding potential discrimination also. So the resource that you can learn more is you can check in here that I made some links as well, but if you lazy to type, you can scan this all along. Everything I put resources that I learned about web accessibility in here. I made a repo in here. So yeah, in summary, accessibility is not just how you adding some tab index or alternative contents, alternative text to an image. It's beyond that. It's more than that. Accessibility is how to make your content and the website itself is usable, accessible to various environments or abilities. So I think our homework as a developer is not done yet. There's plenty of things that we should do, explore more. One of those is the accessibility itself. Thank you for your attention. I'm Raihan. See you around, and yeah, salam, peace, bye-bye. All right.
Accessibility is for, wow. Okay, thank you very much. Make sure you follow this guy on Twitter, and or if you're interested into web accessibility, you can talk with him during the lunch break. Also, always make sure you got the context, so you can talk with the person in the future after today. Okay, how many of you are fond of object-oriented programming? Okay, how many of you are fond of functional programming? Okay, nice, nice. So we will welcome Henry to give us a sharing about simplified, reactive, and functional programming. I secretly saw the code and the demo as well. It's really very simple, and it's very nice organized as well, well organized as well. Let's welcome Henry.
Hi, everybody. And yeah, today, we're going to talk about functional programming in the context, of course, of front-end development. So I'm Henri, and I'm the co-founder of OK Contract, which is a startup which does front-end automation for blockchains. And somehow I won't talk about blockchains at all today, but there's a link. And the link is that when you do blockchains, there's a lot of things that happen in the client, in the front end. And because there are less servers, because we want to decentralize as much as possible the infrastructure. So the client itself is responsible for managing dozens and dozens of connection, asynchronous calls, gathering bits of data, recomputing everything locally in the client. And because of that, the blockchain clients are extremely complex. And we struggle with the complexity. And I have often this joke just to get started is, people often, they talk about backend, and they say, oh yeah, we're doing this and that, and it's super complicated. And oh, you guys, you just do the front end, that's one thing. Whoever lived this? Like, oh, you're doing the front end, it's so easy. Oh. Yeah, it's too easy. What's happening?
Okay. Oh.
No, yeah. Okay, no, okay. But indeed, when you look at what is exactly happening inside those applications, it can be extremely complex. And even more complex than backends, because backends, you split the components pretty well in your architecture. You have tons of different servers doing different things. But when you are building your front-end artifact, usually there's everything in it. And so it's more complex, especially when you take into account that there's a lot of asynchronous calls and asynchronous data to manage, and you want to do this in an optimal way. And the problem is, I'll go straight to it, state management is pretty hard to get right. And we think that functional and reactive can help here. So just to make the definitions clear, and I know that several of you know functional programming, basically, one of the main aspects of functional programming is that the values are immutable. So for instance, if you define a list U, basically, it will never change. What you can do is you can construct V, which prepends 9 to that list, but V is a separate value which starts with 9 and then points to U as a list and construct the append list. By the way, who knows what syntax is this? Close, close. It's OCaml. And it's just that it's one language which has a longer history on programming the web with OCaml, and I did that part. I was the author of a framework called OPA, and the OPA compiler, basically 15 years back. But also what OPA didn't have is reactive programming. And reactive programming is the way basically to manage asynchronous data streams. And basically, instead of accessing values directly, you use an indirection where you subscribe to values, and then the values can change. So if you are into semantics of programming languages, of course, that should ring a bell, and you could say, oh, maybe we can represent this as monads, which are a way basically to encapsulate computations as values with primary two operators, so return to create a monad and bind to combine it. And you'd be right, and it's probably the right formalism, and there's still a lot of research that we can do in that area. Also, I'd like to quote this guy. I saw him on Hacker News with an article in the last few days, and that guy says basically the functional people programming can be quite smug, and sorry for that, but they're often right. So I hope that it's the case. So getting back to it, when we talk about reactive functional programming, most often we are talking about a research paper which dates back from '97 by Elliott and Hudak, and which is FRP, functional reactive programming, and which is something which is extremely well specified. Basically, it introduced what is called behaviors for continuous change, and that is a value which is a function of time, and that changes over time. And then you can have events which are pairs basically between a time and a value and or change of the value for discrete occurrences. And there's a reason why they did this, is because at the time they wanted to do animations. And so you have something pre-programmed in the animation, and then that's what the user does, which changes the course of it. And this is why you have these behaviors and events, and then you have a pretty complex library of function, which we call combinators, to manipulate and combine these different behaviors and events. And that leads, for instance, to one library framework that some of you may know, which is RxJS. So basically, it's based on observables for behaviors and observers who watch the behaviors. And then you can have a lot of combinators basically to introduce the events. And there's basically a whole library, even graphic references on how you can combine these different operas. The problem with RxJS is it's a bit complicated. But there is a bit, another form which is quite popular of functional programming. Can you guess which one? Yeah? And spreadsheets. This is functional programming as well. But this is functional programming without telling it, so many people like to love it. And this was not unnoticed, because, for instance, if you look at Mobix, which I'm sure plenty of you know, in their own documentation, they say, oh, using observable is like turning a property of an object into a spreadsheet cell. So they get the reference right. But in my opinion, the problem with Mobix is when you look at the implementation, everything which was nice and functional has gone away. And basically, it becomes extremely object-oriented, extremely imperative-style programming. And because of that, it's verbose. And you're losing a lot of the nice properties that comes from functional programming. So this is why we started, in fact, a new minimal library, which we call cells, in reference to spreadsheet, obviously, and which we try to be a very pure form of spreadsheet, but without the UI. So it's a non-UI library that just does computations in a functional way. So it's MIT licensed, and we will never do a business for this. You can just use it as you want. And it's less than 10 kilobytes, minified JZ. And we really intend to be that way. Like we now have a 500 byte budget to add more features. It lies on two primitives. So there are two types of cells. The first type of cells is what we call a value cell. It's a value that you define with an initial value, and you can change whenever you want. And you also have what we call a map cell, and which is a computed cell, which is computed over other cells, which could be either value cells or map cells. And basically, you can set or reset the value of value cells, and the map cells will be recomputed, but they will never be redefined. They're immutable. How do we use it? So you just import sheet, which creates, basically, it's your object to create a new sheet. It's a new spreadsheet. Usually, you want one per application. And you can create as many cells as you want. It's not a 2D UI where you have rows and columns. It's a graph, basically. So it's a spreadsheet computing library in a graph. And you can create as many cells as you want. And you can create as well cells with promise. They are completely abstracted. And they are even abstracted in the map cells. So when you call, for instance, sheet.map, you are going to call, for instance, the function a, b gives a plus b on cell A and cell B. And it will be automatically recomputed as cell A or cell B change their values, whether they are value cell that you set manually or they are already computed cells. And if you have a long computation, for instance, you're fetching some data from an URL, basically you don't need to have a sync, you don't need to wait for them. Everything will be handled automatically in the computing library. So how do you get access to values? So, as we've seen previously, all definitions are synchronous. When you define values, when you define computations, it's synchronous. But because you're just defining the computations, they're monads. So you're not getting the immediate computation. This will be done later. So basically, you wait when you want to get a value. When you want to get a cell, you just await cell.get. You can access the immediate value. For very rare case, it might be renamed using .value, but more often, what you want is just to subscribe and basically create a subscriber which will react to the changes of that cell. And that leads basically to building a compute graph. When you define all your cells, whether they're value cells or map cells, basically you're building a graph of all the computations that will happen in your app when your app is running. And you define this graph beforehand, and then basically at runtime, you just run it. So at any given time, this graph gives a functional program. It's very easy basically to add new definitions or to transform or to add new definitions, but transformations, of existing cells is never allowed. It's immutable. And memory management is something that I will dig in because it's semi-automatic. And we can't do more. So you can delete a cell manually if you want with its subgraph, possibly. But we have a feature that I'll present just next of proxies that automate the deletions of subgraphs, basically, which are attached, for instance, to a graphical component. And we also have garbage collection, but it's explicit. Like you have, when you're building the library function mostly, you can explicitly tell that you don't need a cell anymore, so it will be garbage collected. So let's see how proxies work. So basically, they are automated memory management for these subgraphs. So what you do is you just create a new proxy for a sheet, and all new cell that you will create will be attached to that proxy. And when you leave, you can call proxy.destroy, which cleanly destroys the whole subgraph. So when you have components, for instance, and I'll show you Svelte components or React components, it's very easy to create a proxy when you create your component, have all your local cells, and then destroy the proxy when you destroy or unmount the component. So if you've seen here the compute graph, which I've shown previously, there are some dashed lines. And those dashed lines are very important because it's the core feature which enables this to be very practical, and this feature is pointers. As long as you keep everything purely functional, there will be limitations. But what opens completely the scope of everything you do in a simple way is that we manage pointers. So basically, you can have a map cell whose definition is another cell. So basically, you could have, for instance, condition, and depending on condition, the pointer cell is cell A or cell B. And this gives you very easily all the flexibility you need basically to do very complex application. And I can tell you this is where most of the research into building cells itself went, because if you don't have pointers, it's quite easy to implement. If you add pointers, then it requires new research on the runtime, and it's basically something that we could publish in functional programming research conferences. One thing which is very practical is we chose to implement the Svelte store interface. So basically, you can use cells just as they were Svelte stores. So you can use $cell, for instance, to create a subscription automatically in your Svelte templates, or you can even use $cell equals value to set a value cell. And we'll be releasing a lot of libraries. I'll show some of them in conclusion. So what I wanted to insist on as well is when you have multiple libraries that use cells, they can communicate extremely well between each other, because the cells become somehow an API to exchange data and computations between libraries. And this is very important because this is the level of interaction that we often lack. Remember when I showed my first graph, I said, oh, front-end is just a single square in your infrastructure. The problem is when you have a lot of different libraries, how do they communicate between each other? It requires a lot of glue code always. But if these different libraries use cells, you can connect them extremely easily because they are the same data flow. So time for a demo. And this demo is based, of course, on Svelte. I'll try to zoom in. So here it's a very simple app where we're using a site called dog SEO, which basically gives you random images of dogs. So you can like or dislike. If you like, it's added to the queue, and it fetches a new dog. So basically, you see, do you like or do you dislike that one? Like. OK, like was the, oh, OK, dislike. If you dislike just because you have another one, and then, OK. And basically, it will always fetch a new dog. So this is a JSON API. And then we need to fetch the JSON, fetch the data, which is shown as well, because the breed here is a Malamute. I didn't know that one. Did you know? No, I didn't. But if you like, for instance, then you have another one, which is a Weimaraner, et cetera, et cetera. So this app, I will show you the link, is just, it's mostly one file. It's just the image component with the, you know, the nice loader, which is a separate one. And it's extremely simple. For instance, the function to fetch is just the native HTML fetch API. And we can also simulate a failure. If I fail, oh, error, no internet. It comes here. It's a rejected promise. But when I refresh, then it starts again with a poodle. And here, if you look at this code, it's completely straightforward. So I say the response is basically the fetch dog function. And then I map getDog URL, and everything is asynchronous here. You know, if I had to code this manually, there's async everywhere, but you don't see them. You just define your computation without a single async, You don't care at all about this. And then, if you use Svelte, you just use your subscription. And you just show the $URL, $breed, etc. And everything just works with no code. If you look at the import, it's just OK contract cells and the Svelte REPL. There's nothing. It's just less than 10K library, and it removes most of the boilerplate code that you usually write. So let's getting back to a few slides. It works with React as well. And it's not limited to Svelte at all. And we have this use cell hook, basically. And for instance, this is an actual sample of our React SDK. Basically, you define your cells and you use whatever cells that you want to present in your interface. You can omit the intermediary cells. The intermediary computations, you can just leave them to cells and not show them in your React UI. And this is the complete implementation of the use cell hook. It's almost nothing. It's almost empty. Because the only thing that you need to do is subscribe, and basically when you subscribe, you set the value of your React value. There's almost nothing. And it works most probably as well with other frameworks the same way. Another thing I wanted to show you is it's 9.5 kilobytes, including debugging. And here I want to show you another quick demo. And when you zoom Chrome, you lose the tabs, right? How do I zoom out? No. How can I zoom out this? Yeah, now it's done. Yeah, OK. Yeah, here. OK, so another demo. This one is running locally. And it's a to-do MVC, where you can basically do two things. So here you can see these are all the cells which are defined for my to-do app. So I can add foo, for instance. And then you see, oh, foo has been added to my graph. And I can compute the live graph of all my cells. So I can add bar as well. Let me add bar. OK, and now you see I have this foo and bar, and they are sorted. There is an intermediary representation for the sort, and then it's sorted. Because if I say that bar is done, I say bar is done, and basically it's sorted. It goes to the bottom of the list. But if I uncheck bar, then it goes back to the top. And there's also a hash which is displayed here, which changes when I select another thing. And it's just an example to show that I can have a current selection. And you see the dashed line here. It basically means that here I have a pointer, and here I have a pointer as well. And for instance, the selection is a pointer. It's extremely easy. My selection is just a pointer to the cell that I can pass as a prop to, for instance, my Svelte or React component. And you will have the whole access to the cell itself where you can do anything. If it's a value cell, you can sell its value. And everything will react automatically. You don't need to care about the way you propagate changes. So it's really magical. And as well, we have this. Let me zoom in. So we have also 9.5 kilobytes. There is an injected debugger. So you can ask for the help. It says, oh, this is where basically you can generate the graph.graph, et cetera, et cetera. You can see, for instance, what is the cell number, let's say 2. I don't know which one. Oh, cell number 2 is the hash. It depends on cell number 1. Nobody depends on it. And this is its current value. So basically, it's super easy to debug all your computation by accessing the values directly. OK. There's also a standard library to manage arrays and objects like filter, reduce, sort, et cetera, and all this is, again, included in the 9.5 kilobytes. Debugging, this you've seen. And just as a conclusion, I'm on time or? No time. OK. 30 seconds.
The answer always no time.
OK, 30 seconds. So we use it in real life to build our SDK and the OK Contract Hub. And it's an extremely complex application because it's a blockchain application. We fetch We use libp2p basically to create a peer-to-peer network. We connect to random nodes using the peer-to-peer network. We also connect to the blockchain nodes directly, which themselves are decentralized. So we are connecting to maybe like 50 servers to serve this UI, and 50 random servers. And there's a lot of computations which is happening as well. We have to decode, we have to verify crypto signatures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So for this, we use 5K cells, and it's working way faster than what we initially implemented manually. And this is how I will conclude the talk, is because when you think about it, when you code manually, what happens is you think that you organize your code in functions, you organize your code in modules, but when it's asynchronous, you begin to wait for one event. And maybe because you're waiting here, unless you're using workers properly, which maybe you aren't, then you are suboptimal. Versus here, we compute a whole graph of everything. And every bit of data or every bit of asynchronous computation that comes then does an optimal way of recomputing the next wave of data until you have everything you want in your app. So I really think it's a life changer. So the links are github.com okcontract/cells. Several libraries are on the way. We're also building UI components based on cells. The demos that have shown the to-do and the dogs demo are here. And of course, yeah, if you want to, you can follow me on X. So I'm Henry Dash.
Thank you.
Dash, okay.
Thank you.
And OK Contract.
I have to say that's more than 30 seconds, but I forgive you because you're nice talking. And you can search OK Contract and Henry OK. You can. Welcome Shilin to give us a sharing about untestable Google login and 2FA. Stage on yours.
Okay. Hello everyone, good morning or good afternoon already. My name is Shilin and I'm the founder and CEO of UILicious. So I've been coding for 16 years, I know I look very young. And I mentor junior devs whenever I can. And after 16 years of testing, folks sometimes ask me, hey Shilin, what's the secret to reducing bugs in code? I tell you the secret is very easy, is to delete it. No code, no bug. No. Bad advice. Don't listen to me. Okay, I tell you, the correct answer is automate your tests. But sounds very easy, right? Should be a piece of cake. And this is why we make the junior developers do it. No lah. Actually, it's because it's a pain in the ass. That's why we make the junior developer do it. Okay, but there are a lot of hard problems in testing, especially when it comes to the UI. So date pickers, hard. Drag and drop, hard. Maps, hard. Crypto wallets, I test before, hard. Now, last year I did a presentation also. Pressing button, also very hard. Yeah. So today I'm going to talk to you about MFA. What is MFA? I'm sure all of you have encountered it before. It's called Ma-Fan Authentication. If you don't know what is Ma-Fan, Ma-Fan means troublesome in Chinese. The more Ma-Fan, the more secure. Ask any cybersecurity people, they will agree. Yeah, more Ma-Fan, more secure. Okay? So what is MFA? It means using 2 or more factors to verify your identity, commonly something you know, like your password, and then something you own, like your mobile phone, and something you are, like your face, your eyeballs. And in some environments, like financial systems and enterprises, this is often mandated. You often need to have a token Okay, so how do you test, or how do QA teams test systems that are behind mandated MFA? So a few ways is to disable it, or right, in testing environments, sometimes you can, or you can mock the MFA systems, or we can set up some test accounts where we know the secrets and we can generate the OTP. However, sometimes these strategies don't work because maybe your organizations do not allow MFA to be disabled on any environment, even if it's test environments. Maybe the MFA is really complicated to mock because it's integrated with SSO. Maybe you want to test if the application is correctly handling the callbacks from a SSO system that is, has mandated MFA. Maybe you want to test production, or maybe you want to do RPA on production for some reason. And sometimes you just want to test the contents of the email and the SMS sent by the MFA system. So how do we test it? So I'm going to show a few demos today. We are going to see how can we test email OTP, SMS OTP, as well as time-based OTP. Okay, so for time-based OTP lets you test systems that connect to social media networks, because a lot of them allow you to configure time-based OTP, set it up with an authenticated app. So you can actually use this for a number of websites that require you to log in social media accounts as well. Okay, so for email OTP, what we are going to test is we are going to test HQ.xyz, which is a fintech SaaS, and because they are a fintech SaaS, they have a mandated MFA that is sent by email. So they are using Auth0 to implement their user authentication. And what we are going to do today is we are going to use Selenium WebDriver on Node.js, as well as Inbox Kitten, which is made by us at UILicious. It's a free disposable email service. Okay, so let me show you. This is Inbox Kitten. It's really, really cute. It gives you emails fetched by serverless kittens. And then this is one of the example emails that we get from HQ when you trigger their OTP. Okay, so let me show you the code itself. So I'm not going to bother telling you what the automation code is. I'm just going to jump right into the OTP code itself. Let me just make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so assume that you have already triggered the OTP flow, and you see the text, enter the code that we have just sent. What you want to do is you want to get your automation script to open a new tab, switch to the tab, open the inbox, and we'll give it the email address that we want to open. So with a disposable email service, you do not need to have a separate email and password to enter. You just go straight in the inbox and you can get the mail already. So at a short wait to wait for our email to arrive, and then we'll just check for our email subject, grab the latest one, and then after that we will grab the email body, and then we'll use regex to just extract our OTP out. Once we get our OTP, then we will go back into our login and then fill in our OTP. So let's run this piece of code. So let me go ahead and trigger that. Okay, moment of truth. Just going to play some music. Whoop, there you go. You have to wait for 20 seconds for the email to arrive first. It's from Neko Atsume. Okay, there you go. Okay, so that one is using Inbox Kitten. You can actually host Inbox Kitten if you want to. We have a GitHub repo for it. And then now, SMS OTP. So SMS OTP is a lot more complicated. You need to get a real phone number to do this. So for this, we are testing Airbnb, which has a mobile phone as your identity. So it will send you, every time you log in, they will send you OTP. And my fingers crossed that today's demo would run well, because I got rate limited a few times. So to do this, what we are going to use is MailerSaw, which also provides email testing, but more importantly, they have a SMS inbox for you. So once you have a MailerSaw account, you can set up a new phone number. They will give you, for me, I have gotten a US phone number from them. And then here's my Airbnb verification code once we receive it, which is really simple to use. So let's have a look at our OTP, SMS OTP example. So this one is very similar to the email example. We are going to wait for SMS to arrive, and then we will import the MailerSaw client from MailerSaw, and then we'll give it our API key, our server ID, and then we'll wait for the SMS to arrive. Once we got it, we'll again use regex to extract our OTP out, and then we'll go back to our browser tab to fill in our OTP. So like, let me hope that I'm not really limited. Oh, what's wrong? Oh. Hello. Hey. No, no. Okay. Let's try to solve this right now. Oh, how do you solve this? Why is this so complicated? This is. No! What is this? Why did it make it so hard these days? Is this right? Too done.
Let's book our hotel instead.
Oh fuck, what is this? Why is there so many? One thing I can't solve with automation is reCAPTCHA. Even with AI. My god, how am I supposed to rotate this to the right one? Cannot. Okay, I give up. Yeah. I give up. But you get the idea, okay? Okay, well, then let's talk about OTP, time-based OTP testing. Okay, so today for OTP testing, we're testing Featherless, which has a Google login, as well as GitHub and Discord login. But all of this supports you pairing it with an authenticated app, and basically whenever you pair with an authenticated app, you get a QR code which contains the secret which seeds your OTP. So then what we'll do is we'll use the OTP generator library to solve this problem. Okay, so let's have a look. So before you automate run the automation, you first need to get your secret. For Google, it's quite straightforward. Once you go into your account, you click on Authenticator, and then you get a QR code, but just say that you can't scan the QR code, and then this will give you the secret over here. So you grab that secret, and then we can use this library to generate our OTP. Ta-da! Okay, so let's go and run this. Run the next example. There you go. So this is pretty much it. The code is really, really short. Dun, dun. Okay. Should run really fast. I hope I don't get rate limited either. Problems with testing on production. I think we got in. Ta-da! Okay, that's it. Okay, so yeah, that's how to test email, SMS in theory, and OTP, time-based OTP. Okay, so if you have any more untestable things you want me to test in the future, Cityjs, you can let me know. That's it. You can go for lunch now.
Oh, nice. Thank you. So after this, I can listen to music, dance, and wait for my test done. Okay. Now, like, it's lunchtime. You can go to the breakfast room previously. Now it's lunch room. So go grab a food and talk with people. And make sure you add the contact so you can talk with the person in the future as well. Okay? See you later.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps. And modern, intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, incorrect username or password. Let's select a browser, and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test authoring AI assistant to generate tests. Let's generate a test to log into Netflix and change password. Sweet! Once I've set up the test, I can schedule it to run anytime, any day, even when I'm asleep or on vacation. I can also set up notifications to alert my team when the test has failed. Now, with automated tests, I can know for sure if my new changes are good to go into the hands of my users. Try UILicious for free today.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps, and modern intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, incorrect username or password. Let's select a browser and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test authoring AI assistant to generate tests. Let's generate a test to log into Netflix and change password. Sweet! Once I've set up the test, I can schedule it to run anytime, any day, even when I'm asleep or on vacation. I can also set up notifications to alert my team when the test has failed. Now, with automated tests, I can know for sure if my new changes are good to go into the hands of my users. Try UILicious for free today.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps. And modern, intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, incorrect username or password. Let's select a browser and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test authoring AI assistant to generate tests. Let's generate a test to log into Netflix and change password. Sweet! Once I've set up the test, I can schedule it to run anytime, any day, even when I'm asleep or on vacation. I can also set up notifications to alert my team when the test has failed. Now, with automated tests, I can know for sure if my new changes are good to go into the hands of my users. Try UILicious for free today.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps, and modern intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, Incorrect Username or Password. Let's select a browser and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test authoring AI assistant to generate tests. Let's generate a test to log into Netflix and change password. Sweet! Once I've set up the test, I can schedule it to run anytime, any day, even when I'm asleep or on vacation. I can also set up notifications to alert my team when the test has failed. Now, with automated tests, I can know for sure if my new changes are good to go into the hands of my users. Try UILicious for free today.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps. And modern, intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, incorrect username or password. Let's select a browser and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test authoring AI assistant to generate tests. Let's generate a test to log into Netflix and change password. Sweet! Once I've set up the test, I can schedule it to run anytime, any day, even when I'm asleep or on vacation. I can also set up notifications to alert my team when the test has failed. Now, with automated tests, I can know for sure if my new changes are good to go into the hands of my users. Try UILicious for free today.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps. And modern, intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, Incorrect Username or Password. Let's select a browser and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test authoring AI assistant to generate tests. Let's generate a test to log into Netflix and change password. Sweet! Once I've set up the test, I can schedule it to run anytime, any day, even when I'm asleep or on vacation. I can also set up notifications to alert my team when the test has failed. Now, with automated tests, I can know for sure if my new changes are good to go into the hands of my users. Try UILicious for free today.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps, and modern intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, incorrect username or password. Let's select a browser, and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test authoring AI assistant to generate tests. Let's generate a test to log into Netflix and change password. Sweet! Once I've set up the test, I can schedule it to run anytime, any day, even when I'm asleep or on vacation. I can also set up notifications to alert my team when the test has failed. Now, with automated tests, I can know for sure if my new changes are good to go into the hands of my users. Try UILicious for free today.
to give us a sharing about Vue Transitions API, navigating and
voice sound okay. Get some water and I think that's after lunch. So hope to get you guys a bit excited. My name is Chung. Then very happy to be back to Cityjs 2024. I think I was there last year talking about accessibility, and it was great to see so many of you. I think the 3 guys coming from Thailand still on the front row. So I would like to start by asking, like, when you are using any website, any application, do you ever seen a nice animation or like transition that kind of you feel that it makes the experience just a lot better? Not sure about you, but personally, I feel yes, very strong personal preference on that. And with Vue transition thing, it's going to be a bit easier when we try to implement the same thing on website. Hello. And before we get into the website stuff, let's talk about how do you do slides. Yeah, I know it's weird, but I personally trying a few tools. There's slide.com, there's Google Doc, and eventually, after so many tries, I still go back to PowerPoint. People were still like, yeah, why? Doesn't make sense. But in PowerPoint, there's something it's called morph, which is just, if you can use it, it just makes your the slide look so different. And in Keynote, it kind of has the same thing. It's like magic move. You ever heard about it? But the idea of morph or magic move is basically, let's say you have a slide. And on the next slide, you wanted to move this circle to the right. Is this normal, right? It's just flipping. It changes the view. But with morph, again, you have a circle on the left. And when you move to the next slide, the same circle is kind of moving. And if you kind of get around this principle of building slide, then it is going to make things so different. You cannot just change the position. You can change the size and the color. For example, this, look closely into the slide. And you can also move things into your slide. Or at the same time, you can bring things outside the slide. Yeah. Bring the object outside. So yeah, I mean, there's just some box and circle. Doesn't make sense. But in reality, right, if you kind of look into, like, maybe you have a chart, and you wanted to show the data over time. Easy. You go to the next slide, watch. I think it's a lot more intuitive than you just showing that's a new graph and there's a bar is higher, comparing to you showing that there is a bar is growing higher. So really, that's the point I'm trying to make. And that's, under the hood, the program PowerPoint is just trying to do this transformation. Yeah. That's it, simple enough. And it's not about the slide or like how to make a slide. Right? It's like, yeah, of course, you can make a nice slide, but what's next? Personally, I just never think that in the web, you can do something similar like PowerPoint. It's just not exactly the same. All of the capability you have was somehow, you add in transition and animation. It looks cool and all. Yeah, but it's just not the same. When you change like, move from one page to another, it's just not the same. You don't have this same capability to say I have one object in the previous page, and in the next one I wanted to move it. So, why does it look so different?
It's okay.
Okay, so cannot show it, but there is a gray box. It's a listing and the detail. On my screen, I can see it, but on the side, it just doesn't work. But okay, I built the same thing on PowerPoint. Okay, so there's a few photos. Think about it, there's a playlist, and it's literally built with PowerPoint. And when you, let's say, click into one, so just click into one. Okay, just click one. So it's notice the URL is like playlist, and I click one. See how the cover photo is growing, right? And at the moment in the web, like literally there's not an easy way to achieve the same thing. And with Vue transition, maybe we can do something interesting. So I just show you a live demo, that's how it looks like. See, that's, yeah, by the way, that's the app I built, yeah, clone of Spotify. I click inside, wow, so nice, awesome. I go out, I click into another one, wow, so nice. Yeah, see, cannot brag enough. So yeah, so I think the point, after this talk is I want you to equip with, you know, an API where making this kind of animation easier, technically to say. So, before I started, my name is Chung, and I'm the Google developer expert in Angular, even though all of the demo later on will be in React. I run Angular Vietnam, I'm gonna run Angular Singapore, I build a few open source projects, see, Jira Clone, Spotify. And currently I work at Senda, we build a loyalty platform for enterprise worldwide. Some of the people you might see in here at the back, at the fourth row. And welcome to Singapore. Can I ask anyone traveling from outside of Singapore? Wow, awesome, that's, woohoo, a lot. Thanks for coming. I'm not a local, but I've been here for like 10 years. So hopefully considering local. So yeah, let's get into start. Vue transition. It basically, you know, provide a mechanism for easily creating animated transition between web view. View is important. View is like really change the URL, you know, page to page. Think about it this way. And when talking about view transition, there's two things we talk about. There's the same page. Think about React, you know, Angular, or just a normal page which you have altering the DOM. Or a cross page, which is like MPA, like multi-page app, traditional server-side rendering. Could be Ruby on Rails, .NET framework, or could be like static side generator like Gatsby. So there's two distinctions between them. So we talk to same page first. And the whole idea is just around one single line of JavaScript code. So usually, you know, you have a click event, you wanted to add a class into a certain thing. You just do it. So now, instead of just do it, you are gonna call this method, and then you're gonna do it. So it's like you tell the browser that I'm gonna change the DOM before you actually do it. And then it is kind of taking a snapshot, not exactly a screenshot, not a photo, but it's like all of the node, all of the DOM, whatever. I mean, I didn't look into it deep enough, but it's kind of comparing between the before and the after. So you look into it quick later. But yeah, talk is cheap, so let's see some code. There's two, circle and square. Yeah, very abstract today. So in this example, there's one button and there's one circle. As you can see, div button, easy. I click, I add a new class. This class, what it does is basically translate the thing to the right and scale it at the same time, change the background color. And as you can see, yeah, nothing, right? Doesn't change anything at all. And if I enable this block of code, you see it? Okay, good. I comment the above one. Okay, it should refresh. So now when I click, yeah, it's a bit smoother. Do you see it? Do you feel it? Yes, awesome. So it's not just jumping, it kind of cross-fade to the next step. So that's the first one. Nothing mind-blowing, I know, but it's a good start. So now is the box. Box is a bit interesting. Box is like, I don't set the style of the box to move. I set the style of the parent, which is body in this use case. And as you can see, body is in type of display grid. And when I call this set random alignment, it just basically set two things, align content and justify content, which is not animatable at the moment. Technically, no. So you can see it's jumping, whatever, it's changing. But if you start to put this thing in, and here I do a bit of shape check, just say, yeah, if you have start view transition, then you do it below. If it's not, then you just call a function and it doesn't do anything. So now when I click into the thing, I think now it's easier to see. It's kind of, you know, crossfade easier. You can see it. And yeah, that's it. Thanks. That's all of my talk. Thank you for coming. Of course not. Let me just represent the slide again. It's not too short. I prepared for this for long. But you remember the PowerPoint thing just now, right? You have a same object in two different states, and that's is important. It's what you want actually. Like, so you can give it a name. Like just here is a view transition name, and the browser is gonna look into two different states again, but it's gonna see, oh, now there's a circle. So I know that the circle is moving from left to right, so it's just gonna do it for me. I don't really tell anything at all. I just give it a name, they're gonna do it for me. So sound very philosophical. Let's just look into the code. And actually the next slide is about, yeah, okay, let me just show the slide because the animation is nice anyway. See, so nice. So now we are going to the next one. Continue the previous demo. Nothing changed. Now in the circle, you just say view transition name. Okay, typing line is not a good experience. Name, circle. Doesn't matter, it just has a name. Except, I click. You see it changing? Right, it's not just crossfade anymore. Is it not too obvious? Let's again. So it's changing from the green color to the red color. Okay, maybe it's not obvious. Let's just try something else. So now I have the tool right here. You see show animation. In that tool, you can say, I want it to be very slow, very slow. So, oof. Yeah, that's how you debug things, right? So yeah, I hope it's clearer now. So it just, you give it a name, then browser is gonna figure it out. So look into the box. So here you see there's a box class, right? I just uncomment it. Should save, I believe. Is it save? Oof, yeah, now it's moving. I just give it a name and it's moving, right? So I don't really tell that I want to move it from this center to the top right corner. It just moved. I didn't do anything. I just give it a name, literally. Disclaimer. And I never know like how exactly detail at the end. But it basically, all the one that we just talked, is surrounding the single API called document.startViewTransition. And when you call this, it's like browser is start capturing the old state. And then when you are altering something, it's capture the after state, look like that. And it's gonna capture all of the elements that has view transition name in it, which means by default, there's a root. Yeah, it's a HTML tag, that's the root, the top one. And you can put in a custom one. So you think about it this way. You have two paths, there's a root, we don't care, and there's a box. And it's, comparing, you can kind of see, oh, there's a box, center to the right. I hope that's how it works. I didn't read the code, so. And then, it's gonna create this kind of interesting pseudo tree element where you have, look complicated, but there's two important things, the old and the new. That's it. It's just gonna create an old one representing the old view of the box and the new one representing the box, which means you can use it, because it's just a pseudo selector on CSS, you can use it to customize your animation. That's how it looks like. You put in a spin, it's rotating. And I used to say, oh, I want it to spin when there's a new thing coming out. And then see, that's the spinning. Spinning. Yeah. You want to see it in low action, I can put it like in 2 seconds. You can see it very clear. But that is the, default CSS style coming from all of the browser. You look closely enough, there's a root, right? That's over there. And you go down a little bit, you see that there is duration of 0.25 seconds. So by default, everything is 200 milliseconds. Yeah. Okay. So when you think about just now, it's just the same thing on the page. So is it like, why is it linked to SPA and stuff? So look into SPA. SPA is basically just a single page. And when you click into a link, it goes to the next page. And in this, the whole thing, you wanted to put a layout. There's a navigation on the top. And basically all of the thing at the center, like the content, the outlet that you call it, in Angular, in React, now it's called outlet. It's just replacing the component. So it doesn't refresh the page, it just takes the new component. It essentially just replacing the DOM, technically to say. So we look into another demo. And this is a demo using React. So I close it first. Just close it. Ooh, close it. So you see it? Okay, that's a demo using React. There's nothing crazy. There is a link. So shock. That's how Singapore we say. Yes, that's so cool. That's so shock. Pet 1, pet 2. Nothing crazy. So the code, let me see. That's a Ruby code. We don't care for now. Yeah, the Ruby code is important for the MPA. So React, and you see that's the cat 1. Yeah, just some div. You don't care. Yeah. Cat 2, just some div. And the important, I think, is lie down in the main.tsx, where you just configure a bunch of routes. Right. When you go to homepage, you want to load the root, which technically just a layout. In the layout, there is some navigation. Okay. Hope it's clear. There's navigation. And there's an outlet. Outlet is where you're replacing the component. That's, hopefully, it's, you've done it before. And I have, cat and then playlist. We look into playlist and cat. But actually now, when I wanted to enable Vue transition, it's very deep inside the library itself, like the React Router DOM where I'm using. So it's more like when I click a link, then React Router DOM is gonna, replace the DOM for me. So I need to access to it, but luckily they expose a new API call and just unstable Vue transition. Yeah. You put it into the link, it is gonna try to call the callback under the hood document.start Vue transition for you. And let me just change into pet 2. Okay, unstable Vue transition. Woof, back. Do you see that now? This is fading, right? It's fading now. Again, it's fading. One more, fading. Some is not very pay attention. I do it very slow for you. It's fading, right? Woof. Seems to work. But the interesting thing is like when the new thing is coming out, you already see that the cat is like smiling. Do it again. Because like when the start, the icon is already live. Right? It's not just a screenshot. It is really a live version. That's important to take note. And let's say you want to do, I don't want to do just simple thing. And I want to do some stuff which just like custom SPA cat animation. So I say when there's a transition, the new pet is sliding up from the bottom. And then the old pet is sliding down from the top. So I just say Vue transition O and root and new and root and putting the slide. And I put some cubic breezer. That's why animation is not linear. And with that, now I click again. Try. Oof, very slow. Very slow, very slow. Let's see it in real, right? Yeah, it's faster. But if you look it into the slow motion, you see like, the navigation is also moving. Like, who built this website? How can you ship something like that to prod? I didn't mean anything, yeah. And so we can try to persist enough by just going back to the layout. That's where I put the nav before, right? You can see there's a nav. And basically, I just give a name, style, and Vue transition name. Anything, because it's like nav. So because now, like, between the two states, the browser can tell there is a nav, and it just doesn't move. So I will not do anything. So you just set it the name, so the element, if it doesn't move, it will persist there, right? That's the idea. So again, okay, not too easy to grab. Yeah, so now the nav is staying as simple as that. Okay, I think, is it enough about cat? Yeah, cat is, I think, is enough. We see so many cat photos. Let's look into playlist. I think, let me just remove all of this code for now. Okay, yeah, maybe just remove. Okay, let's just remove the CSS. So playlist, what does playlist mean? Yeah, playlist is, just the snapshot I just showed you, and I used to build it with PowerPoint, and you can see it's when you go into playlist, that is when this thing is get loaded, right? When the playlist component get loaded with a list of things. And when you go inside one, it just say loading. I put intentionally 1 second, to show the delay. And I go back, go into another again, just loading, and show the detail. Nothing crazy. And actually there is, there's 3 bar here that's showing that there should be a track below, but on the screen it doesn't show. I change the color later on. So you look into the code. It's use playlist. Use playlist, it's just using use query, React query. Basically, you just say, I wanted to fetch this data and link it to the key. And the next time you call the same thing, I will probably just get it from the cache, for example. And the same for use playlist. So it's the same, I put a different key, and you fetch, And what I'm trying to say, let's just put in the unstable first, see how it looks like, unstable. Go back. Yeah, now it's kind of cross-fed. Yeah, I know everyone wanted to see things in slow, so I just go back. Very slow, very slow. So we can apply the same principle. We put it a name and see how it looks like. So on the listing, I intentionally just put an image, so that is easier to show you a code demo. So I just say view transition name, which is cover. Okay, maybe not. By the way, this thing needs to be unique, so I need to put cover and the ID, playlist ID. And then I go to detail, and I put the same thing. Sorry if I type code too fast. That's just how I do. Sorry. And I go back to playlist. I go in. Oof! Nice, huh? Of course. But okay, it's not that easy. Okay. The reason it works is like, I'll show you how it looks fresh. Like when you go in, it has a momentary of trying to do this loading stuff. So it doesn't have the same image to compare. And in all of the demo that you see online, they just assume you go in, there's data. But it's not how the web application you will look like. You go in, you need to fetch data from somewhere before you can render. So, of course, when I go back again, because it's there, it's cast with the ID, so now it's working. So I just go back, now it's working. But for the new one that doesn't have the cache, it doesn't fetch this yet, it doesn't work. So to solve it, in a React query, where's my friend Daryl below, he used to implement this, use playlist. You can just say, actually, when you are trying to fetch the new playlist, you set the initial data. SPA, is it this one? Initial data. And then you need to bring in cons query client. Is it? Okay. So the whole thing here is trying to do is like, okay, when I try to call the playlist, like try to fetch the playlist, first of all, I try to find if it is on the card first before I actually making an API code. So as you can think about it now, when you go into a playlist, and if it's there in the list itself, you have the data, you don't have to fetch it again. Or at least you have a simple version of the playlist you wanted to render. And you might want as well just to fetch for the list of songs, for example, below, right? And so, go back. Okay, let's disable this slow thing. Yeah, I have a lot of slides. So now it seems to work. I just refresh, I click inside, it's working. It doesn't have this loading state momentary showing. Again, go back, seems to work. Go in, okay. How many I have? I know, but I start a bit late. Yeah, okay. Anyway, she said okay, so I can spend maybe a few minutes. The slide is long. So yeah, I think that's all about SPA. Okay, persistent loading, then initial data. You all seen it, so we don't have to go through it again. And that's something you need to take away with start view transition name, the old and the new. The new, very important, is live. The old one is just snapshot. It's freezing. And that's how it's supporting in Firefox. Firefox is the only one that doesn't support it yet.
You finish at 55. Okay.
And that's, you know, that's finally I have something about Angular to say. Yeah, of course, it's supporting in Angular 17. Awesome. The one I'm using was React Router DOM. It's already supporting. And okay, I spent 2 minutes about crosspath. They don't look into it. So crosspath, once again, it only works when you go in like same size, same origin, which is like that, right? When you go from example.com to login.example.com, it's considering cross origin. It doesn't work anymore. So yeah.
It's okay.
Okay. So.
Can you show the most interesting demo? Yeah, for us. Yeah, so we can upgrade our portfolio of websites to make it,
thanks, Anne.
Make us looks more expensive on portfolio, so we can get better paid job.
So the important takeaway is like you don't have to document.start view transition to trigger thing anymore, because it's JavaScript, you're gonna be throwing away anyway. So now you just click a link, it is gonna trigger it, but you need to opt in where the two pages need to have this rule of CSS present. So yeah, without further ado, I just show the Firehard demo. So that Anne is happy. So now it's Ruby on Rails. Anyone here is doing Ruby? So I'm gonna just, it's just application. Soon, very soon. So Vue MPA, Vue transition. Okay, I put in navigation auto on the CSS. And then on the view, I've just put in same thing. It doesn't seem to, sorry. Okay, sorry. Now I was a bit freaked out. Vue MPA listing, and then Vue MPA detail. What's detail? Image. Vue MPA detail. And then you go to localhost 300, 3000. Playlist. See, it's work, right? It's literally, it's trying to, you see that spinning, that's very important, that's the spinning. It's trying to go to the server and fetch from the database and render it, and then it's render the page, and it even work when you disable JavaScript, even work. Okay, I will not show this because we're too late, but the last one is, that's a stress test I made. You have a random 100 emoji, and when you click this button, what's gonna happen? Yeah, it just changed. Yes, 100 thing. It's gonna change. But basically, I have the Mark M2, so it seems to be very smooth. But we need to test it on the lower end device and see how it looks like. And with that, and it's freaked out. So yes, you know, I just do the thank you, and that's the way you have it 10 years ago. I was invented it, and no one do anything. They were just laughing, like, why are you doing this? And now, yeah, of course, now you have it. And because I'm late, so I will skip all of this. That's all of the keywords you need to take note of. And that's a slide. That's a demo. Thank you so much for attending my talk.
Thank you for sharing. If you're interested into translation API, you know who you find later, and scan the QR code there so you can find him on social media as well. Thank you very much for your sharing.
Thanks a lot.
So I know I asked this question the day before yesterday, but we have more new faces today. How many people of you are using AngularJS at the moment? Angular? No? 2? 3? Okay. So Angular, yeah, Angular. Because the next sharing gonna be mastering Angular directives using illustrative patterns. Have you heard illustrative patterns before? No? Okay, then all of you will learn new things today. Yeah. All good? Yeah.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
Nice.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all good. Thank you. Let's welcome Pankaj, right?
Yeah, Pankaj.
Yeah. Welcome, Pankaj, to give the sharing about mastering Angular, directives using illustrative patterns.
Yeah, illustrative patterns.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So this talk will be about Angular directives. You know, if you look at any framework, they use basically components. But additionally, Angular have something called as directives as well, which is a building block somehow. So we will go over to understand first what is directive. I believe everybody know what is component and how it serves the current day's web application. So to start with, wait a minute. Yeah. So before we begin, like we will see, you know, there is a question like, is component is directive or directive is component? Most of the people gets confused to this idea, like what is it like? So try to solve this theory first, and then we can see, go into the detail of the directive. So you know, let's dig into it and let's see how it is internally. So you know, Angular used something called as decorator. That was, you know, a TypeScript feature initially. Now it is a part of ECMAScript, but you get to pass a properties to that decorator function, and in component you have multiple properties to pass. So I just clicked on component using control and the click button. I get to see the definition file, and I can see one thing which is very obvious: component extends directive. Oh, I think we have some answer now. Now we can say directive is a subset of component, and also we can say that component is a directive, correct? When it is a subset, then we can say that, right? That's a theory part. Okay, let's get a little bit more into it. So simple example, how we should create component. I told you, right, we should use something called as decorator. So you write a class, on top of that you write add component decorator, you pass few things like selector is unique identifier of component and a template and style, okay. How to write directive? Similar way, but now you write add directive at the top of the class, and you pass few less attribute than the component. It needs only selector and whether it is standalone or not, okay. Pretty simple, basic example. Now I'm going a little bit detail. That's not, you know, you don't have to think about this, but just see, if you go to the API of directive, it looks this big, okay. And if I just extract the properties, what are they? These are the few 9 or 10 properties out of them. Same for component API. It extends directive plus this many property. I mean, people will say, hey, too much things to learn, right? Why I should bother about that? So, you know, like, before we going a little detail, I will show one more diagram. Just now, the diagrammatic representation of directive properties and component properties. So this is the bifurcation. So what is the major difference between these two? Component, it has view. That's why it has template, and that's why since it has template, it has style. So you have an ability to pass template and style to the component, whereas in directive you cannot do that. So in short, what you can say is component is a directive with template. That means directive is the guy which is a building block that does not contain a template, okay. So now, you know, what we will do is we try to understand this 8 to 9 property, how to use them and what not. So to go before that, you know, I try to define one types kind of thing, like, you know, to find a pattern between how it can be used, and that can simplify the learning of Angular directive API. So majorly there are two types of directive, attribute and structural. If you talk about structural directive, you know, it's all about conditional rendering, if, switch, for, and whatnot. Currently, you can use this directive Angular already provide, and they almost cover all of the use cases. The next type of directive is attribute directive. And if you ask me, even documentation say the same thing. And the attribute directive is very vast. It covers a lot many use cases, and it is very difficult to understand. So what I did is, since it was a wider spectrum, I tried to divide the directive types into different types like composition, validation, event-based, exportable directive, extension, and helper. Just a disclaimer here, this type of directive are not in the Angular documentation, so we are using this for simpler illustration of how to learn the directive API, okay? So, you know this simple diagram, like match the following. In early days, like, in academics, like, we used to have this so that by looking at left-hand side, we can try to find what is matching on the right-hand side. Why not use this kind of pattern to learn the directive API and see how the directive API, each property can be used based on the types of directive that I defined. So what will happen is, while learning this, when you define any directive, you see what category it matches to, and then try to use those properties in a way, like how you want to use it. So out of that, selector, JIT, and standalone, these are the attributes. Those are very general, so we are not going to cover them. We are going to see all other properties, okay? Little bit about myself, I'm Pankaj Parkar. I'm working here in Singapore at Aeon. I'm Angular Active GD, also Microsoft MVP. That's it. Like, if you want to follow me, you can follow on handle Pankaj Parkar. So let's get back to the topic once again. First type was structural directive, the major type, which is a conditional rendering. So do you know, like, other than if, switch, or maybe if, switch, and for, what are the use cases where we need the conditional rendering? A feature flag, a feature flag is kind of a technique most of the tech company uses to roll out a feature tactically, maybe for certain users, or maybe market-wise, or geologically region-wise. So what basically it says is, we control these feature flags in a database or using some other platform, and we roll out a feature for a certain amount of people, okay? So it could be possible that when the feature is enabled, you will see the right-hand side, left-hand side, otherwise you will see the right-hand side, And how it handles in the code is, maybe in this case, you may need a feature flag directive. That can be, the star feature flag is the directive that Angular uses. It is attribute basically. And then you pass a condition. If condition satisfy, it shows the login screen. Otherwise, it has another template at the bottom, ng template, and it shows the template thing, okay? Simple. And on code side, how we handle the feature flag level things is if condition, right? Very simple. So this may be the feature flag code that how it may look like. So this is the single category that was on other side, structural directive, okay? Let's get back to the attribute directive. The first type was composition. When it comes to composition, what we understand is we create another thing based on multiple small chunks, right? Something like that on high level. In Angular, how you can do the same thing? Suppose you want to apply one behavior on top of some element. For example, directive generally denoted as they carry some behavior and they can help you to put it onto the DOM, okay? So over here, app ribbon is a component, and I want to bold the text flash cell as well as I want to blink it. So what I did is, I had two directives, bold and app blink. I just kept on the element. And magically it will add that behavior. That's good. How the bold component look like? Very simple. It somehow attaches font weight bold to the element using host binding. And the text, if text is look like this, it will change it to bold. Same way, the blink behavior will be very simple. It uses animation property attached to the element, and on click of that, you can also event will be emitted. So basically, the text may look like this on screen, okay? Okay, next thing, how you can, for this composition API, you know, now one of the thing like earlier, let me go back to the earlier slide. Now think about this, if you want this behavior to be applied to app ribbon component multiple times, what you may end up doing? You have to specify these two directives multiple times, right, on that element, and that is a not good way to do that, right? So Angular provides something called as host directive property. On that, you can directly specify your directive name, which is bold directive and flash directive. Now this will make sure whenever you use component, this will carry the behavior of bold and blink every time. So this is like, you know, for composition kind of directive, you may explore the host directive property every time. The next one is validation. Of course, like, you know, a website that we create always has a validation and whatnot, form elements, right? So for form validations, you can create a directive that can reuse across the application. So how you can do that? So to do that, you can create a class at the bottom, implements validator, and you have to write a validate method since it implements that. Your validation logic can go inside that method. Validation logic is pretty simple based on your code base. And this is important thing. Now you will add something called as providers. Providers is, you know, how many of you know DI, dependency injection, maybe? So it relates to that. So basically what happens is, DI is a dependency injection thing that is inversion of control. So basically they have tokens. So for a specific token, you can say how it should get the value, how that token should resolve. So over here, I just say provide needs a token, which is ng validators. In Angular, it is very specific. And then you can say use existing function that I wrote here. And every time when it comes to validating this particular directive, it will call that function which we have wrote inside a use existing. To use this on HTML, you wrote a directive. Now use it as an attribute because the selector name is how you have to use it. So this is the HTML to use it. Okay, pretty simple. So next is event-based directive. When I say event-based, generally we have you know, the elements where we need to keep a track of events, like maybe drag and drop, I don't know. Or maybe in this case, I just take an example of copy, cut, paste. Okay. In Angular, how you can write these events using directive? Simple, you can use something called as host listener. Okay, now you are wondering, I'm using the decorator every time. So Angular has this way to use. Most of the time, Angular relies on decorator. So when I say host listener, how to remember this? Host listener meaning the host, which is where the directive has been added as an attribute, and it will listen to specific event, and then the parenthesis will accept which kind of event it is. So in this case, the host listener event is paste. On the next line, it is copy or cut, and the second parameter is array of something, which is $event is special way of saying event object in Angular. So that's why you will see the function have e thing, which is coming from the array. Okay, the array to the function. Okay, parameters to the function. Okay. So one way to write this way, right? The event-based directive. How you can use any existing property to make it more simplified? You can use something called as host property in Angular. And now you have to, Angular has a convention. When it comes to event, you have to say parenthesis. And when it comes to property binding, you have to say square bracket. So that's why over here I am referring to events. I will say paste, copy, cut, that will be in parenthesis, and what I want to do, the method name and you know, whatever functional call you want to make will be there. Same way you can do the property binding as well. So this is basically the replacement for host listener as well as host binding. Okay. The way you should use is, again, use selector on the specific element where you want to make this directive to apply. This was the third thing. Fourth thing, exportable directive. You know, suppose I have an input element and Angular has something called as ng model, the two-way binding. Okay. So, so what if like I want to use this two-way binding to apply the, manage the validation part, right? If the input is required or minimum character limit is not reached, how I can do that? So over here you will see one thing which is line number 5. In this case, it is saying hash username is equal to ng model. So this is a template variable syntax that is used in Angular. What it is doing, behind the scenes, it take the instance of ng model directive and put it on the template variable called as username. Okay. So then you can use that username variable that has errors, valid or multiple property, and then you can manage the validation part easily. Okay. Why you can do that right now? Because of export as property. I think we will look at how should we use export as property maybe in next couple of slides, but you know, it is a way to say that, hey, I have a directive. If you want to use that instance for something else, you can use export as property. So exportable directive basically will be export as. Another example, if you don't use export as, see, this is how you should do it. Use @viewChild and viewChildren to get an instance from the HTML, and then you have to go by index each time, and this is very troublesome way to code. And when you use export as, it is very simple to get instance of specific element that you want to get hold of. Okay. Nice. So see, in this case I use form.valid. In the other case you should have been doing the other way around. Okay. Last thing, so second last type is extension kind of directive. So when I say extension directive, you know, we have generally a case where we use third-party libraries. In this case I am using mat table, and I want to do some default values. I want to write some default values for the component when I use it. For in this case, I have a pagination at the bottom. Throughout my application, the pagination should be, I don't know, 50, 100 always, not the default one, or not I should be passing every time. So this kind of directives comes into the category of extension directive. Okay. So how can you do that? Like how can you write the extension? See, the current way, mat paginator, this guy is a component, and I have to every time pass that third party component what drop down value it should show. Okay. Now how can I default that? To default that, you just need to write another directive with the same name. See, you don't have to write another directive with a different selector. And over here what I did is I wrote, I dependency injected like a paginator thing, and on ng on it, which is kind of on start of the component, it sets the default value to 5 to 10. So now whenever your application runs, it will by default will refer to 5 or 10 drop down value, which is a pagination count. So this kind of directives are very helpful, and those are called as extensions directive. Sometimes, you know, people unnecessarily end up writing a wrapper component, which is more maintenance that you have to bear, and this is the best way to do this. So in this case, what you elaborated is you played with the input properties of specific component. Same way you can also play with outputs. You know, in Angular, input and output is kind of way of passing data to the component, communication of the component. Okay. So last thing, helper type. So take a simple example. Suppose I have one component, user details profile page, and I want to print that element when somebody clicks on the print button. Do you think this code will work in Angular? Any Angular guy? Will this work? Yeah, it doesn't work. You know, it's not that like somebody thinks, oh, it is holding reference of that user details component, but it doesn't directly. It has the instance of user details component. So how to handle such cases? Such cases can simply handle by writing a directive, or the traditional way would be write a view child, then inside that you use that user details read element ref and whatnot. But simple way to do that is write one component, write one directive that will act as a utility, okay? And it will use something called as queries now. Okay, queries is content children, view children, right? There is a different way to write that thing. Like you can use queries property and say what query you want to do. So I just say form view child, okay? And then I get access to that DOM. And when it comes to uses, the thing is like I just say hash component equal to element util. So basically what happened is when component instance created, I got the access to the directive object which contains one property line number 9 which is holding the element DOM. So that way you can just pass the component.dom while printing the element. And that will be, this utility way of is one of the best way to write some reusable code in the directive and expose it via export as feature, okay. So that was all about, all 6 types. Now let's come back to the initial slide, match the following, like how things are there and what we have learned, how to map to a specific property of directive API. So if you want to use composition API, you should use host directives. If you want to use validation or you want to play around with form control, whatnot, custom form control, you may end up using providers mostly. When you want to have something which is event based, either you will have host binding or host listener, which is under the hood, it is same as host, okay? Property of directive API. Exportable API uses export as. The best example is ng model. Then extension, which is, you can elaborate inputs and outputs, you can play around with them. And the last but not the least, helper component. It may help you to play around with view children, content children, or alternatively you can use queries option of directive API. And this is it, like this is the directive API, and maybe you first decide while developing application which kind of category your directive is falling in, and then use the properties appropriately. So that was it, and thank you so much for listening. You can follow me, and yeah, after the conference we can talk about Angular.
Yeah,
Thank you
very much for sharing though. Scan the QR code to talk to him in the future. And you also know who you find later if you are interested about Angular topic. Now I'm not going to raise a war, but I need to ask who are using Vue.js. Okay, so the grammar of Vue.js is quite different. You wrote the HTML and JavaScript and CSS in one single file, right? It's called single file components. And our nice speaker, who is also a Vue contributor, gonna bring us a talk to let us understand more about Vue single file components compiler. We would understand how we can make it happen, how we can write HTML, JavaScript, and CSS in one single file. And I found this very fun. How many of you play Switch? Nintendo Switch? Zelda fun?
Oh.
Because this guy bring a Nintendo one to help him for the presentation. I found it very fun. Okay. All good?
Duplicate. Not very stable, I guess. But already duplicate. I just want one. I just want one letter. Oh, okay. Where it is? Let me find it.
Okay. Nice.
Display. So, where is the resolution? Oh, this one, right? 1080. This one?
Yeah, correct.
No.
Oh, nice, nice.
Whoa, it's a really technical issue. And that. Or any MacBook is okay.
Yeah.
Just a URL.
Yeah.
Any other MacBook, any other laptop is okay. It's just a web page. So.
Yeah. Oh, web.
Try first.
Okay.
Sorry for the issue. That's happens, you know. Every time I do events.
Okay,
It's nice.
Cool.
That's, oh.
Oh, no.
It's okay. Maybe just wireless thing.
Do it again.
It's loose, is it? Oh, nice. Don't move it anymore.
When?
Move it anymore.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, you are back. Wow.
Then what about just another one? I have another USB. Just a USB.
Don't breathe.
Maybe you need your.
Okay, let's save time. Just use another laptop. Just use another laptop. It's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. Sorry. Just a URL. Open the browser and key in the URL. I just need the Chrome. Okay, thanks.
By the way, Evan is here as well. Hi, Evan. Hello. I heard you are the best singer among programmers, right?
No.
Then you are the best programmer among singers, right?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, yeah,
Thanks.
Jinjan's back.
Thanks.
Let's welcome Jinjan to give us the sharing
you.
about understanding
Thank
Vue
you. Sorry for
SFC
waiting.
compiler.
Thanks for waiting.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah, let's start. I was told we're running out of time. So, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, this is the first but not the last Vue.js topic today. Ladies and gentlemen, understanding Vue SFC compiler. Please allow me to introduce myself a little bit more in a front-end developer's way. My name is Zhao Jinjiang, if you can get the memes. And also a Chinese nickname, Gou San Gu Si, which literally means Pythagorean theorem. Okay, I'm a Vue.js team member, and at the same time, I work at Bit, which is a component-based development platform. You can also find me on Twitter, GitHub, and email is also welcome. That's my introduction, so let's start. What is Vue SFC? Single file component since 9 years ago, 2015. By definition, a single file component is just a file which includes template block, style block, and a script block in one file to define your Vue component. This is a very convenient way. It changed the way, 9 years ago, it changed the way we organize our front-end code, definitely. And further, For Vue application, you can just compose or put the Vue components together to build your Vue application. That's the way we build Vue applications. Some details about the Vue single file component. First one is the setup block. Since from Vue 3, we have the composition API, which most of the data logic you have to put your most of the data logic inside the setup function. However, you still need to export default setup function, write something like that. Then with the setup block, you don't have to write that wrapper anymore. You just put your setup logic inside the setup block. That's the first I like to mention. The second is the preprocessor. If you prefer Sass, less CSS, TypeScript, or other dialects, you can just put a line attribute to make it work in your single file component. That's the second point. Then the third point is the SRC import. So in case just in case you have some external files to use in your single file component, you can just use the SRC attribute to do it. Yeah, that's about the short introduction about Vue single file component. For more information, you can check out our website for more. So how do Vue SFC work? Usually via a bundler. Yeah. I guess mostly you use Webpack and Vue. We have two plugins to do that. In Webpack, we have Vue Loader, and in Vue, we have Vue.js plugin Vue to make it work. But to understand how it works under the hood, let's take a step back to talk about how a bundler works. So in a simple version, the bundler just compile all the source code one by one into some I call runtime code, and then combine them together or bundle them together according to the dependency graph. Now you might wonder, what is the runtime code? In short, runtime code is just a pure JavaScript or CSS code that can be accepted or supported in the browser. And in our cases, that also means we call some Vue runtime APIs in the JavaScript. Let's see an example. Let me zoom in. May I? OK. So here's an example. You can see it's just two blocks, setup block and the template block. You can define a data named message and put the message into the h1 tag and the input tag. And once you modify the value of the input tag, the same value will be reflected into the h1 tag. That's how Vue SFC works and looks like. Then you may wonder, what's the equivalent runtime code? Let's see the equivalent runtime code. That's a clean version. You can see the setup function, which is compiled from the setup block, obviously. And you can see the render function. There's a lot of things, which is compiled from the template. So you can see open block, some APIs like open block, create element block, with directives, create element, we know, yeah, we also have directives. And they are all imported from the Vue package. I use the esm.sh/Vue here to make it work online. But yeah, they are all the APIs from Vue package. These are what we call Vue runtime APIs. Maybe even as a Vue developer, you're not familiar with that. It's OK. Don't be scared. Even there are more than that. Even more. They are just Vue, fine-grained Vue runtime APIs. But you don't have to know that if you just write Vue single file component. Since we do the compilation job for you, that's also one of the important things that we can leverage or we can bridge the gap between a good development experience and the good performance and bundle size, right? So if you are interested about the full list of the Vue runtime APIs, we don't have a documentation, but we have two index files you can refer to. One is the runtime core index, another one is the runtime door index. You can find all the Vue runtime APIs through those index files. OK, so back to the Vue SFCs. So how do bundler plugins handle them? I think there are two main points. The first point is we have a dedicated library, Vue compiler SFC, to compile or to pre-process the Vue SFC files. There are just four functions: pass and compile script, compile template, and compile style. I think names tells. First, we pass the SFC into different blocks, and for each block, we run the corresponding compile function to get the eventual JavaScript code or CSS code. Particularly in template, since a little bit verbose, it compiles HTML fragment into JavaScript code, so it's a little bit tricky. For example, we have this h1 tag in template, then this will be compiled into this JavaScript function. So time is limited, so I'm not going to the details, but you can refer to another package, compile FSC, for the implementation and all the things on the hood. Okay, and one more thing I'd like to mention is the Vapor mode, which would be still work in progress, but would be the next generation or next version of the Vue runtime API and corresponding compiler. Even it allowed you to drop the virtual API layer in the runtime, so it can get a better bundle size and performance. Yeah. Okay. So the second point is the virtual resources I called. Let's say in bundlers, maybe you already have some preferred dialects preprocessor like Sass loader, Less loader, TypeScript loader, etc. in your bundler already. You may also want to use them or reuse them in Vue SFCs. So here is the idea. We have the 3-layer process or 3-step process. First, we use compiler SFC to pass them into blocks. Then we use the block, content of the block, as virtual resource to pass them to the corresponding preprocessor you'd like to config in your bundler. And then after that, we come back together and use Vue compiler SFC again to do the final compilation. Here's the example. There is a file, hello-world.vue, if you, sorry about the color pattern, but there is a style block, which is less CSS code, and a script tag and template tag. So first step, we pass them into different blocks and name it as a virtual resources with the type query and optional language query. So that's the first step. Then the second step, back to your bundler. If your bundler already has the less CSS preprocessor, it will handle the less CSS code and compile them into preprocessor code. Then the final step, we go back to Vue compiler SFC to do the final compilation step. Then that's the whole process. Okay? So an overview, on top level, we have Vue Loader and Vue.js plugin Vue. And under the hood, we have the core library, Vue compiler SFC. And in between, in the middle layer, we have a lot of jobs like handling the virtual resources, hot module reload, source maps, session modules, and other stuff, a lot of stuff. So to sum up, that's how it works. Then let's talk about some actual thoughts and practices. First, you may miss some other cases also use or have the Vue SFCs like the playground we just demoed, which is pure implementation in browser. It just pass and compile Vue SFCs in the browser. The second case is the Vue.js, which also passes and compiles Vue SFCs in the testing environment like Jest. There are even more, like some new projects I met this year, like Vue Vine, which support multiple components in one file, which is even crazier. And another one, I just saw it yesterday, Vue 3 SFC loader, which can load Vue SFC source code from the CDN and make it work in the browser. Super crazy. Anyway, all of them are encapsulated upon Vue compiler SFC and a lot of middle layer work beside it. So here comes the question, could we do that in a simpler way or reduce the repeated job? So the answer, or my answer, is the Vue simple compiler, which is created on my own. So it's a simpler version of Vue compiler SFC, which call all the functions in a row. It's just one function, compile. which accepts your source code and some necessary options, like whether or not you support how much reload or some other stuff. And it will return you the JavaScript file and some CSS files. Even if you like to analyze the dependency, we also return the external JavaScript file list and external CSS file list for you. Yeah, just one function. Let's take an example. Back to the hello world.vue. With Vue simple compiler, it just returns a Vue.js file and a Vue.css file. That's it. Then you can console them further in your cases. The story behind this is actually my current job, Bit. So let me introduce it a little bit to understand what happened. Bit is a component-based development environment. And so first, you can maintain your code in a component-ground way on Bit. That's the first thing. Then second thing, users on Bit can import any components from our Bit cloud into your local workspace and debug or maintain or develop together. And after the debugging or finish the maintenance, maintaining your component, you can just publish back to the Bit cloud, and that's it. You can delete your local workspace after that, totally. Then the third thing is every component can be further consumed as an npm package if you just want to use it rather than modifying it. So that's Bit. Then back to Vue SFC on Bit. Comparing with the bundlers, we need to turn the virtual resources into some valid files to make it valid in npm package, which can be further consumed and published. So that's why I created Vue simple compiler, just to make sure the output are all valid files, not the virtual resources. So here's the practices on Bit. First is the Vue Bit compiler for Vite files, or Vue SFCs, which just calls the compile function and generates these files. Like my first.vue from the left side will be compiled into the 4 files to the right side, a .css file, a JavaScript file, and 2 source maps. Yeah. And the second practice is Vue SFCs on Jest plus Jestom on Bit. In this case, we didn't call or we didn't use Vue.js. Instead, just lines of code, very, very simple and straightforward. We just compiled code into JavaScript and pass the JavaScript into the Babel for the last mile transpilation. That's it. Yeah. Since in Jestom, we usually don't care about the CSS or rendering effect, so we just process this CSS code. JavaScript code. For more details about that, please refer to our website, bit.dev and bit.cloud. Yeah, that's it. And by the way, welcome to check out my component on BitCloud. One is today's slide. I made it. It's a web app. I mean, you can find the source code and the package on BitCloud. And another one is the mirror version of the Vue simple compiler. Yeah. I will share the link to the slides after the conference, so you can check it out. Thanks. And another case is my own tiny little project named VLite, which is a minimized version of Vite, inspired by Vite. I have 3 main commands. The first is the VLite, which works just like a static web server like HTTP server or server, but instead, or additionally, it supports Vue files, JSX file, and TypeScript files directly. So when you request a Vue file from the browser, it will just call the Vue simple compiler to compile your Vue single file component into a pure ES module, so it can work in the browser. Yeah, here's an example. It's too small. But anyway, the source code from the left side will be compiled into the ES module from the right side, so you can make it work in browser. That's the first command. And further, the second command is VLite build. So think about it. Every generated ES module has a valid file name already, so that's very easy for VLite to build your source file one by one into the static assets, which can be further consumed by the traditional static web server like HTTP server or server. Then one more step further, we can even bundle them together. So in this case, I utilize the roll down. I guess Evan, you will talk about that later, which is a Russified bundler with Rollup compatible APIs. I just integrated roll down from the day one it was open sourced. Yeah. But still experimental. Yeah. Here's an example. After running the VLite build and VLite bundle, you can see there will be 2 more directories. One is dist for the build result, and another one is a bundle for the bundle result. Yeah, I think that's all. So if you're interested in my projects, please come to my GitHub space. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
And we know more about the language extension. Wow. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. And you know who you find later if you're using Vue, I think is a very good idea. Like you understand how the compiler works, and it will make you find some new ideas how to optimize your Vue project as well. For example, make the bundler smaller and you get ready? Okay. Okay. And also, how many of you were in the Node.js workshop yesterday? Okay, okay. Okay, then those people already there yesterday, you have been used the tool Morse code is like you can code everywhere. And this is Dink from Morse Code gonna introduce like rapid AI plugin development with Morse code.
Okay. Due to the time limit, I'm gonna make a very different approach to my presentation. Yeah. Let's see. I'm just gonna speed up. Okay. So I'm Key, as in key to the door. I'm from Morse code. Morse code is a cloud IDE development environment, so that you can use your code anywhere, anytime. But before that, let me introduce a problem that you can use Morse code to solve. So have anyone used GPTs before? Yeah, GPTs. Yes. No? Yes? Well, okay. Let me introduce what AI plugin is and what is related to GPTs. So usually, your LLMs or GPTs are very good at understanding your intentions, right? You just input your natural language to the application, and somehow LLM will understand intent in your natural language and parse it out, and then respond with your text response. But it will be getting boring, if you keep getting just only test result, and you are not doing something real. I mean, real in the world. Let me explain. So if say when you ask the GPT to get the latest stock price or making a very simple trip, then you may expect the GPTs to actually pull those latest data or actually book the trip for you. But with the LLM itself, it actually can't access those data because those real-time stock price or the real-time airline infos are not in the boundary of the LLM's knowledge boundary, because they are trained on a fixed set of boundary, right? So in order for them to get a real-time data and to access all those data that it doesn't have, we actually, as a developer, can provide those information to the GPTs. So through a very simple API call. So actually, AI plugin is just a very simple API endpoints where you just serve on the internet, but it abides to a certain restrictions. In this one, actually, there's a service meta info. That's the endpoint that you're going to provide to the GPTs, so that the GPT know what is your service and what is for, and how many endpoints that you have, so that it will somehow choose your APIs based on your natural language input. So in this way, when you register your service or AI plugins, to the application, which is GPTs. When you input the natural language, LLM will parse the intent out as usual, but this time, the LLM will not respond with text first, but it will respond the requirement for the application to do. It will tell the applications to, oh, this guy is asking for this kind of information. Please make this API calls to the plugin so that I can have more information to respond with, right? So then the LLM will respond all those, bundle all those intents back to the application. Application will make the request to the AI plugins that you wrote. Then, with those information, we back again to the LLM with the latest data we have. Then LLM will respond with all those data you just provided. Then that's the purpose of an AI plugin. The sole purpose is to make LLM or GPTs have a real-world effect, let's say side effects in more technical term, right? So just as I mentioned, AI plugin just does bunch of API endpoints with certain requirements. But developing one is still can cost time because you have to somehow manage all these kind of components by yourself. But in reality, you only want to focus on your code logic, right? That's the application part. And you don't want to worry about the cloud provider or anything, storage or your even ingress, right? So that's where external applications come in to help you. So in Morse code, we embrace AI and integrate AI into our IDE, but we also want to use our Morse code to develop AI plugin for ourselves as well. That's why we provide 2 AI plugin templates for you to use. These 2 templates are ready to deploy. So you write your plugins, and we provide a API test functionality for you, so you can test your AI plugins logic right in the IDE itself. And after you, and your code may need some access. You may need access to Redis or NoScircles, and yes, we do have that, and you can access those right in the IDE itself. And after you develop your application, say let's sometimes you may stumble upon cross problems, right? And we have AI built in, so it's AI for the AI. You can use AI to do anything. It's just like the Copilot. Actually, we have a Morse code extension that is free on the VS Code extension shop that is a right-in placement for Copilot. And after you finish your, wait, where's the, okay. So after you write your code and you want to deploy it, we provide a CI platform that you can deploy your applications to the AWS right in the IDE with one click, a button. And I will show the demo later. And after you deploy your AI plugin, you can browse through all the endpoints that you write. And we also provide you authentication layers to use with GPTs or any LLMs. So also, did I just mention that you have to provide a specific service meta info endpoint for the GPTs to know your application? And then we generate that meta info for you and host it for you, so you don't need to write it manually. And yes, hopefully that's the very quick intro to the Morse code and how to use it to do AI plugins. Then let me show you a very quick demo about using Morse code. So this is the Morse code. You create a project out of one of many templates. This time I'm just going to choose a Node.js AI plugin template. So in about 30 seconds, we are in the IDE itself. Let's see, we have, there's one single actually, it's an application about managing your to-do list, right? We are looking at a very simple function to add one item to your to-do list, which is this function. And please notice there's a Redis hset command here. We can test our applications right here in the IDE. I don't want to write the input myself. I'm just going to let it generate for me. Then let's run the test. Yes, it's actually it's running great. And I want to actually check if there's anything in my to-do list. So I will just click on here. I'm just going to go get to-do list. Yes. See, there's one item that is just inserted. So there's a box inside here. And now I've completed my development. I'm just going to deploy. Come on. After you deploy your application, you will get a URL to access your application on the web. Yeah. Hopefully, it will success. Come on, come on. It really doesn't take this long anyway. OK, it's finished. So here you can see the list of all the endpoints you have, and that's the meta info that will be given to the GPTs. We can test out that it's actually working. See, it's saying hello world. Yeah. So that's it for my quick introduction to Morse code. You can always get Morse code for free right now. Just visit morsecode.com. Yeah, thank you.
Sharing, if you are interested into Morse code, you can always search morsecode.com to visit our official site. So now we're going to have a 10 minutes break. So just go grab a drink, and I will see you again in 40, OK? 2:40.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps, and modern intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password. Finally, I click Sign In, and I should see the error message, incorrect username or password. Let's select a browser and press the Run button. Ta-da! The test is complete. I can also use UILicious's test authoring AI assistant to generate tests. Let's generate a test to log into Netflix and change password. Sweet! Once I've set up the test, I can schedule it to run anytime, any day, even when I'm asleep or on vacation. I can also set up notifications to alert my team when the test has failed. Now, with automated tests, I can know for sure if my new changes are good to go into the hands of my users. Try UILicious for free today.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps. And modern, intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
You need to be impactful with both images and videos with a single API. You can crop, resize, transform millions of images within seconds, optimizing for modern formats to reduce page load and increase conversion. Object-aware cropping and facial recognition help your visitors get the most relevant content. Delivered responsively to avoid wasted pixels and ensure a perfect fit for all screen sizes, and with hundreds of other transformations like background removal. With an API and wide variety of SDKs for the languages and tools you love. Sign up for free and discover many more features of Cloudinary, trusted by over 1 million developers worldwide.
Are you still testing your web applications by hand? Really? Come on. Don't tell me you're too busy to automate testing. With UILicious, testing is a piece of cake. UILicious is a low-code platform for cross-browser testing. Our philosophy is test user journeys, not HTML. Let me show you. Here's how I write a test for github.com. First, I go to github.com. Then, I click Sign In, and I fill in the email and the password.
Next one.
Finally, I click Sign.
Yeah, we support Cassandra API, whether it can be upgraded without any downtime. Actually, the MongoDB for Cosmos DB. So when you upgrade the MongoDB version, will there be any downgrade? Will there be any downtime? The answer is obvious. Yeah, most of you have got it right. Still, Aaron is leading. Which of these two options work for this scenario? Yeah, probably this is a tough question. I will just skip this question. The last question. What is the latest version of Azure Cosmos DB JS SDK? What is the latest version? Let's see how many of you have got it right. Wow, we got only 2. So the next session is going to be very useful for you guys. All right, the final question. The native vector search is supported in which of these APIs? Someone is phoning and answering. Yeah. Yep. All right. Sure. All right. So most of you have answered it right. It's NoSQL and MongoDB core. Let's see who the winner is. Aaron? Who is Aaron? Aaron is not here. Probably they are joining online, like since yeah.
Who is Aaron? No, he.
All right.
Oh, okay. Who is the second best?
Second, Paul.
Paul? Aaron and Paul is not here.
Okay.
It's all online. Who got the link? Oh.
All right.
Dilip? No, not here.
Any one of you participated in this quiz? Like from the.
Oh.
Okay, probably you can come to the booth and collect your swags.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Paul.
So I'm Amanda. I'm Paul. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for being here. But you can win this backpack. There's time to enter. We're gonna do the draw just before the last talk. And sign up for developer account.
I will get that cool bag if I win the game.
If you enter the raffle, yeah, and win the raffle.
Okay. Okay. Let's guess for the luck later. Let's welcome.
Saji.
Let's welcome Saji to give us sharing about building scalable and resilient applications with JavaScript and Cosmos DB.
Thank you. I'm super excited to be at Cityjs. And we just had a break, right? Before I start, let's do an activity. Give a round of applause to Cityjs and Azure Cosmos DB so that I can take a video. Give a round of applause. All right. I'm going to upload this video saying that I got this applause for my talk. Yeah. So how many of you attended the workshop day before yesterday on Copilot with Azure Cosmos DB? I see a few hands. So this talk is going to be an extended version of the particular workshop where we will be talking about JavaScript and Azure Cosmos DB. Before that, I am Saji, working as a product manager in the Azure Cosmos DB team. I'm also a GD in Angular. And also, I contribute a lot on the community. You can see me active on Stack Overflow. And I do a lot of reviews on the books as well. Yeah, one of the things that I wanted to highlight is that be passionate about learning. This message is from our CEO, Satya Nadella. And once you stop learning, you stop doing the useful things, right? So that is very important. And this community sharing is all about learning something new. Probably you will take something out of this session as well. So if you look at any mission-critical applications which are running across the world, this is how it's going to look like. You have users from multiple parts of the world who will be using your application. And you need to make sure that your application runs 24/7 without any issue, right? So those applications are to be more scalable and resilient in order to cater the end users. We have been hearing a lot of talks about the front-end application today, like JavaScript, a lot of frameworks, as well as how to do the unit testing. But today I'm going to cover more about the data store. Without data, you can't serve your application to any user, right? So data plays an important factor. If you take any typical database, and today I'm going to talk about Azure Cosmos DB, which is Microsoft's premier globally distributed scalable database, which provides the unlimited scaling and latency in quick seconds. So if I have to talk about the features, since you are developers, some of these features are very relevant to you. It's fully managed, so you don't have to worry about taking automatic backups, doing failover, and things like that, which is automatically managed for you. And we provide 5 nines of SLA, which means you are able to manage your users 24/7 without doing any replication. And we also support elastic scaling. We provide horizontal scaling in the form of partitioning, so you can upgrade and downgrade based on your needs. Probably the slide is also acting like the application slide that I showed, right? How typical multi-users application behaves. I hope this time it settles down. All right. The mouse is open. Do slide. Slide. The mouse is. Okay. I think we are good. It's okay. All right. Yeah, and in terms of guaranteed performance, right, we provide SLAs for you, the number of reads and writes you do as well. So we provide 1 milliseconds when you read the data from the region we are accessing it from through the SDKs. And when it comes to developer friendly, since this being a JavaScript conference, as a JavaScript developer, we typically deal with JSON data, right? Cosmos DB stores the data in the JSON format. And also we provide SDKs to access your data whenever you need. All right, sorry about that. Yeah. Anyone has connected this? Let me try that. Sure. Yeah, you have to see the slides again and again so that you can get the answers right in the next Kahoot. Yeah, when it comes to developer friendliness, we provide SDKs as well as you have the support of GraphQL and REST if you're building web applications. And also we have the capability to run the cloud experience locally by using the local emulator. This is supported across Windows as well as Linux OS. And finally, we also have the analytical capability which you can use your Cosmos DB as a OLTP database and also extend the capability of analytical skills by using Synapse Link integrating with Cosmos DB. And also we have the native vector store, which is one of the questions that I had in the Kahoot. So you can store your data in the form of vector embeddings and then you can query it based on the previous demos that you had, right? We also have tight integration with OpenAI. So these are some of the developer-friendly features that you would see in Cosmos DB. If you still have this question about how to build mission-critical application that is vertically scalable or horizontally scalable, and also that provides latency guarantees, the answer is Cosmos DB. So that, and also as a typical developer, you would write microservices with the event-driven scenarios, right? So Cosmos DB has the capability to help with that. And if you're wondering about which applications runs on Cosmos DB, I'm sure that all of you are familiar with these names. So these are some of our customers who are using Azure Cosmos DB on a daily basis to serve their end users. With that, let me come to the main topic for this session, which is the JavaScript ecosystem on Azure Cosmos DB. If you look at some of these integrations that we have done recently and also in the past, the first one is Hasura. So if you are a GraphQL developer, Hasura has been the leading provider when it comes to GraphQL experience, and they use TypeScript SDK in order to build the connector. So we have tightly integrated with Hasura, and you can use Cosmos DB NoSQL API as a backend in order to generate the GraphQL endpoint. And also we have, how many of you heard of Vercel? I see many hands. When I asked the Cosmos DB question, nobody raised their hands, but now I see many hands, right? Because you are a JavaScript developer. So as a JavaScript developer, you are already familiar with Vercel. So we are tightly integrating with platforms where developers are at, right? So Vercel is one of the platforms that we have worked with closely. And also you can see OpenAI LangChain. LangChain is one of the recent integrations that is available in beta.
So these are some of the integrations and ecosystem that we have with JavaScript SDK. And if you still have a question about which customers or which large customers uses Azure Cosmos DB in JavaScript, you can see VS Code and Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams uses React and uses Cosmos DB to store the chat messages or the user profiles that we have on Microsoft Teams, right? So this is a typical example on how Cosmos DB can scale and also in the developer experience when you use JavaScript. So we do have a native SDK for JavaScript, which is completely open sourced. So as a developer, you feel free to contribute and also provide RFCs, feedbacks, and the project is completely visible to end users. So you can contribute in terms of PR and so on. And also risk security, when it comes to enterprise application, we provide the Entra ID integration and also RBAC with the form of JavaScript SDK. So whenever you do some queries, the user is authenticated and provided right roles are given. And also enhanced productivity. When I say enhanced productivity, we support multiple operations with the JavaScript SDK. I will show a demo of that. If you want to perform some quick queries or read operations or even fetch all data, we provide continuation token in the form of accessing large data set and so on. And seamless integration is something that I previously mentioned about. So we have tightly integrated with some of the native Azure services like identity service and storage service. So you can see the entire history of the integration in the Azure SDK, Azure/SDK JavaScript. So this is a URL in the NPM package, and you can see the active downloads and how the community is growing in the past year. In terms of JavaScript SDK for Azure Cosmos DB, we have 3 versions so far, starting from V2, V3, and V4. Recently, we announced V4 in public preview, and it provides some of the rich capabilities as a web developer you would need, starting with client-side request diagnostics. How many of you are frustrated when you do a web request and you don't see any response from the backend whenever you are using database? Raise hands. I see many hands, right? So that is a typical experience that developer would have. So we have integrated request diagnostics where you can track the request from your client machine to the server. In this term, it's Cosmos DB, how the request has been hit from the client to the Cosmos DB physical partition, and see how much time it has taken to send back the response. And if there is an error on the backend, you would actually see which physical server is causing that issue. And there are many more properties which you can access to see, to get the better developer debugging experience. And the second one is hierarchical partition key. When you talk about a scalable application or applications which are widely used by customers, you have to think about multi-tenancy, right? So we have the concept of partitioning. With this hierarchical partitioning, you avoid the limit of having large amount of data in a single partition, so you can scale it accordingly based on the partition key that you provide. So we support up to 3 levels of partition key. For example, if you are building a multi-tenant application, you have the user ID, tenant ID, and also the session ID. So you can have this user ID, tenant ID, and the user ID and the session ID. So you can partition your data according to these partition keys. And native vector search support, which I don't have to talk about. You have been hearing a lot of talks on the native vector search support, which is already available in Cosmos DB, and you can do it through the vector queries using the JavaScript SDK. And finally, LangChain integration, which is in beta mode. So we have tightly worked with LangChain team in order to make this integration happen. Finally, I also talked about the JavaScript ecosystem. So we have bridged Vercel and Cosmos DB together through this integration. So if you are a developer who want to develop things free on Cosmos DB, you can explore this integration by navigating to Vercel platform and then check the marketplace in order to integrate. So this is how the end-to-end experience would look like. You have your source code and GitHub, and then you create a new Vercel project. You import the source code, and then you go to the marketplace and check the integration. You can create a new Cosmos DB for free, or you can use the existing one that you're already using, and then you can view your application deployed on Vercel. With that, let me show a quick demo of using rack pattern with JavaScript SDK on Cosmos DB. So this is the application that I have. So you can probably log into, go to this URL to access the demo. But let me duplicate the screen. So this is the entire code look like. So the front end is going to be a React app, which most of you are familiar with. And I also have the JavaScript SDK imported, and you can see some of the operations like bulk. We are going to insert bulk data, and then the Cosmos DB client, and we are going to use the diagnostic feature. And there's a model that I have created to store the chats. So this application is a Contoso chat support application. As a support engineer, say if you want to create tickets in order to find some of the issues with your product and so on. So this application is that, and we are using Cosmos DB as a storage to store the chats, and you can ask questions to get information based on the information that you have already stored. So we are using the JavaScript SDK to loop through the chats and then store it in Cosmos DB. And then we are also seeing the diagnostics, so how the request has gone from the client application to the backend, and then we finally end the session. So here also we have the read and then delete. If I navigate to the application, so this uses GitHub as a login mechanism, as most of the developers would have a GitHub account. You can try this out as well. So this runs on localhost 3000. I hope it works. All right, it's compiling. All right. So we are using Next.js here as a way to communicate to the backend. So you can see I have already logged in using my GitHub account, but you can always sign out and come back. So this is a chat application where you can ask questions, and it uses a rack pattern to fetch the information from the backend. For example, if I have to ask what is the refund policy, it sends the queries, and then you get the response. And also it comes back with certain suggestions, like what are the follow-up questions that you can ask from the previous context, right? So this is something that you can build easily with Cosmos DB and use as a vector store. There is one demo that I wanted to show. And then at the bottom, you can see some logs, right? So this is basically the diagnostic logs. For each request, how much time it had taken to reach to the backend and get the response back. So in this case, it has taken 593 milliseconds. But yeah, certainly we can identify and optimize and do more things. So, and also you can see the JavaScript version. And this actually fetches the data from the backend by doing a fetch all query. So similar to that, you can build end-to-end application. And next thing, I'm going to show the Vercel integration, where you can deploy your application for free. You can go to the marketplace and search for Cosmos DB. This is in the list where you can see Azure Cosmos DB. And once you open that, you can go and click on Add Integration, and you can select your project. So in this case, I'm going to choose the projects which I demonstrate, and then do an install. So it's going to fetch the keys from the Cosmos DB and set it to Vercel platform. Right now, I don't have much time to show that, but the idea here is like once you have your application integrated, you will see something like this, where you can deploy your application and see it in live. So in this case, I will go ahead and redeploy. The deployment went successful, so you can see the build logs and how much time it has taken. Similar to how you would do it in GitHub, the same experience is provided here. So right now it's building. But again, the same application, you can see it in Vercel platform once you get deployed. Okay. Yeah, so the application is deployed, and then you would be able to see the same experience by using Cosmos DB on the Vercel platform by using the same Cosmos DB account which I have demonstrated earlier. So this is a whole end-to-end experience. So you can use the JavaScript SDK to build your application, use Cosmos DB as a backend, and if you want to do it for free, you can try Cosmos DB or the Vercel platform in order to integrate your application. How many of you got this session, the idea about this session? All right, I see. Thank you. With that, I have come to the end of this presentation. And if you want to understand more about Cosmos JS SDK, you can navigate to this link and explore more about Vercel integration, and the demo repo is already available. And if you want to get in touch with Azure Cosmos DB product team, you can scan this QR code. We are always, we are at the booth as well, so you can come up with your questions, but if you want to get in touch afterwards, you can do that. With that, I'm sure that she's willing to do that, so I would end the presentation here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. You can always search KOKKISA.
Yeah.
GEE, find him on Twitter, bother him if you find some issue about Cosmos DB. And I know he has very high rank Stack Overflow as well, right? Just come here. Okay, listen carefully, If you know some optimization skills, you get more pay. That's why we came here to learn more skills and also know our future colleagues or future boss. So that's what, oh good.
All right. Do you want me to try mine?
Oh, you have your own too?
Yeah.
Just stay here. Thank you. Thank you.
When you see Anne, you have about 5 minutes. If Anne comes here, then you have 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you. All right. Yes, wakey, wakey. How's everyone doing? You look bored from here, not good, but that's personal opinion. Okay, so thank you very much for being here. Who has seen me talk before? Yeah, the number is growing, which is a problem. Okay, so I'll tell you why. For those of you who haven't, so what we're going to do, so first of all, who has heard about this paradigm? Fit body, fit mind. Okay, so what this is supposed to say is in order for you to be able to concentrate, pay attention, have enough blood in your brain so that you focus on my talk, you need to exercise. And as such, we are going to exercise together. So please stand up. And if you think I'm joking, I'm not. So laptops down, standing up, very nice. Exercise is important. Reduce cholesterol, losing weight. So I do this at pretty much every conference. I would love to show you what I see now. Some people are like, okay. Others are like, oh, love it. It's brilliant. Okay, so here's what you need to do. It's going to be a relatively simple exercise. And I need to show my back, so I do apologize for that. So lift up your arms so that your elbow is in line with your eyes. Okay, like that. Works. Open up your palms. Very important, okay? And now put the two palms together repeatedly, very, very loudly. Yes, 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 yes. All right. You can sit down, we're done. Okay, so I put this slide because sometimes people sit down so confused, and I had to put this, and I'm like, okay, that's why you did it. And they're like, ah, okay. So now you're ready to listen to what I have to say. So what we're going to talk about is video optimization and video optimization for web developers. Okay, so there's going to be a lot to unpack, and I just wasted 5 minutes, but I think it was worth it. So in about 25 minutes, let's go through the 100 slides that I have at least. So Act 1, right? This is a performance act. So Act number 1, video optimization on the web. So I'm going to try to cut this part short because I think everything that I have in here is going to hopefully be relevant to you, and you will agree to this. So video is very important for a number of reasons, right? Video conveys, messages very easily. There's a saying that, a picture is 1,000 words, then a video is like an entire book, right? You can relay a lot of information in a 10-second video, 30-second video, 1-minute video. There are lots of statistics out there. There's, video adoption is constantly growing year by year. And of course, a video is good because it sort of resonates with people. It's very easy to educate using videos. It stays in your memory. It offers very easy communication to your users, okay? But on the flip side, a video consumes a lot of bandwidth. Video has performance implications. Video may not be performant, and as such, it may also hinder the user experience that you have, right? It's resource intensive, and I think the last bullet point is really important because with this year-on-year growth of video adoption, the lack of expertise is getting more and more visible, right? Because as developers, we're not really used to working with video, especially in a web context, right? So that's new, and there's a learning curve. So addressing these challenges, of course, one thing, and then getting everything right is another thing. So that's what we're going to be addressing today. Okay, Act 2. So let's talk about encoding. Okay, so what is encoding? Encoding is basically when you reduce the size of the video by using optimization algorithms. Okay, now what those are, there's quite a few, but let's do some conceptual mathematics. Okay, so let's assume that you recorded a video, a 1-minute video, which is 30 frames per second. So that means that you're going to have 1,800 frames, right? So 30 times 60, 60 being 1 minute, 30 times 60 is 1,800, okay? Now, we're also going to assume that the video that you recorded is an HD video, which means you have 9020 pixels or 9020 by 1080 pixels, okay? So that means in a single frame, you have about 2 million pixels. Now, if you assume that this video is a colorful video, it has color, it uses the RGB channels, you have 3 channels per pixel, which makes about 5.93 megabytes per frame times 1,800 equates to 10 gigabytes. Now, you think, okay, that's something is off, because the last time you watched a 1-minute video, it was not 10 gigabytes for sure, right? So that's why it's a conceptual mess. That's how it should work. However, using encoding, you never get the raw file. You never get to that 10 gigabyte file, right? So what are these encodings, right? These encodings help you to reduce the size of the video, right? They're going to compress it, and then the compression follows very specific standards. And there are 4 large standards, which are right here: H.264, H.265, AV1, and VP9, okay? So all of them work slightly differently, but out of these 4, H.264 is the one that has been around forever. It's compatible with all the platforms, with all the browsers, and it's great, but its encoding, it's not as efficient as the encoding of some of the newer encoders like a VP9 or an AV1. So they are more efficient in compressing the video, meaning that the video size is going to be smaller, but not many modern browsers. Well, most of the modern browsers support it, but all the browsers may not support a VP9 or an AV1 encoded video, okay? So the size of the video, however, ultimately all boils down to this one thing, which is called the bitrate. So what is the bitrate, I hear you ask? Good question. So bitrate is basically determines the quality of the video, and because of the quality, it also determines the final size of the video. So very simply put, if a video has a high bitrate, the size expressed in megabytes or whatever metric you have is going to be larger, and lower bitrate means that the file size is going to be lower, okay? And of course, what that really means is that the higher bitrate video would also mean that it's going to affect your load times, right? Because loading a higher bitrate video, a video that's higher in size, is going to take more time to load, and it's going to use more bandwidth. So if you're interested, bitrate is basically measures how much data is transmitted over a certain period of time. It is usually expressed by the data size in bits divided by time, which is usually seconds. Okay? So that's why when you look at a video, which you can do, by the way, using the Chrome DevTools panel, so there's a very hidden panel in there called the media panel, which I don't have a slide on that, but basically how you bring that up is you click on those 3 dots on the right-hand corner, and then you go to more tools, and then there's going to be an option for media. And if you open this panel up on any page where there's a video on a website, you can actually analyze and check information about the video. So here we can see the resolution, the final size, the bitrate expressed in kilobits per second, as you can see, and you can also see the video decoder which is being used, which is the H.264. As I said, that's the most widely used one. So this is a 59-second video. You can ignore, I think there's a bug in this panel which says the duration is 2 hours. It's definitely a 59-second video. So I took this video and I reduced its bitrate from 6,697 kilobits per second to 1,500-ish, which meant that the size also went down to just 11 megabytes. And you can see that the video decoder has also been changed to VP9. So just by doing a couple of changes, the size of the video got reduced quite significantly, and there's no quality reduction. Now, how did I do that? More on that later. Right, so act number 3 is performance. So the ultimate goal that we have is to make sure that we want to load a video as efficiently as possible for the users, right? We want to provide a great user experience. People visiting the site want to watch a video. We want to make sure that it plays very fast, it's being displayed fast, and that users don't look at a loading screen forever. Okay, so that's ultimately the goal. So in conjunction to that, let's also talk about performance measurement metrics, in particular, largest contentful paint and cumulative layout shift, because these are the two performance metrics where the HTML native video element, or the ones that the HTML native video element is affecting them. So let's start with cumulative layout shift, because I think that's the easiest. So very similarly how for images, the recommendation is that you always block out the space using the image and the width attributes. The same applies for video. You want to make sure that you reserve the space on the page where the video is going to load, which is as simple as adding the width and the height attribute to the video element. Okay? Very, very simple. Just FYI, for all the browsers, sometimes, so responsive video, so the video element is responsive by default, I believe, and so in all the browsers, when you resize the screen, it may change the aspect ratio of the video element to 2 to 1, and you can very easily fix that by just adding a CSS property to the video element, aspect ratio of 16:9, and then that's going to always keep that aspect ratio. Now, if we check a video element without width and height, you can see that the cumulative layout shift already goes into the orange bit. Of course, this is a page that only had a video element, so there could be other factors affecting this. And when we add the width and the height, of course, there's no cumulative layout shift because the browser blocks out the entire space where the video is going to be loaded. Okay, so let's talk about largest contentful paint, because this is where things get a little bit interesting. So as of Chrome 116, the largest contentful paint calculation takes the video element into consideration as well. But how does it do that? Well, there are two things. A video element, as in the HTML video element, can have a poster attribute, right? A poster attribute always links to an image. So the LCP will take either that for its calculation or the first presentation frame of the video. So the amount of time when the first presentation frame took to load, that's your LCP time, okay? And it's an or, so whichever is faster. If the first frame loads faster than the poster image, then they take the first frame for the LCP. If the poster image loads faster than the first frame of the video, then they take the poster attribute for the LCP calculation. Now, we are all developers, so let's find a way to make things load faster, right? Without worrying about LCP. So let's see if we can trick the system. So option number 1, or candidate number 1 that I've seen is, let's put a 1-by-1 transparent GIF as a poster attribute. Let's see if that's going to work. So it does not work, okay? The reason for that is because LCP ignores low entropy images. So basically there's a bytes per pixel ratio that has to be above 0.05 in order for it to be considered in the LCP calculation. A 1-by-1 pixel GIF definitely is not going to hit this mark, so it's ignored. Let's not give up though, because why would you want to give up? How about adding an SVG as, as the poster attribute? Because, we could draw like a empty box or something and that should work. So no, it doesn't. I mean, you're competing with Google engineers, right? So just, you can try, but, good luck. Anyway, so SVG is only taken into consideration for LCP calculations if the SVG explicitly contains an image element, okay? It didn't. I should have put EMG, not image, but whatever. You get what I mean, okay? So that's not going to work anyway. So what can we do to optimize video so that we get a good LCP score? So just a reminder for those of you who are not familiar with LCP, the LCP calculation is made up of 4 calculations: time to first byte, resource load delay, resource load time, and element render delay. Okay, so out of these, we need to optimize probably the resource load time and the resource load delay and resource load time. Okay, so we're going to focus on those, meaning we're going to focus on the actual video asset optimization because that's the biggest bulk of this whole thing, right? So, a couple of strategies. Different encoding, lowering the bitrate, removing the audio channel, and adding a poster attribute to the video element, and that image should be to an optimized image. So these are what we're going to look at. Now, one of the popular things that you can do is, of course, usually when you have a video for the web, it's 99% of the cases is going to be an MP4 file. So you can get an application or a tool that, whatever you want to use to generate a WebM file, which is a different container, and then you can serve them up using the video element. And I have an example of that in just a second, how to do this differential loading in the browser. And the one other thing that I want to mention, because I hear this a lot and I read about this a lot. So MP4 and WebM are not encodings, okay? They are containers. And an MP4 and a WebM file is a container for all the audio, video, and metadata that belongs to the video itself. Okay, codecs. Who knows why a codec is called a codec, by the way? Correct. So coding, encoding, codec, okay? So, you have these codecs that actually compress and can decompress the video data, right? And then that result is stored in a container, which is MP4 and WebM. So this is one possible solution, right? You have the video element, and then you basically do this differential loading using the source elements. You put WebM first, MP4 second, or any other generated versions in the right order. And the key is that you have to do it in the right order, okay? Why? The browser does parsing line by line, and here's an example for you from a real website where they don't have the other sources, I don't know why, but they have multiple sources indicating that the second source is a WebM, but the first one is an MP4. Every browser understands MP4, so they will always download the MP4. They will never actually get to the WebM bit. And the table that you see here underneath this screenshot has been taken from the Web Almanac report from a couple of years ago, where the most popular combination of source elements on the web is MP4 first, WebM second, which is pretty much nothing, because you will always load MP4, right? You want this order to be the other way around, WebM first, and then MP4 last as your final backup. Now the question is, I told you about the first frame versus the poster image. So how do you actually know whether LCP used the first frame or whether it has used a poster attribute, especially if you have both? So you can have a script like this, where basically you use the Performance Observer API, you look for the largest contentful paint entries in there, and you basically print out the LCP candidates. And then this is going to return you an object, which is going to look like this. And this arrow is not quite pointing to where it's supposed to be, but you see the last line, which says URL. if you look at the end, this is a URL to, hopefully you can see that, to a JPEG file. It means that your largest contentful paint was calculated based on the poster image, okay? If you get something like this back, where it's an MP4 file, then you know that the LCP calculation used the first presentation frame for the video. Okay, so that's how you know what was used in the calculation, and as such, you can now start optimizing things. Okay, act number 4, this is deviating from this discussion because I want to mention this because this is also important for performance. Adaptive bitrate streaming. Who heard about adaptive bitrate streaming before? ABS? A few of you. Now, even though you don't know that you've seen this before, I guarantee you that you've seen this before, you just don't know that you've witnessed this. So who here has watched a YouTube video before? Who has Netflix, Amazon, Disney Plus subscriptions? Yes, you do. Okay. Have you ever noticed that you start playing a video, sometimes it gets very pixelated and then it becomes very crisp. Sometimes the audio is a little bit muffled and then 2 seconds later becomes crystal clear? That's adaptive bitrate streaming. Okay. So what is that? So basically adaptive, or I'm just going to say ABS because that's faster. So basically ABS allows you to change the quality of the video pretty much on the fly based on network conditions and some other conditions. Okay, and this is called ABS. And so basically ABS allows you to adjust the quality of the video in real time based on the available bandwidth and CPU capacity of the machine or the TV or whatever you're looking at. And that's why when you have some network congestion, the video would still play, but at a lower bit rate or at a lower quality, right? And then when there's more bandwidth available, then all these players, YouTube, Netflix, etc., they switch to a higher version or a higher bitrate version of the video. So that's pretty much it, okay? That's what I said. So here's an example, right? So dragon dance, yay. So, or lion dance or dragon, whatever. Locals would know. So here's a video, right? So I started playing it on a, obviously throttle network connection. This is how it looks like. And then once I go to a Wi-Fi connection, this is how it looks like a couple of seconds later, right? So it basically adapts to the bandwidth that I have available on the machine. Okay, so how this works, how much time do I have left? I still have time? 3 minutes. Whew. Okay, so there's a master place file, it doesn't matter. There are 2 protocols, it's fine. We'll talk about this. Okay, the finale, we arrived. Okay, this is the important bit. So I said a lot of things, right? All over the place, a lot of options, lots of opportunities. Okay, so what if there's a way that you could do this very simply all at once? That would be quite cool, right? So here's one example for you. This is a video element. I appreciate there's a lot on here, but there's a video element, there's a source to an MP4 file, there's a poster attribute, and there are maybe 3 things that I would like you to notice here, right? So first thing is that the entire URL is almost the same for the video source and for the poster attribute, with the exception of the extension. One is MP4, one is JPEG. So the video has been uploaded to Cloudinary, right, which is where I work, surprise. We also have a booth, right, so you can talk to us about this in detail. But basically, we upload an image to Cloudinary. You get an access URL, which is the MP4 file. I can just take the MP4, rewrite it to JPEG, and it will give me a frame, literally a JPEG. Now, I put F-Auto Video Q-Auto W800 for the video, so that's going to do automatic format, automatic quality reduction, and reduce the size of the video to be 800 pixels wide, meaning if I open this video element up in a browser that, say, supports WebM or AV1 or whatever other encoding, it's going to, Cloudinary is automatically going to play that because of F-Auto, and it will also do the Q-Auto, so it will automatically reduce the bitrate of the video, but it does it in a way so that it doesn't affect the human eye. Like, it's not going to introduce all these visual effects. Now, I took the same URL, I replaced MP4 to JPEG. I did F-Auto, Q-Auto, so now that's actually not going to be a JPEG, but rather an AVIF or a WebP. And I said SO127, which basically takes the 127th frame from the video and will apply that as the poster image. Okay, all in one go, beautiful. Example, so this was automatic format, automatic quality, frame-based poster selection. Example 2, Oh, sorry, this is the result. So the original video was almost 200 megabytes. The bitrate was all over the place. And then that entire video, which was I don't know how many minutes long, just became 64 megabytes at VP9 in Chrome and 53 megabytes on Safari. Okay, and that automatically got selected the right encoding based on the requesting browser. I didn't have to generate a VP9 or an H.265. And the poster image became 108 kilobytes. Another example, so let's say you want to do this adaptive bitrate streaming, which means you would have to manually generate the low quality, the medium quality, the high quality, the HD quality, the 4K quality of the video. Or you use a Cloudinary video player where you specify what video you want to play. You specify the source type to be HLS, which is the other type of adaptive bitrate streaming mechanism. You say what streaming profile you want. So full HD basically gives you these resolutions automatically at varying bit rates as well. So it generates everything using these Cloudinary transformations. So it puts it into a file that basically is required by the ABS, and then that's it. You just profit. Additional strategies. One thing that this is a pet peeve of mine, right? Remove audio for videos, for background videos. There are a lot of times when you go to a website and there's a video playing in the background, right? You know, like usually on fashion websites, and there's no way that you can interact with the video because they hide the controls. Remove the audio channel from these videos. That will save you kilobytes as well. You know, I can't hear the video, I can't interact with it, so that I can't even turn on the volume on it. So just remove the complete, you know, audio channel. In Cloudinary, you can do that just by specifying AC none in the URL. And I show you 3 more examples. So Cloudinary has shoppable video. So imagine you have this video, and then you just have this nice little icon, and then you click on it, and then we immediately find the product that you specify in the video, and now you click on it, and now people can buy it. Okay, so this is what we call shoppable video. We also have AI-based summarization, so you have a longer video, and you can instruct Cloudinary to generate a 5-second, 10-second, 15-second summary of the video, and it's going to automatically pick the most important frames and just stitch them together into a summary video, essentially. And then last but not least, AI-based crop. Before I start this, on the top, you will see the original video. On the left-hand side, you will see a video cropped using our G-Auto, where the players will be followed on the crop, but you can correct it, and you can tell Cloudinary, actually, when you crop the video, please follow the ball. So that's G-Auto ball, okay? Hopefully, yeah, there we go. Okay, so notice that how the different crops would follow the object that you specified at all times. Okay, this is very useful when you want to change maybe from landscape to portrait view for videos, and you want to stick to the most important part in the video. So video is engaging, getting it right is also quintessential. So if you want to learn more about Cloudinary's video offerings, there's a QR code that takes you to the right documentation. So I give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to take a picture. If you would like to sign up to Cloudinary and receive extra free credits per month, that is another QR code which is going to go away in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A lot more people taking pictures of free credits, I see, but it's okay. I get it. Done? Okay. And now I'm off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So thank you very much for listening to me. Enjoy the rest of the event.
You know, so far we all learned how to optimize it, all about web optimization. And when I check about our next speaker's topic, she's actually going to tell us web monetization, which is very useful, you know. We can learn how to use the IntelliJ protocol to enable us to make money from our work in an open, native, and seamless way.
It in a second.
You are rocking it.
Oh, I already have. Yes. Sorry for that.
Listen carefully. This one gonna bring you more money.
Yeah. Yes.
I should have brought, honestly, this is our new idea for Swag, to have like a monopoly money, because people interact really cool, and I could see this happening at the conference that we come all along, and we exchange the swag for better stuff. So yeah, I know some of you might have seen this schedule before, and the talk was presented by Alex Lakatos. I am not Alex Lakatos. He is the CTO Interledger Foundation, and I'm going to record the message for him. Thank you for putting me up to the stage instead of you. I hope I'll make it as pleasant as he will do it. You got the lady version of the talk. I'm Yana Kyorian, an engineer manager at Interledger Foundation. I just joined 2 months and a half, so take it with a grain of salt. I did contribute before to them. I attended the summit, so hopefully it will be cool. I'm also today accompanied by 2 of our colleagues, so check us at the booth. Thanks so much for those that came and asked a lot of questions. We are here to show you what we do. And jokes aside, you know, and everyone these days wants to get rich. Who wants to get rich? Who doesn't want to? Let's see. You want to be healthy? You need money for that. No, I'm just joking, but really, I think also with the pandemic times, we realized how important it is to have different type of streams of income and all that. It's not to talk about money on that side. But if you do search how to get rich while using websites, these are the search results that you do. Also, yes, sorry, I'm a bit old. I still search on Google. I'm not yet on Chat AI, you know. Soon I'll have that version too. I know you're fancy. But from the list of suggestions there, I think the most used is the ads one. And we literally are bombarded every day with ads. Funny enough, I was trying yesterday to upload my, update my talk with a Singaporean News Time magazine newspaper, but it seems that the most that I found in the first 3, they are not using ads. So I went back into my home country right now. I'm Romanian, but I live in Germany. And Spiegel, the biggest newspaper there, still uses ads. The green thing, which I love, is my favorite color. I'm not quite interested in it. So I would love to see the content just like that. And I understand that people have to make money, so I'm not dismissing, I'm not saying ads are bad. Some people choose to block them either way. But how about an alternative where you can support the platform creators? And how about a web natively solution, not even an extension? We are not quite there, but this is our promise for the future. Other payment issues that we see around the world while working on the internet is that not all the platforms are considered equal. And here, I mean, Google Ads will give you money, or they give you access to ads if your platform has a certain number of users. And if you're not an influencer, it's a bit harder to make some money. They will say, like, sorry, we are not interested in your website. How about me? I have 1 follower. What if they want to pay me $1 million? Like, I could not be paid through that ads? I could have been so much rich till now. But besides that, ooh, that was fast. Not all countries are equal. My colleague, Santosh from India, tried to monetize his content to Medium. Unfortunately, getting money through Medium, which is a platform of journalism and blogging, is not available in India, but he can pay. So it's funny how I can pay others around the world, but my content, just because I'm in a certain country, is not being able to be monetized. And the last mention here, but for sure not the least problem that we see around the world, is that not everyone is rich. I want to support maybe your blog site, but I only want to give each time I read it like 5 cents or 10 cents. That million people, 1 person, I'm still waiting for someone to donate that to me. So many of the platforms we have right now out, like Patreon and other stuff, I'm not bashing on them, but will not allow you to pay so small amounts of money often. So we are considering all these problems, and one of the solutions that we saw happening, what we are implementing right now, is the Web Monetization API. Imagine a world where you sit and do your work, read, to do research, or anything that you have to build, and while doing this, automatically, it's not quite flying money, but automatically you will be paid for the work that you put out in the world, and people are using it. As simple as that. And you are asking, okay, Joanna, what is this web monetization? As I mentioned, is the API that allows websites to automatically and passively receive payments through other web monetized enabled visitors, meaning that if I decide to use web monetization and I'm on your website, which is web monetized, without me doing an action every time I join your website, I read your website. And by website, think of any platform that you create. It can be a game, it could be anything. Not right now, but that's our vision. You will get money. I love the passive world right now because I don't have to do something every time, and it's also showing you support for the creators that you want. Again, by creator, I mean developers that do websites, people that record any type of content out in the web, any pages in the web. Okay, how is this enabled? Well, as simple as adding a line of code, and I kid you not. I mean, 1 or 2 lines of code, but we are there. And I mentioned the open payment wallet. Here, if you wallet, your page would be monetized. Everything that you will receive by others will go into your wallet. And if on the page, for example, you're using someone else's work, you integrate that work, and can be a page with an image from some photographer, if I add her photography, like let's say it's Brooks, that it's by her done, not by me, I can even pay her while you're reading my page because it's her content at the end of the day. And I mentioned these open payments a lot. What is this open payments? For those that have been at the booth already know, but it's the standard for accounting services and titles that allows third parties to securely access digital wallets and view information accounts and initialize payments in your name. Meaning, this will be the protocol that will make the money fly from one account to another. And again, in the future, how we envision it is to use open payments even in sending money to friends in other terms, not only on the web by reading, but also paying at the shops. The protocol will be implemented, hopefully adopted by these kinds of things, so will be present everywhere. It's not something that we do for ourselves right now, but it is the technology that facilitates web monetization. In simple designs, we will have a wallet that will be connected, the Sabine's wall, and will go on a page. We'll see that the page is monetized, like Brooks' wallet, and we'll send money through it. What is a web monetization agent? How we envision it right now, it's an extension or natively implemented. I mentioned at the beginning, the future will mean literally being natively implemented in the browser. We are working towards that. At the moment, the solution that we saw is to create an extension that does this for you. I know, 100 extensions, clean your profile. I used to also test websites, and it was always, have you tried with a clean profile? Nobody has a clean profile on the web, let's face it. So I know people don't want an extension, but this is the current solution that we have, and we are working towards implementing it natively. It's not only depending on us, as you know, it depends on the browser vendors too there. We have it right now in Chromium, and we do talk with others to implement it. What you can configure in web monetization is your wallet that you will link externally from other platforms, and also how much money you want to spend, when, if you want to spend on some pages or not. You can choose to opt out in paying for some of the pages that you don't want to or don't support. And I put a screenshot with the extension, how it looks right now. If you want to play around with it, my colleagues at the booth have the demo installed there to do it in real time with you, to show you how you connect, how you disconnect, how your money flies to other accounts. And, and you are probably asking how the website will know. Being implemented in the code is literally while loading the page, it will be read, the tag will know that this page is monetized, and the pain pointer that you have will be triggered. At the same point, as the creator of the page, you don't have to do anything more at that point. If you want, okay, you get the money, it's good. But at the same point, you can explore being more creative to make a confetti pop-up to announce like, hey, thanks for monetizing my page, thanks so much. Adding, you're the user that supported me, a special thing that supported me this month. You can do private content. And I know there are platforms out there for it, but at this point in time, the platform that do this behind the wall get a pay cut and also ask you for a large amount of money. remember the problems that we mentioned at the beginning? We are trying to fix those too. Or even you could remove the ads completely, the example that I showed at the beginning, not to convince people to just buy random stuff, and you make your content being sustainable through other conditions, other opportunities. Looking back of how open payments and web monetization work, you could see how through the web monetization agents, we do a request to Brooke's page to see if it's monetized. We identify the incoming payment and we create it for it. It will be confirmed and outgoing from my own wallet, and we are transferring it from one wallet to another to the platform. At this point, I think it's worth mentioning that we do not get any cuts. We are not involved to make a profit out of it. Interledger Foundation is a non-profit foundation. In the longer terms of scheme, you should not deal with us at all. Right now, we're creating different tools and different, we support different ways to grants to make this happen faster and easier. But in a longer term of scheme, we are going to be not needed anymore. The payment is validated, and Brooke gets the money. Okay, so how do we send this money? Is it literally flying around, or? No, of course it's not. For this, we have a protocol implemented, and it's called Interledger. Yes, I know. We work with ledgers. It's not what we think. It's just a misfortunate use of name. It's not in our name, to be honest, because it's not our fault that people use ledgers for other stuff. We call it that because it is the technology that would connect different ledgers from different ecosystems. So it is a protocol to interwork with the ledgers. And as mentioned, it sends packets of money across different payment networks and ledgers. The protocol was created by Stefan Thomas and Evan Schwartz. And if you remember, they used to also build Coil. It was similar to this a few years back, and we are now working to make it better and more available to everyone. And back then, they literally considered that this kind of payments can be made on the internet, on the web, by this small packet sent. Does it sound familiar with something that we use daily? Is it maybe as simple as sending an email or uploading something on the internet? Because if you think like that, the architecture behind it is literally built to be similar with the internet architecture. As you have for the internet, all the elements of Wi-Fi, Ethernet, Bluetooth, the network elements, on Interledger, on the payment side, we will have different type of money. It can be crypto, it can be mobile money, sending messages to company. It can be physical money. Those are the networks. We are trying to connect them through the protocol. In internet case is the IP, you know, and in our case will be the Interledger protocol. Building on top of that comes the transport. Internet goes to TCP, you know that. In our case will be stream of monies. And we have the application that use those streams, in our terms, open payments, and in internet's case, the HTTP or all the networks there. But, so yeah, it's all fun and everything. I think it's very familiar for a web developer. Should be easy to understand or to follow the implementation. And you might ask, okay, you're talking about web monetization, but web monetization is not on that funnel, on that clepsydra, or how it's called. Well, we add a layer on top, because as we mentioned on the internet, we have the internet, the World Wide Web, on top of it. And that is where the role of web monetization is in our case. And for, as I mentioned, for web developers like you, this is very familiar. For the users that don't understand much of how the internet works, but they know, I have this, I can do a web something, and it works, they will understand that we have web monetization for them on top of everything that is behind. And as we are trying to be as safe and as credible and responsible as the internet based on the same procedures. I mentioned earlier that we look to implement this outside of the web extension, and we do have a proposal for the W3C consortium. We work closely to him to get it approved. A few of you might know that if you're working with, it takes, for standards like this, takes a long time, so a couple of years at least, or even more. So do check it. Everything we work on is open source. You can contribute to it. You even follow us with a star on GitHub. So go ahead, ask, implement, give feedback. I think we can improve it just by realizing or covering more problems that people have or better implementations there. If you want to get involved, you can join the community calls that we have, the community on Slack. We put outside at the booth a challenge with our QR code too. Scan it. There are a lot of things that you can follow. If you're not on Slack, you can subscribe to the newsletter where we share all the work we have. And on community.interledger.org, you will see different updates from our side, from the tech side, like what we implement and release nodes, to ambassadors. There are a lot of opportunity at Interledger Foundation to get a grant to build or support with us better implementation of web monetization with different kind of things. I mentioned my colleague Santosh, he is an ambassador for Interledger Foundation. You can apply it, they are open. There are other 2, 3 ones, they are complicated. I want to mention complicated because it's for university or schools, a bit more tailored for different solutions. But the last one, it's our summit that we organize in South Africa, in Cape Town, in October. If you want to speak at it, the call for paper, call for speakers, it's open, and I would love to see you there. Thank you so much. See you at the booth.
I just went on the web and I was looking for a joke that has to do with Singapore. What is the heaviest noodle? Wonton. Is it the one? It sounds like one ton. Is it wonton or wonton? Is it a bad joke? I just found it on the internet, I don't know. But yes, how are you enjoying the conference so far? That's great. You can come to Greece, you know. It's not far away. It's only 14 hours. I came all the way from London, so that's where I live normally. So yeah, I had to fly to Doha and then like alien, he's from another world. Yeah, we met in Paris. Did we meet in Paris? When was the first time we met? In Berlin, yes, in Berlin. Took him to a beer garden. They have these big beer gardens. They drink like crazy people. English people, they drink like crazy. Yeah, I have some beers on the booths. If you want to get, not get drunk, but just have a beer, you can go and speak to the sponsors and have a beer after the conference. Yeah, he's Belgian. Belgium is famous for the beer and the chocolate, right? And waffles. And waffles, yes. So, this is the one talk before the end, but it's going to be quite entertaining, isn't it? He's always entertaining. So the room, every conference he has been, it has been always full. And is it? Are you still in Astro? I'm in Astro. He's an Astro maintainer. Okay, so you can ask him questions about it if you want to. Okay, so a big clap for Alien.
fine as well.
Oh, it's on now.
Is it on?
Hello?
Oh, can you hear me? Oh,
Ooh.
hello. Hello.
Hi.
Okay. It's fine. You can.
You're good.
You can go away.
Okay,
Yeah.
bye-bye.
See you.
Hasta la
back in
vista.
Athens then. Yeah. All right. Hi everyone. As Aris already mentioned, I'm Elian. I am Belgian. I'm very tired because I'm jet lagged as fuck. So if you see me sleeping somewhere, it's not because you're all boring. It's because I'm just tired. And also, I might have one too many beers yesterday. But that's something else. Yes, I'm an Astro maintainer. I used to work there full time. I don't anymore, so if you want to hire me, you can. I work at with React Brussels, which is also an organization that organizes conferences. React Paris, React, what do we have? React Africa as well, and the BEGS conferences. I organize my own conferences, meetups actually, in Ghent as well, which is in Belgium, small town. If you're ever there, hit me up, then we'll go grab a real Belgian beer. Not the Belgian style beer, because that's not true at all. Cool, if you, exactly. If you want to follow me online, you can do that by @aliencodes. Cool. So the last year, over the past year, I was working on Astro, with Astro, of course. And I gave so much serious talks, like accessibility, web performance, use the platform, all of that stuff. And now I'm like, why shouldn't I give a talk that actually fits more to my personality? Like, I'm very joyful, I'm very playful, I'm very entertaining. So let's try a talk like that. So today I'm going to do that. I'm going to talk about the weird web, or how we can make web weird, because there is a lot that we don't know. Ever since I was a little boy, I was fascinated by the web. I can still remember myself sitting in school, behind a computer, like the first ones with internet. No, I'm kidding, I'm not that old. We already had laptops. But it was super nice, and I was just browsing the web, looking for like small, useless websites. Has anybody ever seen this website? Yeah, a couple. Okay, nice. Well, I used to play with this all the time, and I was like, oh, one day I want to have some websites up there. Like, what can we do? Especially, I remember this one. Who remembers this one? I'll show it to you. I have it with me. It's a fish. That's correct. It is eel slap. It's basically, it's just JavaScript that tracks your x coordinate of your mouse. Let me just full screen this for a bit. And that's it. It's super useless, but it's so much fun. See? You're all laughing, and that is what it's about. Let me get that back in presentation mode. So the thing is, when I started coding and playing with JavaScript, I wanted to do some stuff like this. The web is so versatile. We have so many APIs. We have so many ideas that we can use and exploit. So today I'm going to try and build some stuff. It's quite useless, but it's cool. Who uses Arc browser? Have you ever seen that it actually uses personalization in the CSS? It actually injects CSS variables inside your root. So you can totally use them and exploit them. So what I did, this is just a very simple thing. Basically, let me open my code here. I'll put it a little bit bigger. Is that big enough for you all to read? Yeah? Well, actually, it doesn't matter this much. This is just a simple index.html page. And the only thing that I'm going to do in my CSS is I have a body that is just flexing everything, just so that it's pretty. It looks like this. It just says, hey there, I love Cityjs. But the fun thing is that if we enable our Arc palette, which is, of course, our browser, we can totally, let me remove some lines and add some lines, add some personalization without any hassle. And now we suddenly have our colors, which is fun. But also, like, if I change my theme color, anyone has a pretty color, favorite colors? Green? Let's try to find green. You see that everything changes with it? I'm not changing any variable. It's all in the browser. It's super easy, and it's a lot of fun. So we can actually make our web browsing experience way more personalized without any extra hassle. Super easy. Let me just go to the next one. I'll do it like this. Is that big enough? Probably it is. Okay. So that's just CSS. Nothing special, no APIs. But actually, the browser does expose some really cool APIs that we can play with. For instance, so we're going to look at them, obviously. We have the battery status API. Who has ever used that? No one, right? I know. That's a cool thing. It's actually super easy. The battery API, it looks like this. It just exposes your battery on navigator.getBattery. So you can always get the battery status. Now, what can we do with that? Well, what I built is super easy. Basically, here in my app, I'm reading out the battery. I'm setting the battery level. Let me quickly remove that. If we go here in the app, we have a fading page. So the opacity is 1 if your battery is fully loaded, and it goes to 0, and your web page will disappear when you have no battery, which makes sense. So now I have 55%, but also we can attach something to, hey, is your battery charging or is your battery not charging? So we can totally build that with a couple of lines of code. So we already have this, and just at the bottom, I'll do, hey, is my device charging? Then the title, let's set it to green. Is it discharging? Let's set it to red. So now we have a red page. But I have this cable here, which is attached, I hope. And if I plug it in, it's green. Whoa! This is a browser native API. Now, the thing is, it doesn't work everywhere. It doesn't work always. But it is there. It is there in your browser as well. The cool thing is this useful? Yes, of course, there are useful cases. Like, for instance, I'm using web GPU and I'm having a very, very resource-heavy website. Then it might be useful to know the battery level and maybe below a certain percentage, do not wake up the screen or do not keep the screen locked or maybe just turn off the animations. You can all do that by JavaScript just in your browser. But we also have WebHID. Who has ever used WebHID? Because that's a very common one. A couple. Oh, okay. Good. So the thing is that's super easy as well. It's just basically HID stands for human interface devices. And what you can do with that, I'll just show it to you. I have one with me. And normally, I would take like a controller or something because a PlayStation controller, for instance, is a WebHID-enabled device. I have an audio interface because that's the most useless thing I have, and I will need it later on as well. So I'm just going to plug this in over USB-C, nothing special, and turn it on. So there is a button on the back, and you will see that it's on with just a little light. I'm going to put that here. Now, what can we actually do? Well, we have a script running here. And basically, it's going to request your device. Hey, do we have a WebHID-enabled device? Yeah. So that's the vendor ID. I already put that in because that's easier. I'm going to take the device, say, hey, the device is connected. And then I'm going to do some stuff with the device. And what I'm going to do with it is pretty easy. I'm just going to open this. So that's the page that I built. Connect the device. We see Vol2. That's called Vol2. Really good stuff. And it's connected. Now it doesn't do anything. But the thing is, once I start pressing buttons, my colors changes. And that's just hardware. It's super, super useless, but it's cool. And you can do that, well, of course, you can use it with real use cases as well. But in this case, it's super useless. Basically what it does is in your JavaScript, it just says, hey, whenever I receive this button, change my RGB value to have yellow or to have green or to have this. And that's super easy. I can show you how that works. So here we have the calculate button on, which is basically a function that I exposed from the register, and the register just says, hey, this is that button that's clicked, this is that button that's clicked. And then we just say, hey, we return 255 for that specific color. So in this case, it's green, red, and blue. Makes sense. We can also just customize it, like just give me a random number in between 0 and 255. So in this case, when we connect it again, you already see that it's paired, perfect. Now it will give me, I'm pressing always the same button, but it will give me random buttons, well, random colors. A lot of fun, but useless. Cool. So it is already very much and widely used. Is it useful? Of course it is. For instance, imagine you building a game with something like 3JS or something else. You can attach a physical controller, but also like screen readers or maybe even lights. You can do a lot of stuff with it. One of the coolest HID-enabled devices is the old MacBooks. Do you know, like the touch bars? You can interact with those. You cannot connect to physical keyboards, though, because then you would be able to just read out what the user is typing, passwords and such. So that, of course, is disabled by default. Web MIDI. Who knows MIDI? A couple of musicians. I love it. So MIDI is basically a very simple protocol that sends out MIDI data, notes. And you can read those. So I brought with me a device, which is a full MIDI thing, and I'm going to plug it in. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to the MIDI in, because I want to manipulate stuff from the MIDI out. Let me also plug in cables. That's why I needed power. So I'm turning it on. All right, so very easy as well. You just have the MIDI access, navigator.midi, and you can play with that. So I made this demo. Let me just show you how it looks. Service unavailable, nice. No worries, that's my fault, that's my fault. Okay, so, oh shit. Did you see that it actually asked me if I wanted to enable MIDI? Yes, I'm going to allow that, because MIDI is a thing. Now you see Volt 2. So I can connect to the Volt 2. And this thing basically puts out random notes. So it's playing now. I'll inspect the thing so you can see what's happening. It's probably not big enough. But you see that actually, once I press a button, it's a physical keyboard here. So I put on 1. You see that it actually puts out pitch 52. And here it will say pitch 67, which is the range of my keyboard. Very small. But now I can use those numbers and actually do stuff with that. I can play sounds. For instance, imagine you have an Elgato Stream Deck, or maybe you have a real keyboard and you want to manipulate something on your web page. You can totally do that with that keyboard. That's fun. But also you can do useless stuff with it. Since we're already working with opacity and colors, let's do it again. So here I have a lot of code, because MIDI is anything but easy. It has a lot of like random numbers, basically detects if your note is on or your note is off. If you want to know how you know that, this is the full register. This is how you read out the bytes and everything else. I'm not going to explain that because that's pretty useless. But basically, I want to know if a note is on or off, which note it is, and what velocity it's playing, what pitch it's playing, and everything else. So here, I'm basically setting the opacity. I'm not sure if you're going to see it very well, but now it's playing. You cannot see it very well here, but actually it's flickering because the notes are going on and off and on. So let me add a background color to it, and we'll just say the pitch is the pitch is the pitch is an HSL color code. And now we have the color code. And when I play 1, well, the lowest one, you see that it's actually not that bright. But if you go to the right, you see that it's way more bright. And I can tone it down with a full physical keyboard, which is a lot of fun. Okay, then let me quickly get my phone so I can remote again. Cool. Also, it's in a lot of browsers. Just, yeah, mobile, you're not probably going to use that. Is it useful? Yes, of course it is. You can build a full audio workstation digitally in the browser, like think of Ableton or Logic Pro or something else, FL Studio, whatever you use, you can do it full in the browser with native support. But it's also kind of addicting. That's my apartment. Never mind. But those are just some of like the browser APIs. There is so much that we don't use too much. Like, why don't we make more fun on the web? Typically, and especially to my work at Astro and my related stuff that I do, I say use the platform. But today I say abuse the platform because it's a lot of fun. And that idea is also like my idea of open source. Check people's stuff out, have fun on the web, get inspired, build something. Because maybe, and just maybe, when you share something, you might have a smile on someone else's face. And isn't that the whole thing in life? Giving smiles to other people? I mean, I love it. And don't forget, like, we're programmers, we're creative individuals. We can create solutions to problems, but we can also create our own dreams inside of our browser. And then I guess what I'm saying is that if we have to work 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, then it better be fun. But we better make our job fun. So, in short, please, everyone, keep the web weird. I love it. Everyone, I'm Elian. I love the weird web. Thank you so much. Yeah, now I have to get rid of all my gear.
Thank you, Elian. Especially for you, it reminds me Kylie Minogue. Especially for you. Do you know the song? Long time ago. Some of you, maybe you were not born. So, yeah. Just to make the web developer happier, we have a competition from Vonage, and someone will win a nice bag that has like that is very lightful. So if you went to the booth, then you're gonna be very happy, one of you. So who is the winner? Whose name starts with an S? Raise your hands. Okay, who has a second, who has the name, it's 3 names. And the middle one is De. It's you, Samuel? Samuel, come down. Clap, clap. So he's a winner. You're all winners. I know, I love you too. Okay, so you're winners because now you're going to see, is it the last talk? The last and the best talk of the conference. Evan. Thank you. So let's find out what Evan is working on right now. What is coming up with. Who's using Vue here? Who loves Vue? Make noise. Okay. It's not enough. I want to more. Who loves Vue? Okay, let's go. Oh, do you want this one? We have the other one. It's much easier to move around. Sorry. You know, I was going to that speaker's dinner yesterday, and the building had a sign, it was saying Vue. I thought, is this the house of Evan? No? Can you try? Oh, maybe it went out of battery.
Hand mic. Wait. Hello? Okay. I think I just used this mic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Low battery.
Okay. Okay. Battery's out, but we got this one. It's okay. Hello, everyone. So, thanks for the Vue users here, but today's talk is actually not about Vue. It's about Vite. How many of you use Vite? All right. More than Vue, actually, right? Yeah, so, because I know React users use Vite too, so yeah. That's my secret plan. Convert you guys all to Vue eventually. Well, that's a joke. But okay, today's talk is about Vite and the future of JavaScript tooling. What is Vite for those of you who haven't used Vite or don't know what it is? It's a web app build tool, right? So it is an all-in-one and a more opinionated tool. So we don't call it a bundler. It's a build tool that also contains a dev server. It can bundle your app for production, but it also has a dev server that has hot module replacement, auto refresh, a bunch of pre-built-in features. It's very opinionated. So, for example, a lot of things will work out of the box. TypeScript, if you have preprocessors, you just install, say, less or Sass, it'll just work. right? So the goal is to make it fast, simple, flexible. So in addition to just being a build tool that you can use directly out of the box for single-page applications, Vite is actually now also a shared infrastructure layer for web frameworks, or what we call meta frameworks. Not just meta frameworks, actually. If you look at the starter boilerplates of Vue, Svelte, Solid, all the other things, they're all based on Vite. And it's a bit hidden, but if you go to the React docs, they try to nudge you towards stuff like Next.js. But if you still want to build an SPA, you'll find that like Vite is hidden in a toggled like section somewhere. They don't really want you to find it, but it's there. If you look at the meta frameworks landscape, even in the React world, Remix moved to Vite a while ago. SvelteKit, Astral, Quick, Solid Start, 10stack, pretty much. Oh, so actually, except for Next.js, every single meta framework out there now is on Vite. Okay, so Next.js is the last one, but I have a little bonus for you guys at the end. A cross-framework ecosystem. That's actually important because of all these frameworks somehow agreed they all want to build on top of Vite, right? We form a very close collaborative ecosystem. It's not like there is competition for sure, right? Nuxt, actually, I forgot to mention Nuxt, of course, right? Like Nuxt or Remix or Astral, they're competing for mindshare, but at the same time, they rely on the same infrastructure layers, so they can avoid reinventing the same wheels, duplicated effort, and instead they can focus on the different things that matter. They can focus on the innovations that differentiate them from one another. And I think that's the biggest value Vite is creating, is unlocking these amazing developers to focus on higher level ideas that make these different frameworks solve different problems better, right? So, and that is what I'm actually most proud of. So let's go back a bit in time. So Vite is, it's not super new, it's not super young either. It started like 4 years ago. So this is the first tweet I put out when I just had the idea. So in fact, before this, in 2019, I had an even earlier prototype. The first prototype was really just loading a Vue single file component over a native HTTP request. So it's kind of like Jingjiang explained a lot about how to compile Vue SFCs. And what we did is, what I did in the first prototype was basically have an HTTP server. It gets a request for a Vue file, right? Normally the browser doesn't know how to serve a Vue file, but the server knows. The server will just take the Vue file, compile it on the fly, and send the JavaScript back as the response. And that's really what the original version of Vite is. It's an HTTP server somehow knows how to compile Vue files, TypeScript, and later on, added on ability to like resolve things from node modules so that your dependencies would also work. But the piece that was really lacking for a very long time was hot module replacement, right? We're kind of, nowadays, if you use mainstream front-end frameworks, you're used to that very smooth developer experience. When you save something, things just update instantly. You don't have to wait for the whole thing to refresh, right? So I've been thinking about how to do hot module replacement over native ESM for a bit. And in April 2020, it clicked for me. And I basically stayed up all night and got a prototype working, and that's the beginning of Vite. So today, we have a huge ecosystem of tooling and integrations. So not everything here is like entirely built on Vite, but like we have either good integration stories or they are directly built on Vite. So you might have seen something like, even for Bun or Dino, when they consider their adoption strategy, say we are Node.js compatible, the biggest example people want is, can you run Vite? We have like frameworks like Redwood, Remix moving to Vite. We have all these additional tools like Vitest. This is Analog. It's an Angular meta framework built on top of Vite. And then this is Hydrogen. Hydrogen was the first gen e-commerce front-end framework by Shopify. They actually ditched Vite halfway and decided to acquire Remix, but then Remix went back to adopt Vite, so it goes full circle. So Shopify, yeah. Okay, so Vite now has more than 13.6 million weekly NPN downloads per week. That's actually more than Vue's. That's like more than twice of the views, more than twice of Next.js, actually, about half of Webpack's. So if this trend continues, we'll probably overtake Webpack in a year or two. So that's the hope. But the conclusion is Vite has become the shared infrastructure layer for web frameworks, except Next.js, asterisks. Well, Next.js, I mean, Vercel has their own thing. They have TurboPack, but we're gonna just like ignore that for the time being. So, State of JS Survey 2023, which actually came out just a short while ago. Supposedly, this was supposed to come out like at the end of 2023, but they just delayed it, and was out like last month. So surprisingly, Vite is the #1 most new adoption, plus 25% compared to the previous year. #1 in highest retention, #2 in highest interest, and got the most loved library overall award. And V-Test, which is the Vite native test runner, got #3 most adopted, #2 high retention, #1 highest interest. So pretty much like the Vite family, it's just like quite up there. And to think about in 2022, they didn't even include Vite in the survey, and people had to actually write it in. So the growth is pretty astonishing. So what's next, right? Sounds like we're doing great. But you know, underneath, I've always like had all these thoughts about like how to make Vite better. It's not perfect for sure. So what people love about Vite is it has a fast server start, has a blazing fast hot module replacement, it has a streamlined out-of-the-box experience, it's simple, has a simple but powerful plugin ecosystem, which is compatible with Rollup's plugin ecosystem, right? So all of these are contributed to what makes it great. But now we are also seeing a new crop of build tools that's coming up. Like we've seen like Farm, RS Pack, RS Build, Mako. Obviously, ES Build itself is great, right? So we definitely don't want to stay on the accolades and just like say Vite is the best thing ever. It's not gonna stay that way if we stop working on it, right? So, and people love Vite because of those features, and this is thanks to the underlying tools that we are using, right? Vite is, when I created Vite, I just worked on it myself. I'm just one person, I had to work on Vue at the same time. So I'm not going to write my own parser from the ground up. That's just gonna take too much time. I had to make use of the existing pieces in the ecosystem. So Vite relies on ES Build, Rollup, and optionally SWC. By default, ES Build is responsible for the dependency pre-bundling. So during development, ES Build takes all the NPN dependencies and bundles them because they don't need any plugins, they're just plain JavaScript. And ES Build just bundles them like crazy fast. ES Build is also responsible for transforms, like target lowering. And if you don't use SWC, ES Build is also used for JSX transforms, TypeScript transforms, and minification. It's an amazing piece of technology, right? And Rollup, we use Rollup for the production build. And we also have a Rollup compatible plugin ecosystem. The reason we use Rollup for production build is because ES Build's build output has very limited chunking options. Actually, you cannot configure the chunking at all. So if you want to say, if you're building an application, hashing your chunks correctly, doing the optimized chunk splitting, making sure your caching is like your chunks stay as stable as possible for best caching, like it's quite important, right? So having no control of that makes ES Build not really suitable for building applications. But most Vite users are actually building applications. That's why we have to use Rollup for the production build. And SWC is a language toolchain that has that provides really, really fast transforms. It's written in Rust. By the way, ES Build is written in Go. So for example, if you're using React with Vue, the default React plugin is based on Babel and uses Babel to do the hot module replacement transforms. But we know Babel is slow, right? Babel is really slow. SWC is like 20 times faster than Babel, which is great. So we can use SWC. We can also opt in to use SWC for minification if you want, right? So all of these combined together, on top of that, Vite essentially stitches these things together, put them in a nice streamlined package so you don't need to configure them yourself, and give you a nice dev server, hot module replacement, application support, framework support, make features work out of the box. So there are problems with this architecture. So first of all, coming from Vite itself, it's an unbundled dev server. So there is the network bottleneck of unbundled ESM during dev. Unfortunately, this is just something Vite itself cannot really fix. Like we've tested, like if you have, say, 1,000 modules, unbundled modules loading on a fast machine, it's fine. You don't really notice it. But some projects, like enterprise projects, have like 5,000s of modules that need to like load up front, and they don't do any kind of code splitting because they don't need to. It's an internal project. And then sometimes they run on slow Windows machines for some reason. In those cases, the network overhead actually occurs at the browser level. Like the browser is just slow on those machines, and it cannot parallelize the requests good enough. So that kind of boggles us down, and right, unfortunately, that's we don't have a really good answer to that, but luckily it's fast enough for most people. So for ES-Build, there is the problem I mentioned. It has very limited chunk control. It's also quite difficult to customize and extend. Actually, people have tried to like fork ES-Build, add chunking options to it, but ES-Build is amazing, but at the same time, it's maintained by Evan Wallace, who is obviously a crazy genius who like does all the things that ES-Build does in 3 AST passes, and it's like intertwined all over the place. So it's very difficult for someone else to like fully understand the implications of changing something in ES-Build and make a PR that's actually maintainable. And then Rollup, Rollup is great, it's robust, it's the first ESM native JavaScript bundler, but the speed is slow compared to native tools. It's like orders of magnitude slower because it's JavaScript and it's single-threaded. It has some level of chunk split control, but it's still limited, say, compared to Webpack or RSPack. And there's no native module federation support, which a lot of enterprise users want. And then there's SWC. The reason we don't default to using SWC for our React plugin is because SWC's binary is actually quite heavy. It's like 40 megabytes for this. And SWC has a bundler feature, but it's not complete. It's not really usable. So we can't really just like use SWC for everything, right? So we're kind of stuck with this awkward situation where like we have to use a bunch of different tools for different situations. So this creates additional problems. Like for example, because we bundle something with ES-Build during dev, and then we bundle them with Rollup during production, it creates subtle inconsistencies in mostly when there are mixed ESM and CJS steps. Like a lot of times this is just, sometimes it's just the package is completely wrong. Like it claims to be ESM, but it's shipping CJS. Webpack somehow happily handles all those cases. But Rollup is a bit more strict, and ES-Build is lenient. So sometimes if ES-Build handles that like wrong case in development, and then in production build, Rollup is like, wait, this is wrong, I don't want to build it, right? But users don't really know, and they get confused and they get frustrated. And there's also this issue when, for example, if you use SWC for your React apps, right? This is today. If you build a React app with Vite, you feel it's fast already, but during the production build, imagine all the overhead. When you first have to transform your TSX with SWC, then SWC parses, transforms, code gens back to a string, send it to Rollup, Rollup parses again in JavaScript, transforms code gen to string again, send to ES-Build for target lowering and minification. 3 different steps, 3 parse to AST, transform, then serialize back to JavaScript strings, parsing back and forth between Rust, JavaScript, and Go. So imagine the overhead that we can eliminate if all of these can just be squashed down to a single system. Right? So with great power comes great responsibility. So in the early days of Vite, I felt like, okay, this is just a personal project. It's not my business to think about this. I can't just write all these stuff myself. It's impossible, right? But later on, we have all these frameworks now built on top of Vite, right? We're starting to feel this responsibility. Like, it's a pity if all those frameworks running on Vite have to endure this for eternity. That's just, I can't sit with that. I gotta do something about it. So we have currently an initiative to improve Vite from the bottom up with a native bundler called Rowdown and a unified native JS toolchain called OXC. So let's first talk about Rowdown. Rowdown is the Rust bundler designed for Vite. It is intended to eventually replace both Rollup and ESBuild inside Vite, and is also a full-featured bundler. So an overview. The current Rowdown team consists of a few ex-RSPack team members who worked on RSPack, so they're extremely experienced Rust and bundler engineers. We also have the author of NAPIIS. If you've worked with Rust and JavaScript, you know what NAPIIS is. It's the essential toolkit for you to build things that talk across Rust and JavaScript. The goal of Rowdown is eventually for Vite users to just be able to move to a Rowdown-powered Vite with minimal migration efforts, right? So because we try to make it compatible with ESBuild and Rowdown internally. The current status is alpha, and I'll talk a bit more about how ready it is. So the current focus is stability and Vite integration. The feature scope. Originally, it started out as a direct to rollup port, but halfway through, we decided, first of all, Rollup's architecture is written in JavaScript, but if we want to get the best possible performance in Rust, we have to just write it the Rust way. So the architecture-wise, it's now Rowdown is pretty much its own thing. And feature scope-wise, it's going to have built-in transforms, so TypeScript, JSX, target lowering, all these things. Minification will just work out of the box. It'll come with built-in opt-in node or TypeScript-style resolution. So if you say target node or target browser, it will just automatically resolve node modules dependencies. So unlike Rollup, where all the resolvers, you also need to use plugins. So these three things are powered by OXC. So I'll talk a bit more about what OXC is a bit later. And then there's going to be two different output modes. The default is the library mode, which is similar to ESBuild and Rollup. It's very clean and scope-hoisted ESM. It's pure ESM, so similar to what Rollup and ESBuild outputs. If you prefer extremely clean output, this is the default. But if you're building a huge app, you're like, okay, I need absolute control over my chunks. I want to be able to do split chunks like in Webpack. I want to do module federation. There is an app mode that is dedicated to that, and it will ship something that will ship a lightweight runtime that is able to more precisely control when modules are evaluated so that they can be moved freely across chunks. So we want the best of what Webpack offers in terms of output control, but we also want the simplicity of ESBuild and Rollup. So performance. So this is a graph comparing all the only Rust bundlers. We're not comparing with JavaScript bundlers anymore. We don't care about them. These are all Rust bundlers. RSPack, Farm with file system cache, and Marco, which is recently open sourced by Alibaba. Yeah. So this is actually based on a benchmark case provided by the Farm team. It's a simple React JSX app with 1,000 modules. No minification because Rowdown's minification is kind of work in progress, so we want to just be apples to apples, so there's no minification involved in this benchmark. Data collected on this very MacBook today, and Rowdown is at least 4 times faster than any other Rust bundlers currently that's in production. So So yeah, so we have we're written in the same language, but roll down is really, really optimized for performance down to every possible avenue. And we are also looking at how we can optimize JS plugins. When you use JS plugins, that's also a big optimization topic. So when is roll down ready? It's already usable as a standalone bundler, but it's not really stable yet. So there will definitely be bugs if you use it today. We're hoping to reach beta status by end of year. I'm actually very close to successfully bundle all the formats of Vue 3, like using roll down instead of roll up. So there's just one bug outstanding. Once we fix that, I should be able to pass all Vue's ecosystem CI tests using roll down bundled Vue. So that's going to be a big milestone for us. And again, we also already have a version of Vite that's based on roll down. So it's already running on using roll down to replace ES build and rollup, and it can already dev and build all the starter templates from Create Vite. But again, it's not it probably will break if you put a real application to it. So the next milestone is we want to make it more stable. At the same time, we're going to move more Vite internal logic over to the Rust side so that we can get, move more and more work out of JavaScript into parallelized Rust. Okay, so let's talk a bit about OXC. So OXC is kind of like the secret sauce why roll down is so fast. It's the underlying full-featured JavaScript toolchain that's powering roll down underneath. So it includes a parser, a transformer, a node, TypeScript compliant module resolver. It has a linter that implements 200 ESLint rules. We also have the minifier and the target loader and transform that's currently still work in progress. And eventually we'll get to a formatter, but we kind of just put it really, really down below the priority list because Biome is already doing a pretty good job. So you can just use Biome for now. So why OXC? Why not SWC, right? SWC seems more widely used, more proven. So we actually experimented. Well, obviously, when we are starting to build roll down, we surveyed all the possible options and tried to see which one is the best. Some very convincing reasons that led us to go with OXC is, first of all, it's designed from the ground up for performance. I read this article written by Borshen, who is the author of OXC. He wrote a whole article about how he squeezed performance out of OXC with various optimization techniques in the Rust language. You should all read, if you write Rust, you should definitely read it. It's just amazing, how much details he puts into these little things about performance. And then it's designed to be modular and usable as Rust crates, right? So I don't want to say SWC is bad, because I think it's amazing that we have something like SWC in existence, but it's not the easiest library to work with, for sure. Right? So OXC, in comparison, is the code style is much easier to read. It's more modular, it's just more user-friendly if you want to use it as a dependency. And there is special care taken for faster compile time and small binary size. So if you've worked with Rust, you know big Rust dependencies can take minutes or hours to build. OXC compiles in 34 seconds, and its own CI run finishes in 2 to 3 minutes. That's crazy for a Rust project of this scale. Okay, its binary size for roll down. So roll down includes OXC. The whole binary size is 7 megabytes, compared to SWC is 40 megabytes. Right? We care about these little details because they do all matter. They do all add up. Okay, so the performance. It is the fastest JavaScript TypeScript parser. It's 3 times faster than SWC. It is the fastest JS-TSX transformer. It's 6 times faster than SWC. It's the fastest module resolver. It's 28 times faster than the Webpack's resolver. It is the fastest linter. On a fully parallelized 64-core machine, it's 100 times faster than ESLint. Shopify actually had to, Shopify had a code base where they were previously using ESLint, and the lint process takes 8 minutes. So when they moved to OXLint, it went down to a few seconds. So that's how big of a difference it is. So this is a benchmark that we recently ran against other transformers on transforming a single TypeScript file. And as you can see, the ops per second for OXC is 6 times faster than SWC, an ES build, and like almost more than 20 times faster than TypeScript. Okay, and we're not even done yet. Like, to be honest, like the transformer in OXC right now is like, we just finished the first pass. Like, there are a bunch of things where like, okay, we know this can be faster, but we're gonna do it later. Let's get to feature parity first, right? So the first thing is, we're gonna, in the Vite, roll down power Vite, we're gonna rustify more common rollup plugins and Vite internal plugins, so we don't have to spend time in JavaScript. There's also a big topic, which is JS plugin parallelization, because right now, mainstream Rust bundlers, when they inevitably, in real-world apps, you will want to write JavaScript plugins. And those plugins right now run single-threaded in Node.js and becomes the main bottleneck for performance. We want to basically make these plugins parallelizable. And we're experimenting with, for example, plugins running in Node.js worker threads. And worker threads will directly talk back to the Rust main thread with zero copy stream. So sending back the response will also have no cost. And we are experimenting with something called zero copy Rust to JS AST transfer. So if you've used a parser in JavaScript, for example, like the SWC parser, which is written in Rust, a big chunk of the cost is sending the AST object across from Rust to JS, because it has to be copied in memory, and that's the biggest overhead. So we want to eventually eliminate that overhead by having a special AST format that flattens the whole thing in a memory layout and just like sends the whole memory in an array buffer back to JS, and then lazily read the necessary information on the JS side. And finally, we want to improve the semantics memory management, which is a known issue in OXC right now. Semantics is a step where as we parse, we record all the scope information. Like, this scope contains these symbols, these identifiers. We store them on the AST, right? But in Rust, the way for you to write fast programs is to do careful memory management. You want your memory to be as compact as possible and drop them together. So that's why OXC actually uses a technique called arena allocator. It basically puts all the AST memories together in a big chunk of allocation and then being able to drop them together. Right now, semantic is not allocated using an arena. It's like separately. That's why dropping semantics right now is actually a main bottleneck in OXC. So we are actually in the process of moving semantics into arena allocators as well. So that's going to give OXC yet another level of performance boost. Okay, so this is the end vision for eventually what we want is for OXC to power Rowdown, and Rowdown powers Vite. Vite also powers vtest. So you have all your daily tasks that's framework agnostic, parsing, transforming, linting, formatting, unit test, bundling, minification, all handled through the same toolchain. And there's no heavy migration cost if you're using any of these listed technologies at the top. Right? Caveat, Angular is not fully on Vite yet. They're only using Vite in their dev server, but there is interest for them to investigate deeper integration. So if you're using Vite today, there shouldn't be heavy migration cost. We want to get these into the hands of Vite users as smoothly as possible. And the implications of a unified JS toolchain is unmatched raw performance. We want to eliminate cross-tool compilation overhead, as I mentioned. Improved compatibility, stability, and security. So you no longer run into the situation where, say, okay, TS released this new feature, like ESBuild supports it already, but Jest does not. Then you now run into situations where like different parts of your tool have different levels of support for language features, right? And we want to give people a coherent and cohesive experience across the ecosystem. So if you're using Remix, or you're using Vue, or you're using Nuxt, because underneath they're using the same toolchain, right? There's just less surprises when you switch between them. They should. The JavaScript ecosystem deserves something like Cargo for Rust, And that is essentially what we want to provide. And when I was talking about this idea to someone, he actually joked about, like, this is basically, what you want to do is Rome done right? Rome's vision of a unified toolchain, I still love it, definitely love it, right? Unfortunately, the company didn't work out, but this time we want to do it right. So we're aiming to get these into the hands of millions of VDev users today with minimal migration cost. Thank you. So to learn more about these projects, these are the URLs, and hopefully you'll be using some of them in the future. Thank you.
Actually, this is the first time we finish on time, maybe because of it. So, do you want more? Sorry, there is no more. But we have Swix here. Maybe he wants to do a talk. No, I'm just joking. He just asked me, can I come? Of course. I wish you could talk as well. Okay, so this is the end, but it's not the end, because we still have coffee and some desserts in the place where all the sponsors are. So we can still go back there, hang around a bit, and but yeah, before that, we're gonna have to say thank you to all the speakers. Can you all come down? All the speakers? It can be really nerve-wracking to do a talk and to prepare all of that and put it all together. And maybe some of them, they cannot sleep at night because they're thinking what they're going to say the next day. So it's a bit difficult, right? So give them a big round of applause. But then Anne also, she was a great MC. And I had 2 volunteers, Connie, right? And our other volunteer, come here. And we had Michael, come. Michael is the heart of the community in Singapore. Thank you. Yeah, this is my 3rd time, and with Michael we have been since the day 1. And Thor, where's Thor? He's gone? Okay. Yeah, these are the people that helped me. So, let's picture. We took the picture with the speakers. Now, let's take a picture with everyone else. Come all down. Oh no, maybe there? Okay, let's go there. Let's turn around. We need to sit. Dangerous. Oh, we have a timer. No, it's not gonna stay. We don't have a stick.
3 seconds. Okay. Perfect.
Say cheese. Woo. Okay, let's do it. Be creative. That's all about. 2. Cheese. Then upload it to Cloudinary and make it one picture. Cheese. Thank you. So we go back to that other room. We finish all the coffee because I pay for it. And then you finish all the desserts. And thanks, everyone.
Somebody's phone here. Put it back on. I'm going to ask for an applause for you.
People, we forgot one person. Give a big round of applause for Aris.